Iran once believed it held all the cards in the Strait of Hormuz. Even after its land-based military infrastructure had been severely degraded, it still had one final advantage: fast attack boats, drones, and control over a critical choke point of the global economy. But that advantage is slipping away because the United States has introduced a completely new factor into the equation, something that could shift the balance overnight. And it is now moving straight toward Hormuz. This is Tehran's worst-case scenario, one they never fully planned for. On March 14th, multiple news outlets, including the BBC, confirmed that the United States is sending additional naval forces toward Iran. At first glance, this may not seem unusual. In military terms, increasing naval presence often accompanies airstrikes or strategic pressure, much like recent carrier deployments. But this time, it is different. The force entering the region is not a routine naval group. It is led by the USS Tripoli, an amphibious assault ship, carrying a highly trained U.S. Marine reconnaissance unit into the Middle East. And that sends a clear signal. The arrival of an amphibious ship with an expeditionary force always carries a specific message. The United States is preparing for the possibility of putting troops on the ground. Whether that scenario actually happens or not, the deployment itself marks a significant strategic shift. According to military sources, this naval group was deployed with direct approval from the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Its composition includes an amphibious ready group, a coordinated amphibious task force, along with an attached Marine Expeditionary Unit. A standard ARG typically consists of one amphibious assault ship, two amphibious transport ships, and a support vessel. On board is a Marine Expeditionary Unit of at least 2,200 Marines, and in some cases even more. The New York Times reports that the actual number of troops heading toward the Middle East could be as high as 2,500. They belong to the 3rd Marine Reconnaissance Battalion, one of the most flexible and capable units the United States can deploy on short notice. Right now, the USS Tripoli and its escort ships are leaving their base in Japan and moving toward the Middle East. And what is happening on board suggests this is not a routine deployment. On March 13th, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command released images of the USS Tripoli crew conducting live-fire exercises. On paper, this is described as standard training. But when you look at the timeline, drills on March 12th, followed by deployment orders just 2 days later, it is hard to see this as a coincidence. And this is only the beginning. But analysts believe that this amphibious ready group may be just the leading element. The United States still has several other amphibious groups in the Pacific region, ready to move if needed. Units such as Task Force Ashland in Thailand and the USS Arlington, which showed unusual activity in early March, suggest that a larger picture is taking shape. If these forces come together, this will no longer be a single deployment. It will be the opening phase of a much larger naval operation. Even in a limited scenario, the presence of the USS Tripoli and its group already signals one thing: the United States is changing its strategic posture in its standoff with Iran. However, this shift is not happening overnight. Open-source tracking data shows that the USS Tripoli is moving at high speed and entered the Bashi Channel, miles between Taiwan and the Philippines on March 12th. But it will still need about 1 to 2 more weeks to reach the Middle East. That time frame does not change the bigger picture. The United States is moving amphibious forces and Marines into the Middle East, and their focus is the Strait of Hormuz. Because in the end, this is Iran's final card. Even after losing much of its land-based capability, Tehran still controls the strait through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, using fast attack boats and drones to harass commercial shipping. This is a maritime corridor only about 31 miles, 50 kilometers, wide at its narrowest point. Small enough to control, but important enough that the entire world depends on it. Every day, about 20 million barrels of oil pass through this route, and even a small disruption can shake the entire global energy market. In March, Iran turned Hormuz into a real bottleneck. Attacks on commercial vessels sharply reduced traffic, down to only a fraction of normal levels. According to CBS News, Iran struck at least 16 commercial ships in just a few days, leaving many people dead or missing. And according to the war zone, only 77 ships passed through the strait in the first half of March. compared to 1,229 during the same period last year. That means traffic dropped to roughly 1/16 of its normal level. This is Tehran's final strategic card, and it will keep using it unless someone takes it away. The arrival of the USS Tripoli and thousands of Marines is not just a show of force. It signals that the conflict has entered a new phase. After U.S. airstrikes weakened Iran's military infrastructure, Washington is now shifting toward control on the ground. A force like this brings multiple options: protecting commercial shipping, responding to emergencies, or even carrying out limited operations against drone launch sites, missile positions, and other key locations in the region. In other words, the United States is not just reacting. Boss, it is preparing to change the rules of the game. The arrival of this force changes everything. When the USS Tripoli and roughly 2,500 Marines move into the area, U.S. commanders gain more than just manpower. They gain options. And in war, options mean power. From softer missions like evacuating civilians from attacked commercial vessels, to more forceful scenarios, limited landings at ports, or operations to hunt down the launch points of Iranian fast boats. All of it is now on the table. But what stands out even more is where this force is coming from. The unit heading to the Middle East was originally part of the U.S. force structure in the Indo-Pacific region. In other words, Washington is temporarily accepting a thinner presence in one strategic area in order to concentrate power against Iran. That is not a small decision. It is a signal of strategic priority. And the message here is clear. The United States will not allow Iran to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz. This deployment comes just about 2 weeks after the U.S. began Operation Epic Fury. According to several analyses, it could open the door for the Pentagon to carry out raids on islands in the Persian Gulf, locations Iran relies on to support its strategy of controlling Hormuz. If that scenario unfolds, the targets would be very specific: missile launch sites, drone control points, and the entire support network behind Iran's fast attack boats. Even Iran's remaining mine-laying capability, already heavily degraded, could be completely eliminated. A Marine Expeditionary Force is not just a unit, it is a strategic toolkit. And according to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, while Washington has not released full details, a clear plan is already in place. At a press briefing on March 13th, he emphasized that the only thing currently stopping normal traffic through Hormuz is Iran firing on ships. If that stops, the route will reopen. That may sound obvious, but in reality, it is a statement of intent. The United States is prepared to make that stop. Military sources say the United States has already begun responding directly to attacks on commercial shipping and will not allow Hormuz to remain an uncontrolled flashpoint. So what is the plan? The answer may not be a single scenario, but rather the flexibility of the force that has just been deployed. A naval expeditionary unit can support airstrikes, add air power, and even launch fighters like the F-35 directly from the USS Tripoli if needed. At sea, these aircraft could patrol over Hormuz and strike Iranian fast boats and drones directly. The USS Tripoli, by design, is built for exactly that role, and under the right conditions, it can function as a light F-35 carrier. That may be one part of the plan. Instead of repositioning an entire carrier strike group, the United States can create a flexible strike element right at Hormuz, combining air power, amphibious forces, and rapid response teams. At the same time, Marines can take on crisis missions, search and rescue, escorting commercial ships, and responding quickly to emerging threats. It is not a perfect escort system, but it is fast, it is flexible, and it is enough to change the situation. Another option is direct action against islands in the Persian Gulf. We have already seen a glimpse of this when the United States struck Kharg Island, Iran's most important oil export hub, responsible for up to 90% of its oil exports. The strike was a warning, damaging infrastructure without hitting most of the oil facilities themselves. The message was clear: the United States can escalate if it chooses to. And when President Donald Trump stated that the United States could change its stance if Iran does not reopen Hormuz, the arrival of amphibious ships and Marines becomes the way to turn that warning into real capability. This matters even more when you consider that Iran has more than 30 islands in the area. Many of them can be used to launch fast boats and drones. If the United States gains control of those positions, it would not only neutralize the threats, it would also directly reduce Iran's influence over Hormuz. In other words, this is not just about protecting a shipping route. It is about reshaping control. In a broader scenario, the United States may be preparing for a future where it holds effective control over Hormuz by securing key islands, maintaining constant air pressure, and keeping military pressure on targets such as Qishm Island. However, one major question remains: will the United States put troops on Iranian soil? Although the White House has previously downplayed that possibility, history tells a different story. During the Afghanistan War in 2001, the first forces deployed on the ground were also Marine Expeditionary Units. And now, a similar force is moving toward Iran. According to Bloomberg, sending troops onto the ground remains a politically sensitive decision because it would place American service members directly in harm's way. But that option is becoming more realistic. If it happens, the targets would be clear: strategic islands like Kharg, key economic and military nodes, and potentially even control over Iran's enriched uranium stockpile. Because airstrikes can destroy. But to fully control, you need forces on the ground. There is also another scenario, quieter but no less serious. The United States could work with the CIA and Mossad, sending small teams into Iran, building links with opposition groups, and gradually shaping internal resistance. It may sound far-fetched, but in reality, that is how many regime change strategies have been envisioned. Right after the first waves of strikes, President Trump delivered a direct message to the Iranian people. "When we are finished, take back your government." A short statement, but one with far-reaching meaning. In this scenario, the Marine forces may not be the main force pushing deep into Iran. Instead, they could focus on controlling key points, islands, ports, and supply routes, while also helping train and equip an emerging opposition movement. Much of Iran's military power has already been weakened. The remaining question is simple: who will control the space that is left behind? While global attention has been fixed on the United States striking Iran, something equally consequential has been unfolding elsewhere, quietly, but with far deeper structural implications. Ukraine has not been silent. It has simply been operating in a way that does not demand headlines to be effective. As Iran burns under external pressure, Ukraine has been cutting into something far more critical: Russia's ability to sustain the war itself. Not at the edges, not at the front line, but at the systems that keep the entire machine running. And the scale of that effort is difficult to ignore. In just 28 days of February 2026, Ukraine struck 105,200 Russian targets, according to Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky. That translates to roughly 3,750 targets per day, a number that does not just reflect intensity, but a fundamental shift in how Ukraine is fighting this war. This is no longer about isolated strikes. It is about systematic degradation at scale. Throughout February, Ukraine hit nearly every category of Russian military capability: equipment, troop concentrations, command nodes, logistics. But within that broad targeting effort, one category stands out above the rest: drone pilot positions. Because if drones are the arrows Russia uses to shape the battlefield, then the pilots are the archers. Russia's drone ecosystem plays a central role in its operations. Long-range Shahed-type drones strike Ukrainian cities and infrastructure, draining morale and stretching defenses. At the front, FPV and reconnaissance drones are used to create kill zones, areas where Ukrainian forces simply cannot move without being targeted. What Ukraine understood something critical in February: it is not enough to destroy the arrows. You have to eliminate the archers. As Syrsky himself noted, it is impossible to shoot down every drone Russia produces, and the scale of that production is growing rapidly. Russia is believed to be producing over 19,000 FP5 drones per day, a massive increase compared to approximately 5,500 per day in 2025. At that scale, trying to intercept every drone becomes inefficient, but the system still depends on one irreplaceable component: a human operator. Every FPV drone, no matter how advanced, still requires someone behind a controller guiding it to its target. And that is where Ukraine shifted its focus. By targeting pilot positions, Ukraine is not just destroying equipment, it is disabling entire networks. A single strike can take dozens or even hundreds of drones out of action. And if the pilots themselves are eliminated, Russia is forced into a different kind of problem, replacing trained personnel. That is not something that can be done overnight, and yet Russia is trying. Syrskyi reports that Moscow is attempting to expand its unmanned systems forces to 101,000 personnel by April 1st. That alone reveals how central drones have become to Russia's war effort. But Ukraine's message in February was clear. There is no safe zone. Even positions operating far behind the front line, are now within reach. The same logic applies to long-range drone operations. It is easy to assume that Russia launches its Shahed drones from deep inside its own territory, and many are. But one of the key advantages Russia gains from occupying parts of Ukraine is proximity. Launching from Crimea, Luhansk, or Donetsk significantly reduces the distance to target. Less distance means less risk, less time for interception, which means higher effectiveness. That advantage had to be addressed, and Ukraine's response was direct. In February alone, it targeted over 4,000 pilot positions, significantly degrading Russia's ability to launch drones from forward areas. At the same time, Russia continued scaling its long-range drone production, reaching approximately 30,000 Shahed-type drones per year by late 2025, with plans to increase that number further. There were even ambitions to reach 1,000 drone launches per day. Russia is not there yet, but it is moving in that direction. Despite supply dependencies, particularly on Iranian components, the volume of attacks remains high. In February, Russia launched 5,059 long-range drones, marking a 13% increase compared to January. Missile launches also reached record levels. The pressure is constant, but Ukraine's response is becoming more focused. The strategy is no longer just about intercepting incoming threats. It is about dismantling the system that generates them. Because once the operators are gone, the drones, no matter how many, cannot function. This is the shift from reactive defense to proactive disruption. And when combined with the broader targeting campaign, over 100,000 additional strikes against logistics, equipment, and command structures, it creates a steady, cumulative effect. Not dramatic, not immediate, but relentless. A slow erosion of capability. And that erosion did not stop when February ended. If anything, it accelerated. As March began, Ukraine continued its campaign without pause. There was no operational reset, no reduction in tempo. Instead, strike after strike began tearing deeper into the structure of Russia's war machine. And one of the first systems to come under sustained pressure was air defense. Between March 1st and March 12th, Ukrainian forces destroyed 19 elements of Russia's air defense network, including both S-300 systems and Tor surface-to-air missile units. This is not incidental targeting. It is deliberate shaping of the battlefield, because air defense is the shield that protects everything else. Remove it, and every other target becomes exposed. Footage released by Ukrainian units shows the same pattern repeating. A drone acquires a target, closes distance, strikes. Then follow-up drones arrive, not to attack but to confirm destruction. This is not chaos, it is process. Take the Tor system destroyed near Berdyansk, designed to intercept aircraft, helicopters, and cruise missiles. It is also claimed by Russia to be effective against drones. Yet it was destroyed by the very threat it is supposed to counter. At an estimated cost of $25 to $27 million, its loss is not just tactical, it is economic. The same applies to the S-300 system struck in occupied Luhansk. These systems form the backbone of Russia's mobile air defense network, protecting both troops and critical infrastructure. And yet, over the course of the war, Ukraine has repeatedly targeted them, not randomly but systematically, because the objective is clear. Ukraine is not just trying to survive incoming attacks, it is trying to open corridors. Safe aerial corridors that allow its own long-range strikes to penetrate deeper into occupied territories and into Russia itself. And that objective is grounded in a hard reality. But at one point, Russian air defenses were intercepting up to 90% of Ukraine's long-range strikes. That is an effective shield. But it also means that 10% of those strikes were getting through. Ukraine looks at that number differently. not as a limitation, but as an opportunity. If the shield weakens even slightly, that percentage rises. And every additional percentage point represents more successful strikes against critical infrastructure, logistics hubs, fuel depots, and command centers. Which brings us back to the core idea. This is not about destroying everything at once. It is about removing just enough pieces, just enough protection, just enough supply, just enough coordination, that the system begins to fail on its own. And Russia's ability to recover is increasingly constrained. Sanctions have disrupted supply chains. Critical components for air defense systems are harder to obtain. Production is slower. Replacement is delayed, which forces a difficult choice. Either move air defense systems from inside Russia to the front, leaving the homeland more exposed, or accept the growing gaps at the front and allow Ukraine to exploit them. There is no clean solution, only trade-offs. And Ukraine is shaping those trade-offs with precision, not through overwhelming force, but through a strategy designed to make the system collapse under its own weight. So every air defense system Russia tries to build today is no longer just a piece of hardware. It is a product of a fragile supply chain, one that depends heavily on foreign components, many of which are restricted, sanctioned, or simply no longer accessible at scale. And that dependency introduces a delay that is not measured in days, but in strategic vulnerability, because every delay widens a gap. According to reporting from the Kiev Post, Russia may now be just one well-placed strike or one well-timed sanction away from losing its ability to produce additional S-400 air defense systems altogether. And if that happens, a critical pillar of its defensive architecture simply disappears from the war. That creates a dilemma with no clean outcome. Either Russia reallocates existing systems, weakening one area to defend another, or it accepts growing gaps that Ukraine can exploit. In both scenarios, Ukraine gains, because the objective is not just to destroy air defenses, it is to open corridors, safe aerial corridors that allow deeper, more consistent strikes into the systems sustaining Russia's war effort. And once those corridors exist, the tempo of Ukrainian operations increases almost automatically. Which brings us to the next layer of targets. Because air defenses are only one part of the system, fuel is another. In the days leading up to March 12th, Ukraine expanded its strikes beyond air defense nodes and into logistics, specifically into the fuel chain that keeps Russia's forces operational. Even as it destroyed an S-300 system, Ukrainian forces also eliminated an ammunition depot in occupied Luhansk, destroying thousands of shells. A repair unit belonging to a Russian artillery brigade in Yakimivka was taken out as well. But the most consequential strike in that sequence did not target weapons. It targeted movement. Ukrainian drones struck a fuel and lubricants train in the Dovzhansk sector, igniting it and destroying its cargo. The importance of that strike is straightforward. Without fuel, tanks do not move. Armored vehicles do not maneuver. Mobile artillery becomes static. Air defense systems lose mobility. And everything that depends on motion becomes fixed. And once it is fixed, it becomes vulnerable. The destruction of lubricants compounds the effect. Even if equipment survives, its performance degrades. Maintenance becomes more difficult. Reliability drops. It is not immediate destruction. It is delayed failure, a second-order effect that accumulates over time. What makes this strike even more notable is that Ukraine is now applying the same logic Russia has been using against it. Both sides understand the central role of logistics. And in this war, logistics runs on rails. Approximately 90% of Russian freight moves by rail, including military supplies. Fuel, ammunition, spare parts, all depend on that network. If that network is disrupted, the front begins to starve. Russia has already been targeting Ukraine's railway system, bridges, yards, yet trains, in an effort to slow Ukrainian logistics. On March 12th, Ukraine responded in kind, fire for fire, a direct demonstration that the same vulnerabilities apply on both sides. But the escalation does not stop there, because by March, Ukraine was no longer just targeting Russia's defenses or its logistics. It began targeting something even more critical, its missile capability. Earlier in the month, Russia launched another combined missile and drone strike against Kharkiv. On the surface, That was nothing new, but the details mattered. For the first time, Russia deployed a new missile system, Izdeliye-30, with a range of 1,500 kilometers, 932 miles, and a payload of approximately 800 kilograms, 1,763 pounds. More importantly, it could be launched from Su-34 aircraft operating inside Russian territory, significantly increasing its survivability and operational flexibility. That made it a serious threat, so Ukraine did not wait to counter it at the interception stage. It moved upstream. On March 10th, Ukrainian forces struck the Kremny-El microelectronics plant in Bryansk using Storm Shadow missiles. But 7 missiles hit the facility's main production complex. The damage was decisive. And with that strike, Ukraine did not just destroy a building. It disrupted a production line. Because the microelectronics required for the Izdeliye-30 missile were produced at that facility, which means that by destroying it, Ukraine effectively targeted the missile before it could even be built. This is a different level of warfare. Not interception, not even disruption, but preemption at the industrial level. Ukraine is no longer just hitting the weapons Russia uses. It is targeting the systems that create those weapons. The heart, the belly, and now the brain of Russia's war machine. And the scale of the threat that Russia was building makes that clear. According to Colonel Yuri Ihnat of the Ukrainian Air Force, Russia significantly increased its use of ballistic missiles during 2025 to 2026. In February alone, Russia launched 288 missiles, averaging more than 10 per day, the highest rate since 2023. That trend suggested a shift toward heavier reliance on high-impact strike systems. But that plan now faces constraints, because with facilities like Kremny-El destroyed, production capacity becomes a limiting factor. And when combined with everything else, over 105,000 targets struck in February, more than 4,000 pilot positions eliminated, air defense systems degraded, logistics disrupted, and fuel supply lines attacked, the picture becomes clearer. This is not a series of disconnected strikes. It is a coordinated campaign, one designed to systematically dismantle the functional layers of Russia's military system. Ukraine is not trying to win through a single decisive blow. It is applying continuous pressure across multiple nodes, defense, logistics, production, until the system begins to fail under its own weight. And while global attention remains fixed elsewhere, that process continues, quietly, relentlessly. Watch Iran, Ukraine seems to be saying. We'll handle the rest. Because as 2026 unfolds, the pattern is already established. The strikes will go deeper. They will become more precise, and they will continue targeting not just what Russia uses in war, but what allows Russia to wage war at all. Something significant is unfolding in the Middle East right now, and its implications extend far beyond the region itself. At first, it may not look like a turning point. Ukraine, a country that has spent the last 4 years absorbing relentless, nightly waves of Iranian-designed drones, has quietly deployed its anti-drone specialists to the Gulf. But this is not a symbolic move. They are not there to observe. They are there because the exact same weapons Ukraine has been fighting every night are now striking the Gulf states. And with them, Ukraine brings something far more consequential than personnel. It brings a solution built under constant pressure, refined through repetition, and now emerging as perhaps the most effective and affordable counter to Iran's primary tool of strategic pressure. Yet even that alone would be worth examining. But what has unfolded over the past 2 weeks suggests something much larger is taking shape. This is not just about technology transfer. It signals a shift in the balance of capability across the Middle East, a direct challenge to Iran's core operational doctrine, and the emergence of Ukraine as an unlikely, but increasingly important, security exporter on the global stage. To understand what is changing, we first need to understand what Iran has been doing, and why it has worked so effectively for so long. Since the escalation triggered by coordinated strikes on Iran in late February 2026, Tehran's response has followed a clear pattern. It has centered its retaliation on large-scale drone operations, deploying Shahed series one-way attack drones in saturation waves. But the objective is often misunderstood. These drones are not primarily designed to deliver decisive military destruction. Their role is more subtle and far more strategic. They are used to disrupt infrastructure, overwhelm defenses, and force defenders into a costly dilemma. Expend high-value interceptors against low-cost threats. That is the core logic of Iran's approach. It is not about precision. It is about pressure, sustained economic and psychological pressure imposed at a fraction of the defender's cost. Analysts have consistently pointed to the Shahed 136 as the embodiment of this logic. It allows states like Iran, and increasingly Russia, to impose disproportionate costs, forcing adversaries to respond with expensive systems while projecting power and maintaining a constant psychological burden on civilian populations. The asymmetry is not incidental. It is deliberate, and the numbers make that asymmetry impossible to ignore. The United States is estimated to be spending approximately $2 billion per day on operations in the region, with growing concerns that interceptor missile stockpiles could be depleted if the conflict continues for weeks. Meanwhile, each Shahed 136 costs roughly $35,000, compared to around $4 million for a single Patriot interceptor. That gap is not a detail. It is the entire strategy. So every drone swarm is effectively a financial exchange, one that drains the defender's resources far faster than Iran's own. It allows Tehran to sustain pressure without achieving direct military dominance, maintaining a tempo that keeps adversaries stretched thin in spending at an unsustainable rate. According to CSYS analyst Patricia Bazalchik, this approach is part of a layered strategy. Drones are expended early, preserving more valuable ballistic missiles for decisive phases later in a prolonged conflict. The swarm is not the main strike. It is the opening move. And the scale of that opening move is already visible. In recent weeks, Gulf defense ministries have reported thousands of incoming threats. The United Arab Emirates alone has intercepted over 1,350 drones and more than 230 ballistic missiles. While Bahrain reports 176 drones and 105 missiles destroyed, Qatar has intercepted dozens more, while Kuwait has recorded hundreds of attacks. These are not isolated incidents. They represent a sustained multi-front aerial campaign, one targeting energy infrastructure, military installations, and civilian centers across the Gulf. Open source analysis shows a clear pattern, repeated strikes on the same facilities, suggesting deliberate, methodical targeting rather than random saturation. The pressure on conventional air defense systems has been immediate and measurable. High-end interceptors like Patriot must be reserved for ballistic threats. When they are used extensively against low-cost drones, stockpile depletion becomes a critical vulnerability. And without sufficient layered defenses, some drones inevitably get through, causing damage across multiple locations. This is not an accident. It is the stress fracture Iran has been deliberately targeting within existing defense architectures. The Gulf states have invested heavily in some of the most advanced air defense systems in the world. But those systems were never designed to handle sheer volume at this scale. And this is where Ukraine enters the picture, in a way that is genuinely without precedent. Ukraine faced this exact problem years earlier. Cut off from sufficient high-end weaponry, it was forced to adapt. And instead of trying to match the cost imbalance, it reversed it. Ukraine developed low-cost interceptor drones, systems designed to counter drone swarms at scale. These interceptors are simple, almost brutally so. Operated via first-person view systems costing between $1,000 and $2,500, they are designed to ram or detonate near incoming drones before they reach their targets. And they work. Today, Ukrainian forces intercept the majority of incoming drones every night, not with expensive missiles, but with these low-cost systems. Technology refined through 4 years of continuous, high-intensity drone warfare. The numbers make the significance clear. Ukraine has demonstrated interception rates of around 80% against Shahed-type attacks. In some periods, more than 70% of incoming drones over Kiev were neutralized within a single month, freeing scarce Patriot missiles to focus on ballistic threats. The logic is straightforward. Match the threat at its own cost tier. Preserve high-end systems for high-end threats. Simple, but transformative. Because once the cost of interception drops from millions to thousands, the entire strategic equation begins to invert. And that inversion is now being exported. The ongoing conflict has turned Ukraine into a live testing ecosystem, one where drone technology is developed, deployed, and refined in real time. Ukrainian manufacturers now produce close to 100,000 drones per month, iterating designs faster than any traditional defense contractor operating outside combat conditions. Some of these systems now have combat records unmatched in the West. The Wild Hornet Sting interceptor has reportedly destroyed thousands of long-range attack drones since mid-2025. Skyfall's P-1 Sun, built on a modular 3D printed airframe with fiber optic guidance, costs as little as $1,000 per unit. This is not incremental innovation. This is industrial-scale adaptation under fire, and its significance becomes clear when Ukraine sends that capability abroad. Following direct requests from Washington, Ukrainian teams were deployed to Jordan, including locations hosting U.S. military assets. From there, they expanded into Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, bringing not just equipment, but operational experience shaped by daily bombardment. President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that at least 11 countries have requested Ukraine's assistance, including the United States, Gulf nations, and European partners. What began as limited interest has rapidly transformed into urgent demand, and that shift is telling, because only months earlier, Ukrainian officials had already warned about this exact scenario. They had presented detailed analyses showing improvements in Iranian drone capabilities and proposed establishing drone defense hubs across the region. At the time, those proposals were not prioritized. Now, after sustained attacks and visible infrastructure damage, the response has reversed completely. A European official summarized it simply: they suddenly became very interested. That change reflects a deeper reality. The gap between theoretical threat assessments and the operational shock of watching infrastructure absorb nightly attacks from weapons costing tens of thousands of dollars, while defenses expend systems worth hundreds of millions. In hindsight, the warning signs were clear. A U.S. official later acknowledged that Ukrainian systems could have made a difference if deployed earlier. And that acknowledgement carries weight, because the scenario Ukraine modeled proved accurate, and the delay in acting on it had measurable consequences. Now that delay is being corrected. According to reporting, the United States is actively supplying Ukraine-tested counter-drone systems to partners in the Middle East. Delegations are visiting Ukrainian production facilities, observing not just the hardware, but the process behind it. Because what Ukraine is exporting is not just equipment, it is a system. Engineers continuously adapt designs based on real-time battlefield feedback. Tactics evolve alongside technology. Each engagement feeds into the next iteration. This is not a traditional arms transfer. It is the export of a living, evolving operational ecosystem, one that updates itself faster than any conventional development cycle can match. One of the clearest signs of this shift can be seen in the systems now being rushed into the region. Among the most important is MIROPS, a compact counter-drone platform developed by the American company Project Eagle. It launches small interceptor drones designed to detect, track, and destroy incoming threats, including Shahed-type systems. This is not an experimental concept. It was battle-tested against Shahed drones in Ukraine, then fielded in NATO states such as Poland, before being accelerated into the Middle East as drone activity intensified. Another system drawing serious attention is Blaze, produced by the Latvian firm Origin Robotics. Gulf states are interested in it for a reason. Blaze can integrate with existing regional radar networks, requires relatively rapid operator training, and uses AI-guided proximity detonation to neutralize targets at altitudes of up to 3,000 meters. Hundreds of units have already been delivered, and thousands more are on order. That matters because the strategic implications for Iran are substantial and deserve to be examined carefully. Iran's drone-based pressure campaign has always rested on a specific economic assumption that the defender will be forced to spend far more to stop an attack than Iran spends to launch it. That asymmetry is what makes the swarm doctrine sustainable over time. If a defender must fire a $4 million interceptor to stop a $35,000 drone, the math works overwhelmingly in Iran's favor. Under those conditions, pressure can be sustained almost indefinitely. Stockpiles can be eroded. Reach and intent can be demonstrated without consuming more valuable ballistic missile inventories. In that sense, the drone swarm is not just a tactical weapon, it is an instrument of strategic patience. But that entire logic depends on one critical condition. The defender must remain trapped in a high-cost response model. Yet that is precisely the condition Ukraine has begun to break. Ukrainian interceptor drones, priced between $1,000 and $2,500, are built to ram incoming threats or detonate close enough to destroy them. On the front line, Ukrainian units are now using layered defenses that combine electronic jamming, mobile anti-aircraft teams, and these low-cost interceptors to neutralize large numbers of Shahed-style drones every month. And once the cost of interception falls from $4 million to roughly $2,000, the strategic calculation changes completely. The asymmetry that once made the drone swarm so powerful does not merely weaken, it begins to reverse. The pressure differential Iran relied upon no longer works in the same way. However large Iran's drone budget may be, it no longer guarantees the kind of economic strain it was designed to impose. That is why there are already signs of adaptation on the Iranian side. CSOI's analysis of open-source drone debris from the region suggests Iran may also be deploying Russian-produced variants of its own Shahed design, including modifications such as jam-resistant navigation systems. If that is correct, it would indicate that the drone relationship between Tehran and Moscow, once largely one-directional, may now be evolving into a more reciprocal exchange of technology. But even that adjustment creates a problem for Iran. Improving the drone makes it harder to defeat, but it also makes it more expensive to produce. And the more expensive the attack drone becomes, the more it begins to undermine the very economic logic that made the strategy attractive in the first place. On March 14th, open-source satellite trackers picked up an unusual movement, cutting quickly across the South China Sea. It was not a carrier strike group or a destroyer escort. It was an amphibious assault ship, USS Tripoli LHA-7, running at speed. A vessel many defense analysts once described as an expensive experiment that never quite fit traditional naval doctrine. But on Tripoli's flight deck sat up to 20 F-35B Lightning II stealth fighters. Inside the ship's hull, 2,500 U.S. Marines. Its destination, the Strait of Hormuz. At first glance, the deployment looked unnecessary. By most conventional measures, the United States and its allies had already dismantled the majority of Iran's immediate military leverage in the region. Defense reporting suggested that dozens of Iranian naval vessels had been destroyed or disabled in earlier clashes across the Gulf. Missile infrastructure linked to coastal strike capabilities had taken heavy damage. Drone production lines tied to maritime targeting were largely silent. Two American carrier strike groups already controlled the outer perimeter of the theater. The USS Abraham Lincoln dominated the Arabian Sea. The USS Gerald R. Ford locked down the Red Sea. And a third carrier, USS George H.W. Bush, was still crossing the Atlantic, days away from the operational area. From the outside, the strategic picture looked like a completed siege. Yet Hormuz remained closed. And when analysts examined the numbers, they understood why. More than 150 oil tankers were anchored outside the strait, waiting for safe passage. And every hour they sat idle, burned fuel, crew costs, and insurance premiums. Brent crude hovered above $100 per barrel, not because markets lacked oil, but because markets lacked certainty. That uncertainty came from the remaining 10% of Iran's capability. Minefields scattered along the seabed, mobile missile launchers hidden inside mountain tunnels, fast attack craft positioned inside narrow coastal coves. None of these assets needed to defeat the U.S. Navy outright. They only needed to deny a 6 nautical mile shipping corridor. The arithmetic is brutal and well understood by every escort commander operating in the region. You do not need to destroy an entire convoy to close the Strait of Hormuz. You only need to sink one tanker. One burning supertanker drifting sideways across that corridor would instantly halt global shipping traffic. No insurance company on Earth would underwrite the next vessel to attempt the transit. In reality, the strait rarely closes through direct military defeat. It closes through fear, and fear only requires a single example. That paradox sits at the center of this conflict. The most powerful navy in human history had solved 90% of the military equation. But convoy protection demands 100%. The gap between those numbers can be measured in a single oil tanker on fire. Which raises the question analysts began asking the moment USS Tripoli appeared on satellite tracking feeds. Why would the Pentagon send a ship many experts once dismissed as a flawed design to solve a problem that two supercarriers had not yet resolved? What could 2,500 Marines contribute that 50,000 sailors and aviators could not? To understand the answer, one must first understand the ship itself. When the U.S. Navy designed the first ships of the America-class amphibious assault vessels, they made a controversial decision. They removed the well deck entirely. The well deck is the flooded chamber used to launch landing craft and hovercraft. For decades, it had been considered the defining feature of an amphibious assault ship. Without it, critics argued, the vessel was barely amphibious at all. Congress pushed back hard. Defense analysts mocked the concept. Even some Marine Corps officers questioned the design. The backlash became so strong that lawmakers eventually required the Navy to restore the well deck in the third ship of the class, USS Bougainville, OHA-8. That left the first two ships, USS America, LHA-6, and USS Tripoli, LHA-7. Labeled by many observers as expensive design mistakes, amphibious ships that had forgotten how to conduct amphibious assaults. But the Navy had traded the well deck for something else entirely. The space once used for landing craft was converted into a vastly expanded aviation complex. Tripoli gained a doubled hangar bay, larger aviation maintenance facilities, increased fuel storage, and expanded aircraft support infrastructure. Instead of launching Marines from the sea surface, the ship would project them through the air. The result was a platform capable of operating 20 F-35B stealth fighters simultaneously, nearly half the air wing of a $13 billion supercarrier. That capability was proven in April 2022 off the California coast, when 16 aircraft from Marine Aircraft Group 13 and 4 experimental of F-35Bs from VMX-1 operated from Tripoli's deck during a single surge evolution. What critics once called a flawed amphibious ship had quietly become something else, a pocket aircraft carrier. And that design suddenly made sense in the context of Hormuz. Supercarriers rarely enter the Persian Gulf itself. The narrow body of water, only about 540 nautical miles long, has been transformed by Iran over decades into a dense anti-ship environment filled with coastal missiles, drones, fast boats, and naval mines. Risking a 100,000-ton carrier inside that confined space is a strategic gamble few commanders would accept. Tripoli, by contrast, displaces 44,000 tons. Losing her would be painful. Losing a nuclear supercarrier would be catastrophic. In the Pentagon's strategic calculus, that difference matters. Tripoli is powerful enough to change the tactical environment, yet expendable enough to operate closer to danger. And she brings something no carrier strike group can provide. Marines, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit based in Okinawa and the only continuously forward-deployed MEU in the world, embarked with the ship. Just weeks earlier, they had completed Exercise Iron Fist 26 with the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, rehearsing island seizure operations, electronic warfare, and rapid amphibious assault tactics. Now those Marines were moving toward a very different battlefield. Escorting Tripoli were several warships, the Aegis cruiser USS Robert Smalls, the R. Lee Burke-class destroyer ES Rafael Peralta, and two San Antonio-class amphibious transport docks, USS New Orleans and USS San Diego. Together, they carried the Marines and the equipment necessary for expeditionary operations. But the deployment came at a cost. Pulling Tripoli away from Japan temporarily removed the Indo-Pacific region's only forward amphibious rapid reaction force. The Pentagon rarely shifts assets between theaters unless the strategic stakes demand it. And right now, the Strait of Hormuz clearly does. Tripoli is racing across the South China Sea toward the narrowest maritime choke point on Earth. And she brings something that has never been used in that region before. Not just more missiles, but a completely new dimension of warfare: the ground. Iran built coastal defenses designed to stop landing craft coming from the sea. Tripoli does not rely on landing craft. Her Marines arrive from the sky. Exactly how U.S. Central Command intends to employ that capability remains classified, but the capabilities themselves are not. Tripoli introduces 3 new operational options that did not previously exist in the Hormuz battlespace. Each one addresses a piece of the 10% problem that even supercarriers could not fully solve. Because carriers operating 500 nautical miles away can only maintain limited air patrols over the shipping lanes, Tripoli can operate 5 times closer, and that single change in distance alters the most important variable in the entire equation: time. An F-35B launching from Tripoli can reach the Strait in minutes, and in a conflict where seconds determine whether a drone locates a tanker first or a stealth fighter locates the drone, those minutes may decide whether the Strait of Hormuz remains open to the world. Destroy the drone, and the entire targeting chain collapses. While that principle was explained earlier, Iranian surveillance drones locate vessels, transmit coordinates back to coastal launch units, and only then do missiles or fast attack craft engage. Break that chain at its earliest point, and the threat disappears before it fully forms. USS Tripoli is designed to interrupt that process at its origin. But controlling the sky alone does not solve the Hormuz equation. The Strait of Hormuz is not just an air domain. It is a 3-dimensional battle space: sky, sea, and land. And 2 of those layers have historically favored Iran. Inside the shipping corridor itself sit 3 fortified islands: Abu Musa, Greater Tumb, and Lesser Tunb, seized by Iran in 1971. Over the decades, Tehran turned these islands into hardened military outposts. Coastal anti-ship missile batteries, radar stations, main artillery positions, and permanent IRGC garrisons were installed across them. In strategic terms, they function like unsinkable aircraft carriers, fixed firing platforms positioned directly inside the world's most critical shipping lane. Even after weeks of airstrikes, any missile launcher still operational on those islands represents a direct threat to every tanker entering the corridor. This is precisely the scenario Tripoli was built to address. And ironically, the design choice critics once attacked, removing the well deck, becomes an advantage here rather than a flaw. A conventional amphibious assault ship would have to deploy landing craft through the same waters Iran has spent 40 years mining and defending. Those craft would have to cross the Gulf surface, exposing themselves to coastal missiles and fast attack boats. Tripoli avoids that vulnerability entirely. Instead of approaching from the sea, its Marines arrive from the air. Insertion is conducted through vertical envelopment using MM-22 Osprey tilt rotors and CH-53 heavy helicopters. Rather than navigating through minefields, these aircraft simply fly above them. They bypass the maritime kill zone Iran spent decades building. Strike teams land directly on the islands, neutralize radar installations and missile launchers, collect intelligence, and withdraw before Iranian garrisons can organize a response. The goal is not permanent occupation. It is temporary denial, turning a fortified missile island into a silent piece of rock that can no longer threaten passing tankers. There is historical precedent for such operations. In Operation Praying Mantis in 1988, U.S. Marines boarded and destroyed Iranian oil platforms used for military operations in a single day. Plus, the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, currently embarked with Tripoli, trained specifically for this kind of rapid strike mission. Still, any assault on fortified islands carries risk. The exact condition of Iranian defenses on Abu Musa and the Tunb Islands after weeks of bombing remains unclear. A raid of this kind represents the lowest probability but highest impact option now being considered. Yet even the possibility of such an operation changes the strategic balance. If Iran fears raids on those islands, it must station troops there to defend them. Every soldier tied down defending an island is one fewer soldier protecting the mainland coastline. But the islands are only part of the problem. The strait itself is also 6 nautical miles of exposed water, where mines, small boats, and missile batteries can still threaten ships. That leads to a larger question. How do you control a corridor without placing large warships inside it? The answer lies in a doctrine the U.S. Marine Corps has been developing for years: Expeditionary Advanced Base Operations, EABO. This concept forms the backbone of Force Design 2030, the most radical restructuring of the Marine Corps since World War II. Until now, it has existed mostly on training ranges. Hormuz could become its first real battlefield test. The idea is simple but transformative. Marines deploy onto small islands, remote coastlines, or allied territory along the strait, in places such as Oman or the United Arab Emirates. From these locations, they establish temporary forward bases equipped with HIMARS rocket systems, radar arrays, and forward refueling points. From those positions, Marines create a network of overlapping firepower that stretches across the entire width of the strait. A HIMARS launcher firing ATACMS missiles at roughly 160 nautical miles, or the newer precision strike missile reaching over 270 nautical miles, can target fast attack craft, missile boats, or mine-laying vessels anywhere inside the quarter. At the same time, Marines provide security for mine countermeasure ships already clearing explosive devices from the water. Small patrol boats screen against harassment by Iranian fast attack craft. Above them, F-35B fighters patrol continuously, creating a protective air umbrella. Mine clearance still requires time. But Tripoli changes the equation by protecting the minesweepers, while the work continues rather than waiting for mines to be cleared before escorts begin. This fundamentally alters the physics of controlling a strait. Instead of relying on warships sailing directly through the corridor, control comes from shore-based firepower that is harder to locate, cheaper to deploy, and impossible to sink. This concept is not entirely theoretical. During earlier operations, HIMARS systems operating from Bahrain successfully struck Iranian vessels during the broader Epic Fury campaign. The 31st MEU recently rehearsed similar scenarios during Exercise Iron Fist 26. Of course, the doctrine is still new. Sustaining forward bases under potential Iranian counterfire has not yet been tested at this scale. Logistics, resupply, and communication in such an environment remain challenging. But the underlying physics of the weapons involved is already proven. And when these elements are combined, air patrols from Tripoli, marine raids against island defenses, and expeditionary missile bases along the coastline, something entirely new appears on the strategic map, a battle space Iran has never faced before. For 40 years, Iranian planners built their defenses around a single assumption, that threats would arrive from the sea. Mines, missile batteries, swarm tactics, and tunnel-based launchers were all designed to keep American warships out of the Gulf. During the opening phase of Operation Epic Fury, the United States added a second dimension, attacks from the sky. Carrier air wings dismantled radar networks, destroyed factories, and crippled military infrastructure. But aircraft do not remain overhead indefinitely. They launch, strike, and return to base. When Tripoli arrives, a third dimension enters the equation, the ground. Marines can appear on islands, coastlines, and allied positions across the strait. And unlike aircraft, Marines stay. Iran built coastal defenses against ships. It built air defenses against aircraft. It built beach defenses against landing craft. But Tripoli does not bring landing craft. Its Marines descend from the sky onto positions that were never meant to be contested. From Tehran's perspective, the problem becomes unsolvable. Defend the islands heavily, and the mainland coastline becomes vulnerable to expeditionary bases. Fortify the coast and the islands fall. Spread forces across both, and neither position has enough strength to resist. 3 responses, 3 weaknesses. The equation has no perfect solution, and that is why the ship once dismissed as a flawed experiment may now be the most important asset entering the Strait of Hormuz. Carrier solved 90% of the military challenge. Tripoli, and the Marines aboard her, may be what closes the final gap between 90 and 100%. This base used to be a school. The old classrooms have now been turned into barracks for the Basij force. Walls that once held blackboards and maps are now covered with slogans from the regime. But today, the place is completely empty. In a video that has been verified and is spreading rapidly on social media, a Basij soldier films himself while leaving his position. Behind him is an abandoned barracks. There are no commanders left, no fellow soldiers, only rows of empty rooms and silent hallways. His voice shakes as he speaks. Everyone has left. I'm going home too. Maybe the regime is finished. We should surrender. Think about that for a moment. Just yesterday, this man was one of the regime's enforcers. He was someone who carried a baton on the streets, beating and suppressing protesters. But now, By standing in front of his phone camera, he is asking forgiveness from the same people he once helped suppress. He is still wearing his uniform in the video, not because he is proud of it, but because he knows the regime he once protected is collapsing. And now that same uniform could make him a target. This is not an isolated case. It is a picture of a much deeper collapse inside Iran's internal security structure. For many years, the besieged forces and the security units of the IRGC were seen as the regime's most brutal tools of repression. They beat protesters, crushed uprisings, and played a central role in the massacres that took place in January 2026. But now those same people are taking off their uniforms. They record farewell videos. Then they disappear into the darkness. This is no longer simple disobedience inside the military. Oh, it looks more like a revolt. And the situation may be even worse for the senior generals and top officials. For decades, they believed that bunkers buried deep underground would protect them from any threat. But now those bunkers look more like giant concrete coffins. Headquarters buildings are being abandoned in panic. Columns of armored vehicles are scattering in confusion. The command structure of the regime is entering a desperate race to disappear. Fingerprints are being wiped away. Documents are being destroyed. Officials are trying to hide in the shadows because they know that in the sky above them, precision-guided bombs may already be searching for their locations. All of this began after a series of coordinated operations carried out by the United States and Israel. Precision strikes disabled about 80% of Iran's command and control system, from Tabriz to Tehran, from Isfahan to Elam. Across the country, command centers, missile bases, and radar networks belonging to the regime were destroyed in a systematic way. But for soldiers and officers inside the Iranian military, the trigger for this wave of desertions began with one specific event. February 28th, a powerful wave of attacks struck directly at the General Staff of Iran's armed forces. Then on March 1st, 2026, an unprecedented airstrike destroyed the Iranian military headquarters in the heart of Tehran. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and more than 40 senior commanders were eliminated in the same strike. But that was only the beginning. In the days that followed, more of the regime's commanders were taken out one after another. The families of powerful figures also became targets. The regime suddenly faced a massive power vacuum. After long arguments and confusion, they finally selected a new leader. But less than 24 hours later, that person also became the target of another attack. He lost one leg and fell into a coma. While the regime was falling into paralysis, the IRGC and Basiji organizations were still trying to reorganize. To prevent that from happening, a systematic dismantling campaign was launched in Elam province, a strategic area in western Iran near the border with Iraq. This region serves as a logistics hub for operations carried out by the IRGC's Quds Force. It is also home to many of the regime's internal security and repression structures. Passage bases, intelligence offices, special forces barracks. All of them are located in this area, and all of them were hit during the first wave of attacks. On the night of March 5th, IRGC command centers in Elam were heavily bombed. On March 9th, a second wave of strikes followed. The Israel Defense Forces confirmed that most of the infrastructure belonging to besieged units and internal security forces in Elam province had been destroyed. On March 9th, 2026, coalition forces struck a military target in the city of Abdanan. Videos show massive fireballs erupting in the mountains, followed by huge columns of black smoke rising into the sky. In Dar es-Shar, near the local government complex, a building used by the IRGC intelligence organization was flattened. IRGC bases in the Ivan area were also completely destroyed. Images from the scene show buildings reduced to rubble and clouds of dust and smoke. The list of targets destroyed in Elam is alarmingly long. The internal security headquarters was destroyed. The Ministry of Intelligence building was destroyed. The IRGC command center was destroyed. Special forces barracks were destroyed. Many besieged bases were wiped out. These were not ordinary military targets. This was a systematic removal of the entire system the regime used to control and repress the population. Intelligence structures were gone. Internal security was gone. The besieged force was gone. Special forces units were gone. One by one, every agency, Every barracks and every tool the regime once used to suppress the public began disappearing from the map. By March 11th, a new strike on the general staff crushed what little effort remained to reorganize the regime. The collapse of the command system triggered a powerful psychological reaction among the forces that had protected the regime. A kind of syndrome began to spread. Soldiers started calling it the burn the uniform syndrome. The same men who once beat women and young people in the streets and violently crushed protests suddenly panicked when they realized the power behind them had vanished. They took off their uniforms. They tore them apart. They burned them. They destroyed their identification cards. Because they knew one thing: in January 2026, they had killed tens of thousands of protesters in the streets. And now those same people were coming back out into the streets again. They were pulling down statues. They were destroying government buildings. They were raising the old lion and sun flag, and they were looking for revenge. So when Basij soldiers say in their videos, "I only hope the people will not take revenge on us," those words carry a chilling meaning. The executioner has now become the prey. When the wall of power collapses, the roles of oppressor and victim can change instantly. The collapse began with lower-ranking soldiers, but it quickly spread to mid-level officers. Basij commanders abandoned their posts. IRGC intelligence officers disappeared. More than 50 senior generals had already been eliminated. The remaining officials are now hiding inside civilian buildings. But intelligence agencies are still watching. This is one of the clearest examples in history of how the enforcers of a repressive regime can suddenly become the hunted. Ceausescu's Securitate, Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party, Gaddafi's revolutionary committees, all of them ended in a similar way. And now, many observers say, the same pattern may be appearing with the enforcers of Iran's regime. When looking at the full picture, especially as the internal front begins to collapse, one reality becomes clear. For decades, there has always been an unspoken agreement between authoritarian governments and their people. The population must obey. In return, the state promises security and stability. But that equation now appears to be breaking apart. While bunkers once seen as safe fortresses have been destroyed, militias that once patrolled the streets are now running away. The state system that once claimed it could defend the nation now struggles even to protect its own security forces. Efforts by the regular military, senior commanders, and powerful generals to escape responsibility for this systemic collapse and to erase their tracks reveal something important. The regime is not only facing military collapse, it is also facing an institutional collapse. In today's Middle East, a power structure that once made the entire region cautious now appears badly wounded. It fears its own people. The chain of command has been broken. Its regional deterrence power has almost disappeared. The picture that is emerging looks like the end of one era and the beginning of a completely new geopolitical reality. For many years, the pillars of a system built on fear and repression stood firm. It was a system that used violence to crush the will of the population. But now those pillars are burning under strikes coming from the sky. Walls once believed to be impenetrable have fallen. Deep underground bunkers have turned into graves. The same enforcers who once terrified entire cities now wear civilian clothes, hiding in the shadows, afraid even of their own shadows as the day of reckoning approaches. But running away will not provide a safe refuge. The victims of yesterday are becoming the people controlling the streets today. And the illusion of absolute power is slowly fading from the dusty pages of history. The temporary victory of violence and repression always comes with a price, especially when the system itself has already rotted from the inside. In history, this pattern has repeated many times. The enforcers of a repressive regime often become the hunted the moment the wall of power protecting them collapses. Ceausescu's Securitate ended that way. The loyalists of Saddam Hussein fled along the same path. Gaddafi's revolutionary committees collapsed under the same kind of pressure. And now the forces that once served the Iranian regime may be facing a similar fate. The only difference this time is that everything is unfolding in front of the entire world. Farewell videos are appearing online, and the whole world is watching. In the last 24 hours, new reports have made one important point clearer. The coalition is no longer focusing only on Iran's missile launchers, air defense systems, or oil infrastructure. They are now targeting the regime's internal control system. According to a report published yesterday by Reuters, the Israeli military confirmed that it carried out strikes against besieged checkpoints inside Tehran itself. These targets were reportedly selected based on information from sources inside the country. The goal of the operation is clear: to weaken the regime's ability to suppress its own population. This makes the current situation more concrete than ever before. The burn the uniform syndrome, the collapse of the internal security apparatus, the enforcers turning into prey. Because now the targets of these attacks are not only military bases, they are the regime's hands on the streets. But at this point, a dangerous paradox of the conflict begins to appear. Another analysis from Reuters notes that several Iranian opposition figures have issued warnings. Heavy bombing may weaken the regime. It may break the wall of fear. It may paralyze the security apparatus. But airstrikes alone cannot automatically overthrow a government. In other words, even if the attacks from the sky destroy the machinery of repression, a major question still remains. Who will fill the power vacuum? That is the question that will shape the coming days. Will the collapse of besieged bases and internal security centers open the door to freedom? Or will it create a chaotic and fragmented power vacuum instead? At the same time, pressure on Tehran is also growing on the economic and strategic front. According to the latest report from Reuters, as the tanker crisis becomes more serious, Donald Trump and his threatened to strike oil facilities on Kharg Island, the heart of Iran's oil exports. This suggests that the next phase of the conflict may not be only military. It may shift to another battlefield, the government's sources of revenue. For Tehran, the issue is no longer simply losing a few more bases. The real question is where the regime will find the money to continue the war, to pay salaries, to maintain loyalty, to supply fuel, and to keep the machinery of repression running. If key facilities such as Kharg Island also become targets, the regime's hard power structure could begin to collapse, not only because of bombs, but because the flow of money would be cut off. Developments at sea are also completing this picture. Field reports from Reuters show that Iran's attacks on civilian ships have made trade routes in the Persian Gulf more dangerous than ever, increasing pressure on global oil transport. Tehran appears to be sending a message to the outside world. We can turn this war into a costly crisis for the entire region. But at the same time, another message is being sent to Iran's own population and political elites. The longer the war continues, the less energy there will be, less money, and less stability. The regime is now trapped in a dangerous paradox. On one hand, it tries to rule through fear. On the other hand, it is burning the very infrastructure that sustains that system of fear. Over time, this will not make the repression system stronger. It will make it more fragile. Another important development is now emerging. According to recent analyses, Iran's new leadership is still declaring that it may keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. That is a tough message aimed at the outside world. But inside the country, it is understood in a very different way. Because if Hormuz were closed, Iran would not only harm its opponents, it would also strangle its own economy. In other words, Tehran now seems to have only two choices: either step back and appear weak. The United States has wiped out Iran's Kharg oil island and is sending Marines and powerful warships to the Middle East. Well, it's just 2 weeks after the United States and Israel launched a large military campaign against Iran beginning on February 28th, Washington is now increasing pressure with several new military moves. President Donald Trump said the U.S. military carried out a major airstrike against military targets on Kharg Island. The location is considered Iran's most important oil export hub. At the same time, the United States is also deploying additional Marine forces and several warships to the Middle East. This has raised tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important energy shipping routes in the world. According to several international sources, the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli has left its base in Japan and is heading toward the Middle East. The ship can carry F-35B stealth fighter jets along with thousands of U.S. Marines. Reports say about 2,500 Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit are being deployed on 3 warships to strengthen the American military presence in the region. The deployment of these forces was proposed by United States Central Command and was quickly approved by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. This does not necessarily mean the United States is preparing to launch a direct invasion of Iran. However, the presence of these forces gives Washington more military options. Those options could include supporting air operations or carrying out ground missions if the situation becomes more serious. At the same time, the United States is also believed to have deployed a large number of advanced drones to the Middle East. These new generation UAVs use artificial intelligence and are designed to detect and intercept enemy drones. They are being used to respond to threats from Iranian drones operating in the region. In a statement posted on the social media platform Truth Social, President Trump said U.S. airstrikes had completely destroyed military facilities on Kharg Island, including air defense systems, a naval base, and an airfield. However, he also stressed that Washington did not target the island's key oil infrastructure. According to President Trump, the decision not to strike Iran's oil facilities was meant to avoid causing a major shock to the global energy market. Even so, when he warned that the United States could change its position if Iran continues to interfere with shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran or any other force tries to interfere with the free and safe flow of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision, President Trump said. At the same time, he also said the U.S. Navy is preparing to deploy warships to escort oil tankers moving through the area in order to protect this vital shipping route. Kharg Island is considered an extremely important link in Iran's oil export system. The island handles about 90% of the crude oil Iran sells to international markets. It has large storage tanks, pipelines, and loading terminals that support the country's energy exports. As the conflict continues to grow, anything that happens at Kharg could directly affect the global energy market. If the oil facilities there were destroyed, the world's oil supply could drop sharply, which could cause major swings in energy prices. The conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran escalated at the end of May 2026 after Washington and Tel Aviv carried out a series of airstrikes against Iranian military targets. Iran later responded with missiles, drones, and military activity in the Gulf region. Tehran has also been accused of actions aimed at disrupting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, including deploying naval mines and attacking oil tankers. These developments have created instability in the global energy market and have pushed oil prices higher in recent weeks. Despite heavy military pressure, Iran continues to export oil at a rate of several million barrels per day, most of it going to Asian markets. Because of this, Kharg Island has become a key strategic target in Washington's military calculations. Meanwhile, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned that if the United States expands its attacks, it will consider American bases and interests in the region to be legitimate targets for retaliation. At the moment, the United States has more than 50,000 troops stationed across the Middle East. The addition of more Marines and warships suggests that Washington is preparing for more serious scenarios in the near future. Observers are increasingly concerned that if the conflict continues to escalate, the Strait of Hormuz could become the center of a global energy crisis. About 20% of the world's oil passes through this narrow waterway. If the route were completely blocked, oil prices could surge dramatically and cause serious economic consequences around the world. In this situation, a major question is now being asked. Will Iran choose to reduce tensions under military pressure from the United States? Or will the Middle East continue moving closer to a large-scale confrontation? The world is now watching every new development around the Strait of Hormuz very closely. The United States is reportedly considering sending special forces into Iran to seize uranium that has been enriched close to the level needed for nuclear weapons. As tensions in the Middle East continue to rise, the administration of President Donald Trump is said to be weighing a bold option, deploying elite special operations forces inside Iranian territory to secure Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. If such a plan were carried out, it could become like one of the most dangerous escalations in the confrontation between Washington and Tehran. According to diplomatic sources, the White House is reviewing the possibility of a special ground operation aimed at taking control of or eliminating Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. These discussions are believed to have taken place between the United States and Israel. The concern is that Tehran could still rebuild its nuclear program, even though several nuclear facilities have already been attacked. Western intelligence agencies estimate that Iran currently possesses about 450 kilograms of uranium enriched to around 60%. Only one additional technical step would be needed to bring that material to weapons-grade level. This amount of material is believed to be enough to produce several nuclear warheads if it were further processed. What worries Washington even more is the possibility that this uranium may already have been moved away from nuclear sites that were previously attacked, such as Isfahan, Natanz, or Fordow. Recent activity near underground tunnels at the Isfahan nuclear complex has raised suspicion among intelligence analysts. They believe Iran may be trying to protect or relocate this nuclear material. If Tehran regains full control of that uranium and continues enriching it, Iran's nuclear program could recover quickly. That is something Washington and Tel Aviv want to prevent at all costs. Under plans currently being discussed, the United States could deploy highly trained special operations units to infiltrate key Iranian nuclear facilities. Their mission would be to secure the uranium, remove it from Iran, or destroy it on site using specialized technical methods. Another option being considered is to send nuclear experts to the site to dilute the enriched uranium, turning it into material that can no longer be used for weapons. However, any operation like this would be extremely complicated. Iran's nuclear facilities are built deep underground. They are protected by multiple layers of defense and guarded by large military forces. Sending special forces into these locations during wartime would carry very high risks. According to U.S. officials, a special operations mission would likely only be attempted if Iran's military has been significantly weakened and no longer poses a serious threat to the forces involved in the operation. This means Washington may continue airstrikes and other military actions to reduce Tehran's defensive capabilities before considering such a risky step. But analysts say this would not be a full invasion. Instead, it would be a limited special operation focused on a small number of key nuclear facilities. Even so, sending American troops onto Iranian soil would still be seen as a major escalation and could cause the conflict to expand into a full-scale war. Reports about this plan have already sparked debate in Washington. Some lawmakers argue that if the United States plans to deploy ground forces into Iran, the administration should first seek approval from Congress. They warn that an operation like this could draw the United States into a long and costly war. Recent public opinion polls also show that many Americans are worried about the possibility of a wider war in the Middle East, especially as oil prices and energy costs are rising because of the conflict. So if the United States actually carries out a special forces mission to seize Iran's uranium, the entire situation in the Middle East could change dramatically. Tehran would almost certainly view such an action as a direct invasion and could respond with strong attacks against U.S. forces and their allies in the region. At a time when tensions between Iran, the United States, and Israel show no clear sign of easing, the possibility of such a raid is causing serious concern among international observers. Many experts warn that even one wrong decision could turn the current confrontation into a large-scale war in the Middle East, bringing unpredictable political and economic consequences for the world. Several Gulf countries have also reacted angrily after the recent wave of attacks. They warned that Iran will face serious consequences if it continues carrying out strikes across the region. Tensions in the Middle East continue to rise as several Gulf countries have issued strong warnings that Iran will face serious consequences if it continues carrying out attacks against nations in the region. These firm statements come after a series of missile and drone strikes that have pushed regional security into a very tense situation. According to regional officials, the attacks from Iran targeted several locations across the Gulf shortly after the conflict began. This has led many countries in the region to believe that Tehran made a serious miscalculation by expanding its attacks beyond its own territory. Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, said Gulf countries feel deeply betrayed by the attacks coming from Iran. He emphasized that Doha has long tried to maintain a neutral position and encourage diplomatic solutions between Iran and the United States. However, the recent attacks have damaged those efforts. According to him, within about 1 hour after the fighting began, several countries in the region had already become targets of attacks. This suggests the strikes may have been prepared in advance. Qatar also stressed that it is not involved in any military campaign against Iran and has always hoped the region could remain peaceful. It is not only Qatar that has spoken out. Several other countries in the region have also criticized Iran's military actions. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry released a statement condemning what it described as brutal attacks. Officials said the strikes targeted civilian infrastructure, including airports and important energy facilities. Riyadh said these attacks are a direct threat to the security and stability of the entire region and also violate principles of international law. The Saudi Foreign Ministry warned that if Iran continues to attack Gulf countries, tensions will rise further and relations between Tehran and its neighboring countries could suffer serious damage in the future. At the same time, Saudi Arabia also made it clear that it will not allow foreign fighter jets or aerial refueling aircraft to use its territory to carry out military operations against Iran. According to Riyadh, aircraft currently operating in Saudi airspace are mainly performing defensive patrol missions. Their goal is to protect the country and other members of the Gulf Cooperation Council from possible missile and drone attacks. Other countries in the region say they have faced several attacks in recent days. Qatar confirmed that early one morning recently, the capital city of Doha was targeted by Iranian missiles. Loud explosions were heard over the city as air defense systems tried to intercept incoming missiles. Besides Qatar, several other Gulf countries also reported similar attacks. The latest developments suggest that the conflict is slowly spreading across the Middle East. Since the fighting began with U.S. and Israeli airstrikes at the end of February, Iran has repeatedly stated that all American assets in the region, as well as countries that support Washington, could become targets for retaliation. This has raised fears among many Middle Eastern nations that they could be pulled into the growing confrontation between major powers. Oil facilities, airports, and other strategic infrastructure across the Gulf are now on high alert in case of further attacks. In this situation, the warnings from Gulf countries that Iran will face serious consequences if it continues these strikes are seen as a sign that the region's patience is running out. If the attacks continue, the Middle East could enter a new stage of escalation, with the risk of a wider regional war becoming increasingly clear. Iran has also declared that it has not yet used all of its military strength and warned that it may expand retaliation against the United States and Israel. Tensions in the Middle East continue to intensify as Tehran says the current retaliatory strikes against U.S. and Israeli targets are only the beginning, and that Iran still has significant military capabilities that have not yet been used. World shocked, author releases satellite images of mass graves in Mashhad, a crime that cannot be hidden. In an atmosphere of grief and rising anger, an information bomb has just been detonated by the CIA, shaking the corridors of power from New York to Geneva. Newly declassified ultra-high-resolution satellite images have revealed a grim reality in Mashhad, the second holiest city in Iran. At a location described as a place of horror, the BHS Rezvan Cemetery in Mashhad, CIA satellite analysts identified unusual changes across the burial grounds. These are not ordinary graves. Instead, the images show long trenches dug with heavy excavation equipment. The scale is disturbing. Satellite imagery reveals at least 3 burial pits, stretching more than 100 meters in length, dug and filled in less than 72 hours between March 13th and March 14th. Estimated number of victims. Based on the area and burial density, intelligence analysts estimate that roughly 1,000 to 1,500 bodies may have been secretly buried at the site. Most are believed to be protesters and insurgents inside Iran who were executed during recent crackdowns. 2. Evidence suggesting a chemical cover-up. The most alarming element of the CIA report is not only the number of bodies, but unusual signs detected at the burial site. Strange treatment materials. Satellite images capture trucks delivering large white sacks, believed to contain powdered lime or strong disinfecting chemicals, which were poured into the trenches before the soil was filled in, erasing the evidence. The burials reportedly took place at night under strict supervision by special units of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The purpose appears to have been preventing identification of the bodies or any independent forensic investigation by international organizations. 3. International reaction. A red line may have been crossed. Immediately after the images were released, a wave of global outrage began spreading. The United Nations, the UN Secretary General has called for an emergency meeting of the Security Council to discuss what could constitute crimes against humanity inside Iran. An ultimatum from Washington. President Trump declared that these images represent final proof that the current regime has lost its legitimate right to govern. He stated that the United States would fully support efforts to bring those responsible for ordering the killings before an international court. 4. Psychological impact inside Iran. Within the country, information about the mass graves is spreading despite internet censorship. Public anger is reaching a boiling point. People in Mashhad and nearby areas are beginning spontaneous protests, even though the risk of being shot is extremely high. Signs of uncertainty inside the military. Reports say that several officers from Iran's regular army, known as the Artesh, have expressed deep disgust at the actions of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This growing tension is pushing Iran closer than ever to the possibility of a full internal conflict within its own armed forces. Negotiations collapse. The United States orders an emergency evacuation. Iran's elite begin to flee. Trump's hammer is ready. According to sources from the National Times of Israel and the U.S. Virtual Embassy, the situation in the Middle East has moved from dangerous to standing at the edge of a full-scale war. After an 8-hour meeting yesterday in Muscat, Oman, the fragile hope for a diplomatic agreement collapsed, pushing Washington and Tehran into a confrontation with almost no way back. Below is the latest urgent update on the situation. Alarm. Negotiations collapse in Muscat. All or nothing. The meeting between U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi ended without any joint statement. The main reason the talks failed: a fundamental disagreement. The United States demanded a comprehensive agreement, including the dismantling of Iran's ballistic missile program and an end to support for proxy groups. Iran, however, only wanted to discuss limits on its nuclear program in exchange for the immediate removal of sanctions. Trump's response: immediately after receiving the report, President Trump imposed a 25% tariff on any country that continues trading with Iran and declared that every diplomatic effort had already been made. Now, he said, it is time for action. Alarm. Iran's elite are fleeing, the rats leaving the ship. Information from international airports and border crossings indicates a large-scale departure of wealthy Iranian families and relatives of government officials. A wave of asset flight. Hundreds of millions of US dollars in cryptocurrency and gold have reportedly been moved out of Iran in the past 24 hours. Private flights from Tehran to intermediary countries are operating at full capacity. Chaos is spreading in Tehran. As rumors about the failed negotiations spread, ordinary Iranians rush to withdraw cash and stockpile food, pushing the rial to a new record low. On alarm. Emergency evacuation order. Leave Iran now. The U.S. State Department, through the U.S. Virtual Embassy in Tehran, has issued an extremely serious Level B warning. Leave immediately. The United States is urging all American citizens, including dual nationals, to leave Iran using any available civilian transportation. Land routes through Turkey or Armenia are being recommended. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. The warning emphasizes that the U.S. government will not be able to organize military rescue flights if a conflict breaks out. American citizens are advised to prepare on their own with food, medicine, and other essential supplies. Alarm. Military tensions are rising overnight. While evacuation orders are being issued, U.S. military assets are moving into firing positions. F-22 Raptor and B-21 stealth aircraft squadrons have begun combat patrol flights near Iranian airspace. The U.S. naval fleet, including the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, has moved into an optimal position in the Gulf, ready to carry out precision airstrikes aimed at command centers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. F-22 Raptor, the ghost over the skies of Tehran. Why does it have almost no real rival? According to the Atlantic Express News, as tensions in the Middle East continue to rise in early 2026, the appearance of F-22 squadrons at bases near Iran is not just a signal of deterrence. It may also be a warning to Tehran that its air defense system could face overwhelming pressure. Here is why the F-22 is often described as nearly unbeatable, and how the United States could use it to break Iran's ability to resist. 1. Why the F-22 is considered unmatched. Even though it first entered service decades ago, The F-22 still dominates because it combines three key capabilities that no other fighter aircraft in the world, including Russia's Su-57 or China's J-20, has fully matched at the same time. Extreme stealth. The radar signature of an F-22 is often compared to the size of a small metal marble. Because of this, but even advanced air defense systems such as the S-300 and S-400 used by Iran can struggle to detect it. An F-22 can move deep into an air defense network with very little warning. Extreme maneuverability. Thanks to its thrust vectoring engines, the F-22 can perform very sharp turns and complex aerial maneuvers, giving it a strong advantage in close-range air-to-air combat. Supercruise capability. The F-22 can fly at about Mach 1.8 without using its afterburners. This allows it to move extremely fast while using less fuel and producing less heat, making it harder for heat-seeking missiles to lock onto the aircraft. 2. The kick-the-door strategy in Iran. If President Trump orders military action, the F-22 would likely be among the first aircraft to move in, with the mission of suppressing enemy air defenses. During the night, the F-22 fighters could enter Iranian airspace to strike early warning radar stations and long-range surface-to-air missile launchers. Once Iran's eyes in the sky are blinded, heavier bombers such as the B-21 and other strike aircraft could then move in to carry out the main phase of the operation. Fighter Hunter. If Iran sends its Su-35 fighters recently received from Russia or its aging F-14 jets into combat, the F-22 can destroy them from beyond visual range. Iranian pilots may not even realize an enemy is present on their radar screens before the missiles arrive. Stealth Escort. The F-22 can create a safe zone in the skies over Tehran, allowing CIA special operations teams to carry out covert missions without fear of interference from the Iranian Air Force. 3. Powerful psychological pressure. In the current tensions of May 2026, the presence of F-22 fighters at bases in the United Arab Emirates or Qatar sends a blunt message to Iran's new supreme leadership. The message is simple. The United States can reach anywhere, even places that seem secure. Unlike the F-35, which is designed heavily for ground attack and data sharing, the F-22 is a pure air dominance fighter. It was built to take complete control of the sky. Once the F-22 enters the fight, the airspace over Iran could quickly become dominated by American forces. Military sources confirm that at least 12 F-22 aircraft from the 1st Fighter Wing have been deployed to Al Dhafra Air Base. This move is believed to be part of the final preparation for a possible operation known as Midnight Hammer, if negotiations in Oman collapse. A desperate withdrawal from the desert toward the mountains of Kurdistan. A new resistance alliance may be forming. Breaking news from the Pacific News and Global Intel Watch. In the tense hours of March 14, 2026, but after strongholds in Jabon and Saravan reportedly collapsed under heavy counterattacks from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a dramatic evacuation has begun. Columns of people are retreating along dusty roads toward the mountainous regions of Kurdistan. At the same time, the broader battlefield picture is shifting hour by hour. According to pro-U.S. reporting from the Pacific News and Global Intel Watch, the loss of the positions at Jabon Marsh and Saravan is not just a local setback on the ground. It may indicate that the IRGC is concentrating its forces in more critical areas, especially command centers located deep inside Iranian territory. That is one reason why Washington appears to be moving quickly toward the next phase of its airstrike planning. According to military sources cited in U.S. media, only F-22 squadrons at Al Dhafra Air Base have increased the number of combat patrol flights along Iran's southern corridor. These patrols are not simply shows of force. Their mission is to collect electronic intelligence, map Iranian radar frequencies, and locate the exact positions of air defense systems that are still operating. Every time Iranian radar systems turn on to scan the sky, the passive sensors on the F-22 record those signals. Within a few hours, the entire air defense network can appear on the screens of American command centers like a glowing map. This is the preparation for a tactic the Pentagon calls opening the corridor, creating a safe path for an attack. Once the radar positions are identified, precision strikes can begin. U.S. defense analysts say the F-22 does not need to carry many bombs to achieve a strategic effect. Just a few well-placed strikes against key targets, early warning radar stations, data communication centers, or control vehicles for S-300 missile systems could disable an entire regional air defense network. When that happens, a gap opens in the skies over Iran. And that is when the B-21 Raider begins to enter the operation. According to military sources cited by U.S. media, the B-21 was designed for exactly this mission, flying through air defense corridors that have already been weakened, carrying bunker-penetrating weapons aimed at strategic targets such as IRGC command bunkers, ballistic missile storage sites, or electronic warfare command facilities. Meanwhile, the F-22 continues to play the role of the hunter. If any Iranian aircraft take off from bases such as Tabriz, Hamadan, or Isfahan, American early warning systems would detect them almost immediately. With long-range AIM-120 missiles, the F-22 can engage targets from dozens of kilometers away before Iranian pilots even see a clear warning on their radar screens. That is why many American military experts call the F-22 the ruler of the skies. Not because it wins every single fight with risk, but because once it appears, the opponent is forced to change the entire way they fight. And at this moment, at air bases in the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, F-22 pilots are preparing for their next missions. Inside secure briefing rooms, battlefield maps are being updated minute by minute. New flight routes are being drawn. New targets are appearing on the screens. If the negotiations in Oman fail, the plan known as Midnight Hammer, a large-scale strike aimed at the military infrastructure of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, could be activated at any moment. Outside the bases, the Middle Eastern night remains quiet, but high above, F-22 fighters continue their patrols in the darkness, almost invisible. And if the order is given, the first strike could arrive so quickly that many Iranian radar systems may not even realize that the war has truly begun. The order for combat readiness quickly reaches the aircraft carrier, and within minutes, the entire ship shifts into motion. Engines surge to full power as the crew begins moving the carrier out of port. Mooring lines are cast off one after another, while tugboats slide into position along the hull, carefully guiding the massive vessel through the narrow harbor channel. At the bow, sailors operate the anchor windlass, slowly hauling the heavy anchor chains out of the water. Link by link, the steel disappears back into the ship until the anchors finally lock into their housings. Along both rails of the carrier, crew members gather and watch the shoreline drift farther away. Some glance back toward the port, the buildings, the docks, the small figures standing there as the warship departs. No one waves. They simply stand and watch. The tugboats continue pushing and pulling the enormous hull through the channel until the carrier clears the harbor entrance. Then one by one they peel away. Freed from their guidance, the carrier moves forward into open water under its own power. The moment the ship is clear of port, activity on deck accelerates. Sailors grab steel brushes and begin scrubbing the anchor chains and mooring lines, removing the mud, salt, and debris picked up inside the harbor. The thick lines are carefully coiled and stowed. Anchor housings are locked down and secured for sea. Below the flight deck in the hangar bay, mechanics are already preparing helicopters for combat sorties. Weapons teams attach ordnance to the pylons, rockets, missiles, and gun pods, while maintenance crews move methodically along the airframes, inspecting rotor assemblies, hydraulic lines, and tail sections. Every helicopter undergoes a full check before it is cleared to move to the flight deck. On the opposite side of the hangar bay, fighter jets are going through the same process. F/A 18 Super Hornets sit in rows as ground crews prepare them for launch. Weapons are loaded, panels are secured, engine covers are removed. Fuel levels are checked and verified. Once ready, each aircraft is slowly towed toward the massive aircraft elevators. One by one, the fighters rise from the hangar bay up to the flight deck. On the deck above, crews in colored jerseys guide each aircraft into position along the catapults. Wings are unfolded and locked. Launch bars are connected. Behind the engines, jet blast deflectors rise into place. The first fighter settles onto the catapult. Inside the cockpit, The pilot pushes the engines to full power. The aircraft vibrates against the holdback as the catapult officer kneels ahead of the jet, watching carefully. Then the signal comes. The holdback releases. The fighter is hurled forward down the deck, blasting off the bow. For a brief moment, it dips toward the water before the pilot pulls the nose up and the aircraft climbs sharply into the sky. Seconds later, the next fighter launches. Then another. One after another, jets are thrown off the carrier's deck, banking away toward their assigned sectors. At the aft section of the flight deck, a helicopter waits on the landing spot. Its rotors begin turning slowly at first, then faster, building to full speed. The deck crew clears the surrounding area. The helicopter lifts off, sliding out over the water before accelerating toward its mission. At the same time, the escort ships in the carrier strike group begin their own operations. A guided missile destroyer turns broadside to the sea. Along its deck, hatches open across the vertical launch system. Moments later, the first Tomahawk cruise missile erupts from its cell in a burst of flame and smoke. The missile climbs sharply, arcs through the sky, then levels off toward the horizon. Then another launches, and another. Missiles streak away across the night sky, each heading toward Iranian military targets hundreds of miles away. On the receiving end, Iranian military installations begin taking hits. Explosions flare across the landscape as cruise missiles strike radar stations, command centers, air defense batteries, and military facilities. Back on the carrier, the tempo does not slow. The catapults continue firing. More fighters taxi forward, lock onto the launch bars, and blast off the bow. The flight deck becomes a continuous cycle of motion, one aircraft launching as the next rolls into position. Deck crews work without pause, directing jets, arming catapults, and clearing debris from the deck. Heat from the engines washes across the surface of the carrier as another fighter launches, and another. Meanwhile, the escort ships continue firing. Missile after missile leaves the vertical launch cells, each programmed for a different target. Radar sites, command posts, air defense systems, and military bases. The barrage continues without interruption. At the same time, additional fighters are taking off from airfields across the region. From Allied bases, jets roar down runways and climb into the sky, forming up into pairs and larger strike groups before turning toward the combat zone. Piece by piece, the air campaign begins to assemble. Carrier-based fighters, land-based aircraft, and cruise missiles from the escort ships are all converging toward the same targets. Everything is moving toward the same point in time. See, the strike has begun. The strike has begun. But what unfolds in the hours that follow is not a single attack. It is the opening sequence of a much larger operation, one designed according to a doctrine the United States military has refined for decades: paralyze the enemy's ability to respond before the enemy fully understands what is happening. High above the dark surface of the sea, the first wave of carrier-launched fighters begins forming into organized strike elements. Each aircraft climbs steadily toward its assigned altitude, turning onto precise navigation routes that have already been programmed into their mission computers. The aircraft do not travel alone. Ahead of them, electronic warfare aircraft are already moving into position. So their goal is not to destroy targets directly, but to shape the battlefield before the strike aircraft arrive. Powerful jamming systems begin scanning across wide bands of the electromagnetic spectrum, searching for Iranian radar emissions. When those emissions appear, the jammers respond immediately. Radar screens hundreds of miles away begin filling with interference. False echoes flicker across Iranian displays. Real targets vanish into electronic noise. For the radar operators watching those screens, it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish between genuine threats and phantom signals created by electronic warfare systems. Behind the jamming aircraft, the strike fighters continue closing the distance. Their routes have been carefully selected to minimize exposure to the most heavily defended areas. Some approach from the south, flying low over the dark water of the Persian Gulf. Others arc wide across less defended corridors before turning toward their targets. At the same time, aerial refueling tankers orbit quietly in predetermined holding patterns far from the combat zone. One by one, the fighters link up with the tankers, extending their range and ensuring they will have enough fuel to complete the mission and return safely. The entire system operates like a moving network in the sky. Dozens of aircraft, each performing a specific role. Electronic warfare aircraft suppressing sensors, tankers extending range, strike fighters carrying precision weapons, and far above them all, surveillance aircraft watching the entire battle space unfold in real time. Back on the carrier, the pace remains relentless. The flight deck never truly stops moving. Aircraft that launched earlier are already beginning to return in staggered intervals. As soon as a fighter lands and folds its wings, tow tractors pull it clear of the landing area. Fuel crews rush forward. Weapons teams move in behind them. Maintenance personnel begin inspecting the aircraft even before the engines have fully cooled. The goal is simple: turn the aircraft around as quickly as possible so they can launch again. The carrier is no longer just a ship at sea. It has become a floating airbase operating in continuous cycles of launch, strike, recovery, and relaunch. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the first cruise missiles fired by the escort ships are nearing their targets. Tomahawk missiles travel at low altitude, hugging the terrain to avoid radar detection. Their navigation systems combine satellite guidance with detailed digital terrain maps stored inside their computers. As they approach Iranian territory, the missiles begin weaving through valleys and along coastlines, adjusting their course automatically to stay below radar coverage whenever possible. The first impacts arrive without warning. At an early warning radar station along the Iranian coastline, operators notice something unusual on their screens only seconds before the strike. A faint track appears suddenly inside the radar's coverage zone, moving far too quickly to be an aircraft. Then the screen goes black. The missile strikes the radar array directly. The explosion destroys the rotating antenna and shatters the control building beneath it. In a matter of seconds, the radar site that once monitored hundreds of miles of airspace is gone. Across the region, similar scenes unfold. Another Tomahawk slams into a communications hub used by Iranian military command networks. The blast tears through satellite uplink equipment and data relay systems that coordinate air defense units across multiple provinces. Elsewhere, a missile strikes an air defense battery positioned near a military airfield. The explosion destroys the radar vehicle responsible for guiding interceptor missiles. Without its radar, the entire battery becomes blind. These strikes are not random, but they are part of a carefully structured sequence designed to dismantle Iran's defensive network piece by piece. First, the sensors, then the communications, then the weapons themselves. By the time Iranian commanders begin realizing the scale of the attack, the network connecting their defenses together has already started to collapse. Inside several command bunkers across the country, officers attempt to make sense of the incoming reports. Radar stations are going offline. Communication lines are failing. Air defense units are reporting unidentified aircraft entering their sectors. But the information arriving at headquarters is incomplete, fragmented, and often contradictory. That confusion is precisely what American planners intended, because as the cruise missile strikes ripple across the landscape, the first wave of strike aircraft is already approaching its targets. Flying at low altitude, the fighters cross the Iranian coastline and move inland. Their onboard sensors scan for threats automatically. If a radar activates nearby, the aircraft can detect it instantly. Some fighters carry specialized anti-radiation missiles designed to home in on those radar emissions. The moment a radar beam sweeps across the aircraft, the missile can be launched. Once fired, the weapon locks onto the radar signal and follows it back to its source. If the radar shuts down after detecting the missile, it often does not matter. The missile already knows where the signal originated. Within minutes, several Iranian radar systems attempting to respond to the attack become targets themselves. One by one, the anti-radiation missiles strike their transmitters. Each destroyed radar widens the gap in Iran's air defense coverage. Behind the suppression aircraft, the main strike elements arrive. Guided bombs begin falling on carefully selected targets. Some weapons are designed to penetrate reinforced structures before detonating. These are aimed at hardened command facilities buried beneath layers of concrete and earth. Others are programmed to strike fuel storage depots, ammunition bunkers, and maintenance facilities that support Iran's military infrastructure. Explosions erupt across multiple locations almost simultaneously. Fuel tanks burst into flames. Shockwaves roll through military complexes. John's secondary explosions ripple outward as stored munitions ignite. From the perspective of satellite sensors watching from orbit, the pattern of fires spreading across several installations begins forming a clear picture. Multiple targets have been hit. The campaign is working exactly as planned. Back at sea, the carrier strike group continues moving steadily forward. Radar operators aboard the escort ships track dozens of aircraft moving across the region. Missile defense systems remain on alert in case Iran attempts to respond with the ballistic or cruise missile launches of its own. Inside the carrier's Combat Information Center, large screens display the evolving situation. Icons representing friendly aircraft move across digital maps. New intelligence updates arrive every few minutes. Some confirm successful strikes, but the others warn of potential threats still active in the region. But the overall trend is becoming increasingly clear. Iran's defensive network is under intense pressure. Radar coverage is shrinking, communication nodes are disappearing. Missile units attempting to relocate are being detected and targeted. Meanwhile, additional waves of aircraft are already preparing to launch from multiple bases across the region. Land-based fighters roar into the air from airfields in allied countries. Long-range bombers begin moving toward their launch positions thousands of miles away. More cruise missiles are loaded into vertical launch cells aboard warships spread across the Gulf and Arabian Sea. The scale of the operation continues to expand. What began as a rapid response to missile strikes against Israel is now evolving into a coordinated multinational air campaign aimed at degrading Iran's ability to continue the fight. Hours pass, night gradually turns into the pale light of early morning, and still the operations continue. On the carrier's flight deck, sailors move quickly between aircraft as another group of fighters prepares for launch. Weapons are checked, fuel lines are disconnected, final inspections are completed. The catapult officer raises his arm. Another fighter locks into position. Engines scream to full power. The holdback releases. The aircraft rockets down the deck and disappears into the sky. While behind it, the next jet rolls forward, because the operation that began with a single retaliatory strike has now become something much larger. A sustained air campaign designed to keep the pressure on Iran's military infrastructure. Wave after wave, hour after hour, and as the sun rises over the Persian Gulf, the next round of aircraft is already climbing into the sky. The strike is no longer just beginning, it is accelerating. Missiles strike radars. After Iran carried out massive missile strikes against Israel, the United States military immediately raised its combat alert level across all branches. The signal went out simultaneously to the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and multiple fighter squadrons. Move to combat readiness at once. Within minutes, the order began triggering movement across bases. Units that had been on routine schedules shifted instantly into wartime posture. At several installations, Marines were loaded onto buses and transported directly from their barracks to nearby airfields. When they arrived, a C-17 Globemaster III was already waiting on the tarmac with its rear ramp lowered. The aircraft's cargo bay stood open, ready to receive both troops and equipment. As the Marines moved toward the ramp, logistics crews were already working around the aircraft. And forklifts and flatbed carts rolled across the concrete carrying generators. Crates of ammunition, communication systems, medical kits, and other essential supplies. Everything was brought inside the aircraft and secured alongside the Marines. Cargo straps were tightened across pallets. Equipment was locked into place along the interior rails of the cargo bay. This particular aircraft was not leaving immediately for the combat theater. According to its flight plan, it would first make a stop at another military base to pick up additional personnel and equipment before continuing on to the Middle East fully loaded. The same process was taking place across multiple installations. At a nearby base, several more C-17 transport aircraft were already being prepared for departure. Cargo handlers guided armored vehicles slowly up the rear ramps. And tactical buggies rolled inside first, followed by armored trucks, MRAP vehicles, and other combat platforms that would be needed once forces reached the operational area. At another airfield entirely, the focus was on aviation power rather than transport. Mechanics were preparing fighter jets that would soon be flying sustained strike missions against enemy military targets. Every aircraft underwent a complete inspection. Avionics were checked, radar systems were powered up and tested, Wiring harnesses and electronic panels were examined section by section to make sure nothing had been overlooked. Weapons crews began loading missiles and precision-guided bombs onto the aircraft. Protective covers were removed from engines and sensor ports. Technicians inspected air intakes and checked the aircraft's fuel systems. These fighters were expected to conduct continuous combat sorties over the coming days, and every component had to be verified before the pilots ever stepped into the cockpit. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, soldiers gathered inside a large hangar to prepare their personal equipment. Duffel bags and rucksacks were spread across the floor as they packed everything they might need for an extended deployment. Uniforms, boots, hygiene kits, spare clothing, and personal items were carefully packed and organized. Everyone understood the situation clearly. This was not a short assignment. The deployment had no defined end date. They were being sent to a military base in the Middle East for an unknown duration. As the day moved toward evening, the next order finally came down: prepare for boarding. The soldiers formed up outside the hangar in organized columns. When the command was given, they began marching toward their assigned aircraft. The ramps of the C-17 transports were already open and waiting. One by one, the soldiers walked up the ramps and took their seats along the sidewalls of the cargo bay. Inside the aircraft, loadmasters moved through the compartment conducting final checks. They confirmed cargo restraints, verified equipment manifests, and counted every soldier on board. Once everything matched the manifest, the ramp began to rise. The heavy doors closed. Moments later, the aircraft began to taxi toward the runway. One after another, the transports lifted off into the fading light, climbing into the darkening sky as they departed for the first stage of the journey. Hours later, those same aircraft began arriving in the Middle East. As soon as the C-17 touched down, unloading operations started immediately. The ramps dropped open again, and soldiers began stepping out onto the tarmac. Vehicles were quickly unchained and driven down the ramp onto the airfield. Cargo pallets were removed using forklifts and moved to staging areas nearby. Everything moved quickly and efficiently. These aircraft would not remain on the ground for long. After unloading their cargo and personnel, they would refuel and depart again, returning to the United States to collect more troops and equipment from other bases before flying back here once more. For the soldiers stepping off the aircraft, the airfield in the Middle East was now their new base of operations. There was no clear timeline for how long they would remain. No return date was scheduled. They collected their bags, followed the directions given by base personnel, and moved toward temporary quarters assigned to them upon arrival. Meanwhile, the buildup continued. More transport flights were already inbound. Across the airfield, maintenance crews worked continuously preparing combat aircraft for upcoming missions. Rows of fighters were parked across the apron. Some sat under the open sky, while others were positioned inside hardened shelters designed to protect them from attack. Fuel trucks moved from aircraft to aircraft in a steady rhythm. A mechanic would step forward and connect the single-point refueling nozzle to the fueling port on the fuselage. JP-8 aviation fuel began flowing into the aircraft's tanks while the crew monitored the gauges on the truck's control panel. Once the tanks reached full capacity, the hose was disconnected and the fuel cap sealed. The truck then moved on to the next aircraft waiting on the line. At the same time, weapons crews rolled loading carts carrying missiles and guided bombs across the concrete toward the aircraft. Air-to-air missiles were lifted onto the wingtip rails and locked into position. Guided bombs were hoisted under the wings and mounted onto the pylons using mechanical lifts. Each weapon was then connected to the aircraft's electronics. Technicians attached wiring harnesses and confirmed the data link connections that would allow the pilot to control the weapons during flight. Arming pins were inserted into each weapon's release mechanism, with bright red safety flags hanging from them. Those pins would remain in place until just before the aircraft taxied for takeoff. Once the weapons were mounted, crews performed a detailed inspection. They checked the mounting lugs, verified the alignment of the weapon on the pylon, and examined the release mechanisms to ensure nothing could malfunction during a mission. The entire process repeated across the flight line. Aircraft after aircraft went through the same sequence: fuel, weapons, airframe inspection, avionics testing, flight control checks, and engine verification. By the time the pilots arrived for their mission briefings, every fighter parked on that ramp had already been fully prepared. Each jet was fueled, each jet was armed, each jet had been inspected and cleared, and when the order came, every one of them would be ready to launch. Weapons crews began loading missiles and precision-guided bombs onto the aircraft. Protective covers were removed from engines and sensor ports. Technicians inspected air intakes and checked the aircraft's fuel systems. Every step followed a strict sequence that had been rehearsed countless times in training, but was now unfolding under very different circumstances. Across the flight line, the tempo increased as more aircraft moved into position for final preparation. Crew chiefs walked slowly along the fuselage of each fighter, running their hands along panels and access doors, looking for anything out of place. Hydraulic lines were checked for leaks. Control surfaces were cycled through full movement. Flaps, stabilizers, and rudders were moved by ground control panels to verify that every actuator responded exactly as expected. Inside the cockpits, avionics technicians powered up navigation systems and mission computers. Multifunction displays flickered to life one by one, showing radar calibration pages, weapon status menus, and flight diagnostics. Data cartridges containing target packages were inserted into the aircraft systems, so the pilots would have preloaded routes and coordinates when they arrived for their mission briefing. The weapons teams continued working beneath the wings. Guided bombs were secured to pylons using mechanical hoists. Air-to-air missiles were mounted onto wingtip rails, and locking mechanisms were double-checked. Each weapon was connected to the aircraft's electronic interface so that targeting systems could communicate with the guidance units. Bright red safety streamers hung from the arming pins that kept the weapons safe while the aircraft remained on the ground. Those pins would only be removed moments before takeoff. All along the ramp, the same process repeated. One aircraft after another was prepared in identical fashion. Fuel trucks rolled slowly between parking spots, while weapons loaders moved carts stacked with munitions. Maintenance supervisors carried clipboards, signing off each inspection step as it was completed. By late afternoon, the entire airfield had taken on a different atmosphere. The quiet rhythm of routine base operations had been replaced by something more urgent and deliberate. Every movement had a purpose. Every team worked with the understanding that the aircraft they were preparing would soon be flying into an active combat zone. Inside a nearby operations building, the pilots began arriving for their briefings. They entered the room in small groups, carrying flight gear and helmets. The large screen at the front of the briefing room displayed a digital map covering a wide section of the Middle East. Colored markers identified known military installations, air defense networks, and areas of recent activity. Intelligence officers stepped forward and began explaining the latest updates. Satellite imagery showed multiple Iranian missile sites that had already been struck during the first wave of American retaliation. Several naval facilities along the Persian Gulf Coast were burning. But oil storage depots that had been targeted earlier in the day were still producing thick plumes of smoke visible from orbit. But the briefing also emphasized that many Iranian military assets remained active. Mobile missile launchers had dispersed from fixed bases. Radar units had begun relocating. Air defense batteries were shifting positions to avoid follow-on strikes. From the perspective of American planners, the next phase of operations would focus on disrupting those remaining capabilities before they could reorganize. For the fighter pilots in the room, that meant sustained strike missions over several days. Target packages appeared on the screen as coordinates and satellite images. Some were radar installations responsible for early warning coverage, and others were command and control centers used to coordinate missile launches and naval operations. Each target had been selected for a specific reason. According to the intelligence brief, the goal was not simply destruction, but disruption. By striking the nodes that connected Iran's military networks together, the campaign aimed to slow their ability to respond. Pilots took notes as the briefing continued. Flight routes were discussed. Refueling tracks were explained. Tanker aircraft would be positioned in specific corridors over the region, allowing strike aircraft to extend their range and remain in the air longer. Electronic warfare support was also included in the plan. Specialized aircraft would accompany some strike packages to jam enemy radar systems and communication links. This would create temporary gaps in the defensive network as the fighters approached their targets. After the briefing concluded, the pilots moved outside toward the aircraft waiting on the ramp. As they walked across the concrete, the sun had already begun dropping toward the horizon. Long shadows stretched between rows of parked jets. The aircraft were now fully prepared. Fuel tanks were full, weapons were mounted and inspected. Flight systems had been tested and cleared. Each jet sat ready for the mission ahead. Ground crews gathered near the aircraft as the pilots approached. Short conversations took place between the crew chiefs and the pilots who would fly the aircraft. The technicians explained any minor maintenance details that had been addressed earlier in the day. Then the pilots climbed the ladders into their cockpits. Once seated, they began running through their own pre-flight checklist. Battery switches were activated. Displays lit up across the instrument panel. Navigation systems aligned with satellite signals. Outside the aircraft, the ground crew remained in position, watching for any sign that a system might need adjustment before the engines were started. When the final checks were complete, the pilots signaled to begin engine start procedures. The first engine spooled up with a rising whine that quickly grew into a deep mechanical roar. Exhaust heat shimmered behind the aircraft as the turbines reached full idle speed. One by one, the remaining fighters followed. Soon the entire ramp was filled with the sound of engines running. Controllers in the air traffic tower began coordinating the launch sequence. One aircraft at a time was directed to taxi toward the runway. The first fighter rolled slowly away from his parking position, guided by hand signals from the ground crew. The pilot steered along the painted taxi line until reaching the holding area near the runway threshold. Behind it, more aircraft lined up. In the fading light, the runway lights switched on. When the clearance came, the first aircraft moved forward and aligned with the center line. The engines roared louder as the pilot advanced the throttles. Within seconds, the fighter accelerated down the runway and lifted into the air, climbing rapidly toward the darkening sky. The next aircraft followed moments later. Then another, and another. From the ground, the launches appeared almost routine. But for the pilots now climbing away from the base, the mission ahead would be anything but routine. Their route would take them across hundreds of miles of airspace toward one of the most heavily defended regions in the Middle East. Along the way, they would rendezvous with tanker aircraft to refuel in flight. Once topped off, they would continue toward their designated strike corridors. Far ahead of them, intelligence updates continued to flow into command centers monitoring the unfolding situation. American and Allied surveillance aircraft were already tracking movements across Iranian territory. Radar stations, communications nodes, and transport routes were being watched in real time. Each piece of information was fed into the network, guiding the strike packages now moving toward the region. The objective was clear: maintain pressure on Iranian military infrastructure while preventing additional missile attacks from being launched. Back on the ground at the Middle Eastern base, the buildup continued long after the fighters had departed. More transport aircraft were arriving throughout the night. Additional Marines stepped off the ramps, carrying equipment and weapons. Vehicles were unloaded and driven to staging areas. Supply pallets were stacked in organized rows beside the airfield. The once quiet installation was rapidly transforming into a major operational hub. Maintenance teams continued working under portable floodlights. Mechanics inspected aircraft returning from earlier missions while preparing others for the next wave. Fuel trucks moved constantly between shelters and open ramp areas. Weapons teams began reloading munitions on aircraft scheduled for the following sorties. Inside the operations center, large digital screens displayed updated maps of the region. Colored markers tracked aircraft currently in flight. Other icons represented known Iranian military sites, radar coverage zones, and recent strike locations. Officers monitored the situation closely as reports arrived from aircraft already approaching their targets. Somewhere far beyond the horizon, explosions would soon begin appearing on those maps. But for the personnel at the base, the night had only just begun. More aircraft would launch, more troops would arrive, and the operational tempo would continue rising as the United States expanded its military response to the missile attacks that had triggered this chain of events. After Iran unleashed a large-scale missile barrage on Israel, hitting several cities and military sites, the United States answered within hours. American cruise missiles struck an Iranian naval vessel in the Persian Gulf and sent it to the bottom. Additional strikes then hit oil storage facilities along Iran's coastline. Fuel tanks exploded, and massive fireballs could be seen from miles away. At the same time, a full combat mobilization order was issued across every branch. Every available unit was told to move to immediate combat readiness. The response is already visible on the airfield. Two CH-53 Sea Stallion heavy-lift helicopters sit on the flight line with their rotors spinning. Ground crews remain clear of the rotor wash. Inside the ready room, the helicopter pilots run through their gear. They pull on their flight suits, secure their survival vests, check their sidearms, and put on their helmets. Near the helicopters, Marines are already formed into two groups, one for each aircraft. They are carrying full combat loads: body armor, helmets, rifles, magazines, grenades, radios, water, and rations. On command, the first group starts boarding the lead CH-53 through the side personnel door. Elsewhere on the same airfield, a CH-47 Chinook is being loaded for a different mission. Marines move in through the rear ramp and take their seats inside the cargo hold. Beneath the helicopter, ground crews attach an artillery piece to the external cargo sling, a towed howitzer that the Chinook will carry suspended below the fuselage. The rigging is checked, the load is secured, and the helicopter lifts off with the gun hanging underneath. It flies low over the terrain toward a military camp. As it approaches, the Chinook descends while the crew chief guides the pilots down until the howitzer touches the ground. The sling is released, and the gun settles onto the dirt. The helicopter then shifts to a nearby landing spot, sets down, and the Marines step off the ramp. They move straight to the artillery piece, unload the ammunition they brought with them, and begin establishing the firing position. Trails are spread, spades are dug in, sights are mounted, and rounds are stacked and made ready. As evening draws closer, two more helicopters arrive at a separate forward position carrying additional Marines. The aircraft land in an open area with flat ground, no structures, and no cover. The Marines disembark and spread out. Darkness is coming quickly. There are no tents, no shelters, and no facilities at this location. It is a bare position out in the field. The Marines establish a defensive perimeter, place crew-served weapons at key points covering the most likely avenues of approach, and assign watch rotations. Some begin digging shallow fighting positions. Others lay out their gear directly on the ground, sleeping bags, ponchos, and ammunition kept within arm's reach. They eat cold rations and drink water from canteens. As the temperature drops, they settle in for the night on the open ground with nothing above them but the sky. Throughout the night, helicopters make repeated supply runs to the position. They fly in blacked out, navigating with night vision. Each flight brings more equipment. Crates of ammunition are unloaded. Additional anti-tank weapons, mortar tubes and rounds, radio batteries, and medical supplies are brought in. On one of the later flights, lightweight tactical buggies are rolled off the rear ramp of a Chinook. The vehicles are driven away from the landing zone and moved into concealed positions under camouflage netting. Communication specialists set up satellite antennas and establish contact with the command posts. By the time the sun begins to rise, the site has gone from an empty patch of ground to a functioning forward operating base with vehicles, weapons, supplies, and communications. Still fairly humble, but fully active. At first light, the Marines begin moving out from the camp. They split into squads and head toward their assigned sectors. Their first task is reconnaissance. Teams move through the terrain slowly and deliberately, studying the landscape, identifying natural cover, and marking ridge lines and dead ground that could hide enemy movement. They map fields of fire and possible ambush positions. Everything is recorded and passed back to the command element at the camp. Sniper teams move to elevated positions overlooking the surrounding area. They unpack their rifles, set up bipods, and lay out their equipment: spotting scopes, rangefinders, wind meters, and logbooks. One man takes position behind the rifle, the other behind the spotting scope. They begin a methodical observation of the terrain, scanning sector by sector, noting distances to landmarks, identifying potential targets, and logging any movement they detect. The infantry squads begin running combat drills. They practice bounding movement across open ground. One fire team advances while the other provides cover, then they switch. They rehearse building and room clearing procedures. Stack on the door, breach, enter. It clear corners, call out threats. They also practice moving through low ground, using wadis and ditches to stay concealed from observation. Every movement is done at a crouch or crawl. Speed and silence are the priority. Squad leaders watch each run, correct mistakes, and make the men do it again. The drills repeat again and again until every Marine can move without hesitation, without noise, and without exposing himself in the open. Fire teams also rehearse immediate action drills, what to do when they take fire from the front, the flank, or an ambush. They practice casualty evacuation procedures, including how to drag a wounded Marine to cover while maintaining return fire. Machine gun teams set up their weapons, identify primary and alternate firing positions, and practice shifting between them under simulated pressure. Machine gun teams set up their weapons, identify primary and alternate firing positions, and practice shifting between them under simulated pressure. What looks from a distance like another cycle of field training is actually something very different now. This is no longer an exercise built around theory. It is preparation inside a live war zone, unfolding as U.S. Central Command continues what it has publicly described as Operation Epic Fury, a campaign launched on February 28th and already expanded into thousands of strikes against Iranian targets. In official U.S. and pro-American reporting, the picture is consistent. This is not being framed as a limited reprisal anymore, but as a widening operation aimed at breaking Iran's ability to coordinate missile, naval, and regional attacks. That larger reality can already be felt at the forward base. And even before anyone says it out loud, radios that had been carrying short, clipped local traffic all morning now stay active almost continuously. More call signs appear on the net, more requests are pushed upward, more acknowledgements come back down. Inside the command shelter, maps that were still mostly clean at dawn are now marked with greased pencil lines, grid references, possible approach routes, and new restricted areas. Someone has pinned aerial stills beside the map board. Someone else is updating acetate overlays by hand. The rhythm has changed. It is no longer just about rehearsing how to react. It is about staying ahead of what may already be moving. By late morning, the first solid indicators begin to reach the Marines on the ground. Not rumors, not scattered fragments, clear signs. The intelligence channels report that Iranian military traffic has increased across several sectors. Signals units pick up bursts of encrypted communications that had been absent during the night. Drone feeds from higher headquarters show movement along secondary roads. Not civilian traffic, not supply trucks, but dispersed convoys moving with military spacing, stopping under cover, then moving again. From the American side, the interpretation is obvious. Iran is trying to preserve what it still can. Missile units are dispersing. Command posts are shifting. Naval elements that survive the opening blows are either pulling back toward protected anchorages or attempting to scatter before the next wave arrives. Reuters has reported that Iran has also laid naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, while U.S. reporting says American forces have already destroyed multiple mine-laying vessels as the maritime front becomes just as dangerous as the air war. The Marines do not see that maritime battle directly. They do not need to. They can hear its effect in the tone of every order coming from higher headquarters. Stay alert. Expand observation. Confirm. Do not assume. Report fast. The mission remains defensive on the surface, but the base is now being positioned as a forward sensor, a tripwire, and if necessary, a blocking force. Just after noon, the first reconnaissance teams begin returning from their outer sectors. They come back dusty, sweating, and quiet, kneeling beside the operations table to brief what they saw. One wadi system to the east offers concealed foot movement for nearly 2 kilometers. A low ridge to the south gives clear observation over an open flat that could serve as a vehicle approach route. An abandoned cluster of concrete farm structures to the west is assessed as possible enemy temporary cover. None of it is dramatic by itself, but together it builds a picture. The terrain is no longer abstract. It has been reduced to practical military meaning, where a vehicle can hide, where a mortar can fire, where a squad can disappear, where a machine gun can dominate, where an ambush can be built. The sniper teams add something even more valuable. They bring precision to uncertainty, distances to specific rock formations, the exact line where heat haze begins to distort glass, the dead angles behind a saddle in the ridge, the best points for long-duration observation without silhouetting a spotter against the skyline. They write everything down: wind, light, mirage. Their role is not simply to shoot, it is to turn empty ground into measured space. By early afternoon, new aircraft are overhead. No one at the camp needs them identified over the radio. The sound is enough. Hear high, distant, fast, and repeated. Fixed-wing traffic, not transport aircraft, not helicopters, strike aviation. The Marines stop noticing it after the third or fourth pass, but the command group does not. They know what it means. The next phase of the campaign is now underway somewhere beyond the horizon. Official U.S. statements and defense reporting have emphasized that the American approach is focused on dismantling Iran's security apparatus, especially command and control nodes, missile infrastructure, and naval capabilities that pose an imminent threat. That logic now plays out in real time. The goal is not simply to hit targets. It is to overload the Iranian system faster than it can adapt. Radar sites forced offline, communications relays cut, launch crews displaced, port facilities threatened, air defenses forced to radiate, relocate, or die where they stand. An hour later, the first confirmation arrives. A feed from higher headquarters shows secondary explosions at a target complex many miles away. Then another, then another. Nobody in the tent cheers. That is not the atmosphere here. The reaction is colder than that, more focused. Strike confirmed, damage assessed, threat likely reduced. Move to the next question. What survives the strike? What relocates? What tries to escape? That question matters because the Marines on this patch of dirt are not at the center of the campaign. They are on one of its edges. Their job is to watch for what gets pushed outward by the pressure. If missile crews abandon known sites, where do they go? If local security units are ordered to protect fallback positions, which roads will they use? If surviving Iranian elements try to move under darkness, who will see them first? So the camp adapts. Observation posts are pushed farther forward before sunset. Two-man teams move into covered positions with optics, laser rangefinders, and secure radios. Mortar crews lay out pre-planned firing data for likely avenues of approach. Anti-tank teams are assigned engagement sectors and then rehearse them again on foot, moving from hide positions to firing points and back. The buggies brought in overnight are not used recklessly. They are held back, concealed, engines checked, ready for rapid repositioning or casualty movement if the line suddenly stretches too far. Near the center of the base, the communications specialists stay busy almost without pause. Satellite links are checked and rechecked. Batteries are swapped. Alternate frequencies are tested. A second antenna goes up before dusk. The reason is simple. In a fight like this, isolation kills. The unit must remain connected upward to command, sideways to adjacent elements, and downward to every observation team outside the wire. Then toward evening, the first real contact report comes in. Not gunfire, not yet. A reconnaissance drone spots a small group of vehicles halting briefly along a dirt route northwest of the Marines' sector. The vehicles are spaced oddly. One appears to be a light truck. Another has the profile of a technical or utility vehicle. They stop under partial concealment, remain stationary for several minutes, then move again without headlights. The drone operator calls it up immediately. Inside the command shelter, the screen is watched in silence. The image is not perfect, but the behavior is enough to raise concern. No civilian convoy moves like that in a live war zone after repeated U.S. strikes. The track is marked. The bearing is logged. The estimated speed is noted. A report is sent higher. The answer comes back fast. Continue tracking. Do not engage. That tells everyone in the tent the same thing. Assets larger than this little base are now interested in the target, so the Marines keep watching. 10 minutes later, the vehicles pass behind terrain and vanish. The drone climbs slightly, searching for reacquisition. It finds only dust hanging above the route. Then the feed freezes for a moment as the operator shifts orbit. When the image stabilizes again, the vehicles are gone. Nobody says much. That too is part of the war now. Targets appear, disappear, survive for another hour, then die somewhere far away under someone else's reticle. By full dark, the mood across the forward base changes again. Daytime reconnaissance gives way to night posture. White light disappears completely. Red filters and dim screens replace it. Machine gun crews settle behind weapons pointed into black corridors of terrain that looked harmless in daylight and menacing now. Sniper teams rotate. Listening posts go out. Passwords are confirmed. Sectors are checked one more time. And once again, the helicopters return. This time they come in lower and later, running blacked out. Their arrivals are announced first by vibration in the ground, then by the sudden mass of rotor noise rolling out of the darkness. Cargo is offloaded quickly. More ammunition, more water, more batteries, a pallet of medical gear, additional camouflage materials. And on one flight, a pair of men carrying cases that mark them as something new entirely. Air defense specialists. The irony is obvious. Even in an American-dominated air campaign, no forward unit assumes the sky is permanently safe. The new team wastes no time. Portable launch units and sensors are moved into covered positions around the base. They do not transform the outpost into a fortress, but they add another layer, another chance, another few seconds if something low and fast suddenly appears over the ridgeline. Past midnight, wind sweeps across the position and the temperature drops hard. Marines pull jackets tighter, shift in shallow fighting holes, sip water, check watches, scan the dark again. Fatigue is everywhere now, but discipline holds. Every man knows the same basic truth. If Iran's command network is being shattered elsewhere, fragments will move. Some will run, some will hide. While some may lash out blindly at the nearest vulnerable point. A small, rough American base in open terrain qualifies as exactly that kind of point. But dawn comes without an attack. Instead, the base wakes to a sky scarred by distant contrails and faint columns of smoke on the horizon. Morning reports begin coming in almost immediately. Overnight strikes hit additional targets tied to Iran's military infrastructure. Pro-US reporting and official updates say the campaign is still expanding, with American forces having already damaged or destroyed large numbers of Iranian vessels and hit thousands of targets in just the opening phase. The message behind those numbers is unmistakable. Washington is not signaling restraint yet. It is signaling momentum. At the forward operating base, that means one thing above all. Well, today will not be quieter than yesterday. It will be sharper, faster, closer. Because now the Marines are no longer just building a position in empty ground. They are holding a line beneath a widening war, waiting for the moment when the pressure from the sky forces what remains on the ground to move. The United States has nearly destroyed Iran's regime. Tehran is now threatening to attack British and American banks, as well as the offices of major technology companies in Dubai. A former Iranian official has warned that the son of Ali Khamenei may be even more cunning than his father. Meanwhile, about 400 million barrels of oil could be released from strategic reserves if Iran attacks shipping in the Gulf region. Iran has also warned that oil prices could surge to $200 per barrel if it opens fire on commercial vessels in the Gulf. The United States says it has destroyed more than 5,500 targets across Iran, including 60 warships. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of U.S. Central Command, said American forces have struck more than 5,500 targets in Iran since the war began, including over 60 naval vessels, us using a wide range of precision weapon systems. Our combat power is increasing while Iran's combat power is declining, Cooper said in a video statement. We remain focused on very clear military objectives, removing Iran's ability to project force against Americans and against its neighboring countries. Cooper also said that since the first 24 hours of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks have dropped sharply. However, he added that Iranian forces are still deliberately targeting innocent civilians in Gulf countries while launching attacks from densely populated cities inside Iran and hiding behind their own people. According to Cooper, U.S. strikes have also destroyed the last of the 4 Soleimani-class warships in Iran's navy. This means an entire class of Iranian warships has now been eliminated from the conflict. He also noted that heavy bunker-busting bombers struck a major Iranian ballistic missile production facility on the night of March 10th. The U.S. official also revealed that Washington has been using a range of artificial intelligence tools to analyze large amounts of data in just seconds. This allows American leaders to filter out noise and make smarter decisions faster than the enemy can react. Cooper added that the U.S. Space Force has also played a critical role in the operation, helping weaken Iran's capabilities while protecting American forces fighting in the region. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump told reporters on Wednesday that there are almost no major targets left in Iran. According to him, this could lay the groundwork for the war to end soon. There are only a few small things left, Trump said. Whenever I decide to end it, it will end. He emphasized that there is almost nothing left to target in Iran. The U.S. president added, "The war is going very well. We are far ahead of schedule, Suego. We have already caused more damage than we expected to cause in 6 weeks. They have spread chaos across the rest of the Middle East. Now they are paying the price for 47 years of death and destruction that they have caused. This is punishment. They will not get away with it so easily," Trump added. Reporter Yonah Jeremy Bob of the Jerusalem Post reported on Tuesday that the estimated number of Iranian soldiers and officials killed since the coordinated campaigns began, somewhere between 1,900 and several tens of thousands, is still only a small fraction of the total forces controlled by the Iranian regime. For comparison, in his 2021 book, The Empire of Terror, former senior U.S. Defense Department's official Mark Milley estimated that Iran's military has about 400,000 fighters. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has roughly 125,000 members, and the Basij militia may have between 1 and 2 million people, including about 200,000 corps members. Senior Israeli officials hope that the combination of battlefield deaths, the destruction of many command centers, and the reported killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, along with other top officials, will seriously weaken the regime. They believe this could create an opportunity for Iranian protesters to eventually overthrow the government. For decades, the name Ali Khamenei had become a symbol of ultimate power in Iran. But when he died after an airstrike targeting Iran's leadership in Tehran in late February 2026, a major question immediately spread among global analysts. Who would replace the man who had controlled Iran for more than 30 years? The answer came faster than many expected. Just a few days later, Iran's Assembly of Experts announced a familiar and controversial name. Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of Ali Khamenei, would become the third supreme leader of the Islamic Republic. But as soon as the announcement was made, a shocking warning began circulating among political circles in the Middle East. A former Iranian official who had spent many years working closely with Iran's leadership in Tehran made a striking claim. Mojtaba Khamenei may be even more dangerous than his father. According to him, Mojtaba did not just inherit the power structure his father built over 3 decades. He is also believed to be more decisive, less restrained, and more willing to go further to protect the regime. To understand why this warning has raised so much concern, it is important to look at Mojtaba Khamenei's path to power. Unlike many Iranian leaders before him, Mojtaba has almost never appeared in public. He rarely gives speeches, rarely attends official events, and for many years he has held no clearly defined government position. But behind the scenes, his influence has been far greater. During the final 2 decades of Ali Khamenei's rule, Mojtaba was widely seen as the gatekeeper of supreme power. Many of Iran's major decisions were believed to pass through his office before reaching the desk of the supreme leader. He also built extremely close ties with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, the most powerful military and political force within Iran's system. For many observers, this connection is what makes Mojtaba's rise especially significant. The IRGC is not just a military force. It controls large parts of Iran's economic networks, security structures, and even paramilitary organizations such as the Basij, a group that has often been used to suppress protests inside the country. According to several reports, Mojtaba played an important role in coordinating these forces during periods of unrest, especially after the disputed 2009 presidential election in Iran. Because of this, some analysts believe that if Ali Khamenei was the architect of Iran's power system, Mojtaba could become the man who runs that machine in a much harder and more uncompromising way. One former official who once worked inside Iran's political system offered a blunt assessment. According to him, Mojtaba may be more willing to lie, less concerned about human lives, and more prepared to take bold actions against the West than his father. If that assessment proves true, the leadership change in Tehran may not simply be a routine transfer of power. It could mark the beginning of a new and far more unpredictable phase in Iran's policies. Some experts believe Mojtaba may rely more heavily on military power, and especially on the IRGC, than his father did. This matters even more now because the Middle East is going through one of the most tense periods in its modern history. Missile strikes, proxy wars, and clashes at sea have turned the region into a strategic chessboard. On this board, decisions made in Tehran, Washington, or Tel Aviv can quickly trigger chain reactions across the entire region. And now, at the center of that chessboard, there is a new leader, a man who spent many years operating in the shadows, a figure that even many Iranians themselves do not fully understand. But today, he holds the highest power in the Islamic Republic. The question many analysts are now asking is not only who Mojtaba Khamenei is. The bigger question is what Iran will become under Mojtaba Khamenei. Will he continue his father's path, maintaining the current system and keeping tight control over Iranian society? Or will he become a leader willing to escalate confrontation with the West, with Israel, and with the entire regional security order? The answers may not appear right away, but one thing is already clear. When power in Tehran shifted from Ali Khamenei to Mojtaba Khamenei, the world was not simply watching a leadership change. It may have been witnessing the beginning of a new chapter in the confrontation between Iran and the rest of the world. And if the warnings from people who once understood Tehran's power system are correct, that new chapter could be far more dangerous than anything that has happened before. In recent days, an unprecedented decision has been quietly prepared behind the scenes of the global energy market. As attacks on commercial ships began to appear in the Persian Gulf, major industrial nations activated an emergency measure, releasing 400 million barrels of oil from the world's strategic reserves. To understand why this number is so shocking, it helps to look at where the problem begins: the Strait of Hormuz. This narrow waterway sits between Iran and Oman, and every day about 20 million barrels of oil, nearly 20% of the world's global oil supply, passes through it on the way to markets in Asia, Europe, and the United States. But when military conflict breaks out and Iran begins attacking or threatening ships passing through this area, the world's most important energy route can quickly become paralyzed. Many oil tankers are forced to turn around or wait offshore because the journey is no longer safe. Within just a few days, the global energy market reacts immediately. Oil prices jump sharply, and major importing countries begin to fear a new energy shock. That is when the International Energy Agency, IEA, an organization made up of 32 industrial nations, made what it called the largest emergency decision since the agency was created in the 1970s. All member countries agreed to open their strategic reserves and release 400 million barrels of oil onto the market in order to prevent energy prices from rising out of control and to replace oil supplies disrupted by the fighting. This is an enormous number. For comparison, during the 2022 energy crisis after the war in Ukraine began, only about 182 million barrels of oil were released, less than half of what is being planned this time. These barrels are not part of the normal oil market. They are stored in massive strategic reserves, from deep underground salt caverns in the United States to emergency storage tanks across Europe and Asia. This is backup oil designed specifically for moments when the global market faces the risk of serious disruption. However, even this historic decision cannot completely remove the concern. In reality, 400 million barrels of oil equal only about 4 days of global oil production. In other words, it only buys time for the market. It cannot permanently replace the huge flow of oil that moves through the Gulf every single day. So when the world's strategic reserves begin to open, it is not just an economic measure. It is also a sign that the global energy market may be entering a very dangerous phase. It would only take a few oil tankers being attacked. It would only take a few days of disruption in traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, and the entire global energy system could begin to shake. That is why 400 million barrels of oil are being prepared for release, as an emergency cushion meant to prevent an energy shock from spreading across the world. Meanwhile, a cold message has come from Tehran: prepare for $200 oil. This warning appeared just as the first commercial ships began catching fire in the waters of the Persian Gulf. According to international reports, Iranian forces have attacked several merchant vessels in the region and declared that oil shipments heading toward the United States and its allies could become legitimate targets. At the same time, an Iranian military commander warned that if the conflict continues to escalate, global oil prices could rise to $200 per barrel. For the energy market, that is not just a threat, it is an alarm signal, because every ship traveling through that area must pass through a single location, the Strait of Hormuz. This narrow shipping route lies between Iran and Oman, and every day about 20 million barrels of oil, nearly 20% of the world's total supply, move through it on their way to refineries in Asia, Europe, and the United States. In other words, if Hormuz becomes blocked, the world has almost no alternative route large enough to replace it. That is exactly what has begun to shake the global energy market. After the merchant ships were attacked, tanker traffic through the strait dropped sharply. Hundreds of massive oil tankers were forced to wait offshore, while companies watched the situation closely. Some shipping companies even ordered their vessels to temporarily stop all travel through the area because of growing security concerns. Just a few days of disruption like this can push global oil prices sharply higher. And in fact, that has already started to happen. When international oil prices quickly climbed to nearly $120 per barrel before easing slightly. Analysts warn that if this shipping route continues to be threatened, the world could face the biggest oil shock since the energy crisis of the 1970s. But what may be even more important is the strategy behind these attacks. Iran understands very well that it does not need to destroy the world's entire oil system. It only needs to make shipping companies and insurance firms believe that the Strait of Hormuz is no longer safe. Once that happens, the flow of oil can begin to slow down on its own. All it takes is a few tankers being attacked. All it takes is a few naval mines. All it takes is a few days of disruption. The market will react by itself. And when the market reacts, oil prices will rise. That is why when Tehran talks about a $200 per barrel scenario, it is not just propaganda. It reflects a very simple geopolitical reality of energy. The world still depends heavily on a narrow stretch of water less than 40 kilometers wide. If this route were completely blocked, about 1/5 of the world's oil supply could disappear from the market in just a few days. At that point, refineries would begin running short of crude oil. Transportation companies would face fuel shortages. Gasoline prices would rise in countries around the world, from Tokyo to Berlin, from Delhi to New York. A new global oil crisis could quickly spread. That is why when the first merchant ships began burning in the waters of the Persian Gulf, it was not just a military incident. It was a signal that the world's energy center may be entering its most dangerous period in decades. And if the warnings coming from Tehran turn out to be true, $200 for a barrel of oil may no longer be a distant scenario. It could become the price the entire global economy has to pay for a war unfolding in this small but extremely important stretch of water. The first city has reportedly been liberated. Videos circulating online show crowds in Iran tearing down statues of Khamenei. There are claims of a decapitation strike against the leadership structure of the IRGC. A newly appointed senior commander is said to have been killed shortly after taking office. At the same time, forces in the Persian Gulf reportedly intercepted more than 1,500 Iranian missiles and drones. In the early hours of March 1st, in the city of Mar in Iran's Fars province, its young people poured into the streets. They toppled and smashed a statue of Ali Khamenei to the ground. The scene resembled historic images from years ago, when statues of Saddam Hussein were pulled down in Iraq. In a similar development in Alam province, residents reportedly attacked local police stations, seized weapons, and then used those arms to protect civilians celebrating in the streets, guarding against potential crackdowns by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But the most dramatic situation was reported in the city of Afdanan. According to local video footage, residents drove out IRGC forces and government officials and took control of the main government building. Afdanan has therefore been described by some as the first Iranian city to fall under popular control. In one video released by residents, a message in Persian claimed that Iran's Islamic government had lost control of its first city. Supporters of the uprising describe Afdanan as liberated from what they call an Islamist regime. Symbolically, the event carries enormous weight. It sends a message to Iranians that when the top leadership of the clerical establishment is weakened and morale among local forces begins to waver, popular pressure can shake the foundations of local rule. But some activists speak of a new Iran emerging, one without clerical domination and without the export of militant ideology, shaped by the hands of its own citizens. As the central government appears increasingly unstable, opposition factions in exile are also entering what could be described as a contest over legitimacy in a potential post-Islamic Republic era. At present, two main forces stand out. The first is represented by the National Council of Resistance of Iran, or NCRI. All headquartered in Paris, the group's president-elect, Maryam Rajavi, has put forward a detailed 6-month transitional government plan. Her stated goal is clear: to end the rule of the theocratic regime, hold free elections, and establish a democratic republic. In her statement, Maryam Rajavi declared that the Iranian people reject both monarchy and rule by Islamic clerics. Her words were widely seen as directed at the second major opposition force, the son of Iran's last Shah, Reza Pahlavi. Although Pahlavi has also spoken about a democratic transition plan, many critics believe he ultimately represents a return to monarchy, and perhaps, in a broader sense, a return to the Iran that existed before 1979. Although that debate highlights a deeper divide within the opposition, not just over leadership, but over the very identity of a future Iranian state. On this issue, the posture of Donald Trump has drawn attention. In a style that reflects his business background, cautious and transactional, he has suggested that he has potential candidates in mind, but has not publicly named anyone. At the same time, while many ordinary Iranians struggling under political repression and economic hardship appear less focused on elite maneuvering and more concerned with the immediate survival and stability. As reports spread that Ali Khamenei and other senior officials had been killed, demonstrations intensified in several areas. People took to the streets to express their anger and their hopes. In some accounts, citizens began seizing control of local institutions, claiming to have taken the first city from the theocratic system. There are also claims of a decapitation strike against the structure of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Breaking reports state that Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi, who had just been appointed as the new overall commander of the IRGC, was killed in a joint U.S.-Israeli airstrike while inside an underground command center in Sanandaj, along with several other senior military figures. Such underground facilities are typically reserved for heavily fortified command and control operations. If accurate, the strike would suggest penetration of one of the regime's most secure coordination hubs. However, there has been no official confirmation, and the situation remains fluid. Amid severe leadership losses and narrowing strategic options, Tehran quickly announced a new appointment, naming Ahmad Vahidi as the new IRGC commander. Vahidi has long been associated with Iran's hardline faction and previously commanded the Quds Force, the unit responsible for overseas military and paramilitary operations. He has been designated by the United States, Israel, and several other countries in connection with terrorism allegations. The U.S. State Department has offered a $10 million reward for information leading to his arrest. And elevating a figure with such a controversial international record to the top of the IRGC signals that the organization may move toward more extreme measures, potentially intensifying domestic repression while expanding retaliatory actions abroad. As tensions escalated, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth delivered one of the strongest warnings yet. He stated that Iran's missile production capacity and naval forces could be systematically destroyed if attacks continue. He emphasized that if Iran harms or threatens American citizens anywhere in the world, Washington will pursue and eliminate those responsible. According to him, this conflict was not started by the United States, but it would be finished by the United States. That statement signals that Washington views this as a decisive phase, a confrontation it is prepared to see through until its strategic objectives are achieved. In the Persian Gulf, more than 1,500 Iranian missiles and drones were reportedly intercepted, what some analysts are calling one of the most expensive air defense engagements in modern history. Beginning early Saturday morning, Iran launched approximately 1,500 missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles, targeting at least 5 Gulf countries, primarily aiming at U.S. military bases in the region. Despite the scale and intensity of the assault, Initial statements from Washington and regional governments indicated that no American base was directly hit. The attacks unfolded amid escalating U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran's leadership and military infrastructure, pushing regional tensions sharply higher. According to Western defense sources cited by Reuters and the Wall Street Journal, this may represent the largest missile and drone barrage Iran has ever launched within such a short time frame. The reported targets stretched across Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, all countries that host key U.S. logistics hubs, air bases, and command centers. U.S. officials said layered air defense systems were activated almost simultaneously across the region. Now, American deployed Patriot missile system batteries and Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, THAAD, working alongside Gulf states' domestic air defense systems, intercepted the majority of short-range ballistic missiles and so-called kamikaze drones before they could reach their intended targets. At sea, destroyers assigned to the U.S. Fifth Fleet reportedly launched SM-3 and SM-6 interceptors to engage targets at long range, creating what military planners sometimes describe as a floating shield over key airspace and sea lanes. A Pentagon official told CNN that this may have been the most expensive air defense engagement in modern history. Each interceptor fired from a Patriot battery costs several $millions. A single THAAD interceptor can cost tens of millions. But if you calculate the number of defensive missiles launched to counter roughly 1,500 incoming drones and missiles, the total cost could reach into the billions of dollars in less than 24 hours. But the real issue is not just money. The deeper question is strategic signaling. Iran appears to be demonstrating that it can try to overwhelm U.S. and allied defenses through sheer volume, even if the actual hit rate is low. This is known as a saturation strategy. Launch enough incoming threats that the defender is forced to use up large numbers of expensive interceptors, potentially weakening defenses for future waves. However, the early results, if initial reports are accurate, suggest that the integrated air defense network operated at a high level of effectiveness. Some drones were reportedly disrupted or brought down before even leaving Iranian airspace, possibly through electronic warfare and GPS jamming. Short-range ballistic missiles were detected very early by regional early warning radar networks based in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, allowing multiple layers of interception to be activated in sequence. Analysts speaking to the Washington Post noted that this level of coordination reflects years of preparation. After the 2019 attacks on Saudi oil facilities, the United States and Gulf states invested heavily in radar integration and real-time intelligence sharing. And this latest barrage served as a full-scale test of that system, and the preliminary indications suggest it was capable of handling a large, complex assault. Even so, the risk of escalation remains high. Tehran has described the operation as a legitimate response to airstrikes targeting its leadership and nuclear-related facilities. Iranian state media has insisted that the primary goal was not civilian casualties, but rather to send a direct deterrent message to Washington. In Washington, the initial response was cautious. President of the United States stated that the United States would protect every American service member and every U.S. interest in the region, but stopped short of announcing immediate retaliation. Sources familiar with discussions at the White House said officials were first assessing the actual damage before deciding on the next step. At the regional level, Gulf governments also find themselves in a difficult position. Yet they depend on the American security umbrella. Yet they do not want to become the battlefield of a full-scale U.S.-Iran confrontation. The fact that no bases were destroyed gives these leaders some diplomatic breathing room. But it would take only one missile slipping through defenses and causing major casualties to shift the internal political balance overnight. Another key factor is the impact on energy markets. Brent crude prices surged as soon as news of the missile launches broke, reflecting fears about maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz. Analysts warn that if Iran continues to escalate, or if the United States responds with direct strikes on Iranian territory, the risk of significant disruption to global oil supplies would rise sharply. Taken together, the barrage of 1,500 missiles and drones was not just a military action. It was a test for both sides. Iran tested whether it could overwhelm air defenses through saturation. The United States and its partners tested whether their defensive shield could withstand an assault of unprecedented scale. Early results appear to favor the defenders, but the financial cost and political strain of maintaining that shield are substantial. If the cycle of attack, intercept, retaliate continues, the Persian Gulf could enter a prolonged period of low-intensity conflict. In such a scenario, each strike may not aim for immediate destruction, but rather for gradual erosion of the opponent's will and resources. And at a time when power structures in Tehran appear unsettled, every military decision carries consequences that extend far beyond the battlefield itself. Among U.S. policymakers, a central question is beginning to surface. Was this simply a show of force, or the opening move in a multi-wave campaign? According to several former officials interviewed on Fox News and Politico, if Iran expended a significant portion of its short-range ballistic missile stockpile in this first barrage, its ability to sustain a similar tempo over several consecutive days would be limited. On the other hand, if this was only a small fraction of its reserves, so that the region could be entering a difficult-to-control escalation cycle. Another strategic factor is what defense analysts call the problem of asymmetric cost. Iran can reportedly produce loitering drones for tens of thousands of dollars apiece. By contrast, defenders may need to fire interceptors costing millions of dollars each. Over time, that imbalance places serious budgetary pressure on the United States and its partners, especially if these attacks become routine rather than isolated events. However, U.S.-aligned military analysts argue that even expensive interceptors are far cheaper than the consequences of a successful strike on a U.S. base, resulting in major casualties. In deterrence logic, demonstrating a reliable ability to defend personnel and infrastructure may discourage further escalation by showing that attacks will not achieve their intended effect. For that reason, this air defense stress test is not measured solely by the number of targets shot down. It is also a measure of political resolve, alliance cohesion, and financial endurance on both sides. In a region where even a small tactical miscalculation can trigger a strategic chain reaction, today's fragile balance could shift dramatically overnight.
The underground strike in Tehran and a cold ultimatum from Washington. The U.S. demands Iran's unconditional surrender. A powerful strike deep underground has just shaken Tehran. In the thick darkness of night, dozens of fighter jets from Israel sped across the sky at high speed, carrying bunker-busting bombs designed to destroy targets buried far beneath the ground. Within minutes, a massive command bunker, believed to be a key center for Iran's military planning, was torn apart by the force of the explosions. But that strike may only be the beginning of a chain of events that could reshape the balance of power across the Middle East. Early images spreading through the media showed thick smoke rising from the target area, while several military sources reported that communication systems inside the underground tunnel network were disrupted soon after the attack. Almost immediately afterward, a message from Washington, D.C. drew the world's attention. Donald Trump said there would be no deal and no negotiations. According to him, the only path left for Tehran is unconditional surrender. That statement quickly caught the attention of geopolitical analysts. It suggested that the current crisis may not stop with a few isolated airstrikes. As military pressure from the United States and Israel continues to grow, the Middle East appears to be entering a very dangerous moment, one where a single decision could change the course of the entire region. A strike at the heart of the command network. The airstrike targeting Tehran is being described by many military experts as one of the boldest attacks in the recent campaign. Early analysis suggests the target was not just a single building, but part of a large underground command network that Iran has spent years building. This system was designed to keep operating even if a full-scale war breaks out. Many control rooms, information centers, and operations coordination areas were built deep underground. The goal was to protect the military strategic brain from air attacks. Facilities like these are often considered the last stronghold of a command system. They allow military leaders to continue directing a war even if bases on the surface are destroyed. According to many defense experts, building command bunkers deep underground has long been part of Iran's strategy to deal with the air power advantage of its rivals. These structures are usually reinforced with several thick layers of steel-reinforced concrete, along with natural rock and soil, to reduce damage from penetrating bombs. That is why, when fighter jets from Israel targeted one of the major command bunkers in Tehran, the strategic message was very clear. Even facilities designed to survive wartime conditions may no longer be safe. If command centers like this are destroyed or disabled, Iran's ability to coordinate large-scale military operations could be seriously affected. It could disrupt the chain of command, making it slower and more difficult to deploy forces or respond to attacks. Large-scale airstrike campaign. The strike on the command bunker was not an isolated action. According to several defense reports, over the course of just a few days, forces from the United States and Israel carried out a broad campaign targeting multiple military sites across Iran. The targets reportedly included air defense radar systems, missile bases, strategic weapons storage sites, and military command centers. Attacking many different types of targets suggests the campaign was designed to weaken the opponent's entire military structure, not just a single part of it. One of the key targets of the campaign has been Iran's air defense system. In modern warfare, gaining control of the skies is often a decisive factor. When radar networks and air defense missiles are weakened, fighter jets can operate more freely and expand their attacks against strategic targets. According to some military analysts, this approach reflects a familiar pattern used in modern air campaigns. First, destroy the defense systems, and then strike important targets deeper inside the opponent's territory. In the case of Iran, that could include weapons production facilities, missile bases, and other key military infrastructure. If the campaign continues at a high level of intensity, Tehran's ability to sustain large-scale military operations could be significantly affected. The ultimatum from Washington. If the military campaign is creating pressure on the battlefield, statements from Washington, D.C. are creating pressure on the political front. A remark by Donald Trump that there will be no agreement with Iran except unconditional surrender quickly became a major focus of international media coverage. For many analysts, this signals that the United States may be pursuing a strategy of maximum pressure against Iran. The message also appears directed at U.S. allies in the region, suggesting that Washington is prepared to support military actions aimed at weakening Iran's strategic capabilities. However, such strong statements also raise many questions. Some experts believe that remarks like this could make the situation even more tense, because they reduce the chances of opening diplomatic channels for dialogue in the near term. Even so, for those who support a tougher stance toward Tehran, this is seen as a signal that the United States is trying to shift the balance of power in the region by combining military, diplomatic, and economic pressure. If this strategy succeeds, it could force Iran to reconsider some of the security policies and regional strategies it has followed for many years. Iran responds with missiles and drones. Facing repeated attacks, Iran has not remained completely passive. In recent days, several reports indicate that Iranian forces have launched missiles and drones at targets they believe are connected to Israel or its allies in the region. Drone systems and medium-range missiles have long been an important part of Tehran's military strategy. These weapons allow Iran to strike from long distances while still maintaining a level of deterrence, even without directly confronting enemy forces. Over the years, the country has invested heavily in drone technology, turning it into one of the more notable strengths of its military. Some Iranian drones are designed to fly long distances at relatively low cost, allowing them to be deployed in large numbers. This strategy can put pressure on an opponent's defense systems, because intercepting many small, fast-moving targets often requires significant resources. However, the effectiveness of these counterattacks is still being debated. Israel and its allies operate modern missile defense systems designed to intercept threats from long distances. In many cases, these systems have successfully shot down incoming targets in the air, significantly reducing potential damage. Meanwhile, airstrikes by the coalition of the United States and Israel are continuing. This suggests that the confrontation is entering a phase in which both sides are trying to demonstrate their military capabilities while also sending strong deterrent messages to one another. In that environment, the risk of miscalculations or unintended escalation is always present, especially as attacks and counterattacks happen at an increasingly rapid pace. Debate over civilian areas. One of the most controversial issues in the conflict involves reports about civilian locations near military facilities. In modern conflicts, the line between military targets and civilian areas can sometimes become very unclear, especially in densely populated cities. Some accusations claim that forces from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps may have placed certain military facilities close to residential neighborhoods or civilian buildings. If that were the case, it could increase the risk for civilians during airstrikes because military targets would be located very close to heavily populated areas. However, several early investigations suggest that the situation may be more complicated. Some schools or residential neighborhoods were reported to be near locations that had previously been connected to military forces, but there has been no confirmed evidence showing that military units were actively operating inside educational facilities at the time of the attacks. Disputes like these quickly become part of the information battle in international media. Each side tries to present evidence or arguments to defend its position while also attempting to persuade global public opinion. In modern conflicts, media coverage and international public opinion can sometimes have a major influence on how countries act on the battlefield. Images or information spreading on social media can quickly shape the way the world understands an event. For that reason, alongside the military strikes, the current confrontation is also unfolding on the information front, where each side is trying to gain an advantage in the struggle for international support. A broader geopolitical chessboard. The confrontation between Iran and the United States. Israel coalition is also being closely watched by other major powers. For many analysts, what is happening in the Middle East is not just a regional conflict, but part of a much larger geopolitical picture. One of the figures often mentioned in this context is Xi Jinping. China has important economic and energy ties with Iran, especially in the oil sector. For many years, Tehran has been an important partner in Beijing's energy and trade strategies. However, China's response to the current crisis has remained relatively cautious. Beijing has called on all sides to show restraint and resolve disputes through diplomatic dialogue, while avoiding moves that might pull the country deeper into the confrontation. In Europe, many countries are also watching the situation with growing concern. A large conflict in the Middle East could have a strong impact on global energy markets, especially since the region remains one of the world's most important sources of oil supply. In addition, oil shipping routes that pass through the Middle East play a crucial role in global trade. Any disruption to these routes could drive energy prices sharply higher and trigger broader economic consequences around the world. For that reason, the current crisis is not only an issue between Iran and Israel, but also a test of the broader security structure of the Middle East. A decisive moment for the Middle East. As smoke continues to rise over the skies of Tehran, the biggest question still has no clear answer. Will Iran continue to strike back and expand the conflict? Or will growing military and diplomatic pressure gradually push Tehran to consider a different path? Throughout the history of the Middle East, the region has faced many tense moments that seemed as if they could explode into full-scale war. Yet each crisis has its own unique variables, and the outcome often depends on decisions made at critical turning points. For Iran, balancing the need to protect its strategic credibility while avoiding a large-scale war may be an extremely difficult challenge. Meanwhile, for the United States-Israel alliance, the objective may be to maintain enough pressure to weaken Tehran's military capabilities without pushing the region into a full-scale war. For now, one command bunker has been destroyed, one ultimatum has been issued, and the entire Middle East is entering a period in which every decision could become a turning point in the region's history. The coming days may reveal whether this crisis will cool down through diplomatic channels or escalate into a more dangerous confrontation, one that could reshape the security order of the Middle East for many years to come.
The Iranian Navy, as an operational force in its core theater, has effectively ceased to exist. More than 20 vessels have been destroyed, There is no confirmed Iranian naval presence remaining in the Arabian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Iran's sole aircraft carrier platform has also been neutralized and now rests on the seabed. In a development without precedent since World War II, a U.S. submarine conducted a successful torpedo attack against an enemy warship. Like had the engagement occurred this morning, the target was an Iranian warship identified as Soleimani, among the more advanced surface combatants in Iran's fleet. Notably, it was not operating in the Middle East at the time. It had repositioned to the Indian Ocean, near the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Only weeks earlier, the vessel had participated in a multinational naval exercise. Assessing escalating risks in the Gulf, its commanders apparently judged that remaining in the Indian Ocean would offer greater survivability. That assumption proved incorrect. A U.S. submarine tracked the vessel and launched a Mark 48 torpedo. The 650-pound warhead detonated beneath the hull, inflicting catastrophic structural damage. The ship is now sinking in the Indian Ocean. The U.S. Navy released footage of the strike, marking what appears to be the first confirmed torpedo sinking of an enemy warship by the United States since World War II. Yet this incident, dramatic as it is, may not represent the most consequential development for Tehran. Yesterday, Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of United States Central Command, CENTCOM, outlined the broader operational picture. His summary was blunt. The Iranian Navy, as a functioning maritime force in its primary operating zones, has been dismantled. According to CENTCOM, 17 Iranian vessels have been destroyed thus far, including what was described as Iran's most operational submarine, now rendered inoperative with critical hull damage. For decades, Iranian naval units engaged in harassment and disruption of commercial shipping. At present, CENTCOM reports that no Iranian warship remains underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman. The campaign is ongoing. U.S. forces are continuing dynamic targeting operations aimed at eliminating Iran's remaining mobile ballistic missile launchers, capabilities described as residual but still potentially destabilizing. Most naval losses occurred in the opening phase of Operation Epic Fury, launched shortly after Israel's assassination of Ali Khamenei. Neutralizing Iran's maritime capacity was an early priority. CENTCOM released footage of Tomahawk cruise missile strikes directed at Iranian naval assets, underscoring the scale and tempo of the operation. Satellite imagery further illustrates the scope of destruction. Several vessels were destroyed before they could even sortie. Among them was Iris Makran, Iran's largest naval platform, a converted tanker repurposed as a forward floating base. Imagery shows the vessel ablaze in port, never having left harbor. Other ships in the same facility appear similarly damaged or destroyed within hours of the campaign's initiation. In response, Tehran advanced a counter-narrative, claiming it had sunk a U.S. aircraft carrier, specifically the USS Abraham Lincoln, using ballistic missiles. CENTCOM publicly rejected the claim, labeling it disinformation. The only carrier struck, it stated, was Shahid Bagheri, Iran's drone carrier, which U.S. forces hit within hours of the operation's launch. But Iran possesses only one aircraft carrier platform, the drone carrier Shahid Bagheri, and it appears to have been neutralized before it could play a meaningful operational role. A propaganda video, released shortly before its destruction, now stands as one of the final visual records of the vessel afloat. Strategically, the implications are substantial. Iran's asymmetric maritime doctrine, built around harassment, swarm tactics, and choke point leverage, depended on survivable naval presence in confined waters. With that presence eliminated, Tehran's capacity to threaten regional sea lanes has been sharply degraded. The maritime balance in the Gulf has shifted decisively, at least for now. In a promotional video released shortly before its destruction, Iranian state media showcased what it described as domestically developed JSUM drones, systems they portrayed as indigenous designs inspired by the Kharg fighter concept. The footage highlighted smaller flight operation variants, including the Mohajer 6 M6, filmed up close on a 185-meter runway. Viewers were shown the launch sequence, braking system for recovery, an elevator platform, accompanied by praise for Iran's domestic engineering elite and its claimed advances in drone technology. That demonstration, however, now serves more as archival material than operational proof. The drone carrier featured in the footage was sunk shortly after hostilities began and is reportedly descending to the seabed in the Persian Gulf. For a country operating a single drone carrier, the loss is strategically and symbolically significant. This morning, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane delivered their second major press briefing since the launch of operations. These briefings have become key windows into operational tempo, force degradation assessments, and forward planning. The headline takeaway: both the Iranian Air Force and Navy have been rendered combat ineffective. According to the briefing, Iran's senior leadership has been killed, incapacitated, or forced into concealment. Force to the council that might have overseen succession is described as dead, missing, or in hiding. Command and control breakdown appears acute. Senior generals, mid-level officers, and enlisted personnel reportedly lack the ability to communicate effectively, much less coordinate sustained operations. The Iranian Air Force, much of it built around aging platforms dating back decades, was described as effectively destroyed. The Navy, in the words of U.S. officials, and now rests at the bottom of regional waters, including the Persian Gulf. Among the losses cited was the warship Soleimani, reportedly sunk by a U.S. submarine using a single Mark 48 torpedo, an event framed as the first such torpedo kill of an enemy combatant ship by a U.S. fast attack submarine since 1945. General Kane also presented a map outlining operational division of labor between the United States and Israel. Israel's campaign has concentrated on Western Iran. Government institutions, or police headquarters, intelligence facilities, and bases of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, targets assessed as critical in the event of renewed domestic unrest. The United States has focused on southern Iran, striking drone installations, naval infrastructure, ballistic missile assets, and integrated air defense systems. Maritime forces have played a central role. The USS Gerald R. Ford has projected combat power from the sea, supported by bomber task force rotations. Along the southeastern coast, the USM Abraham Lincoln Strike Group has applied sustained pressure, targeting naval assets along the Strait of Hormuz and into the Arabian Gulf. To date, officials report more than 2,000 targets struck and over 20 Iranian naval vessels destroyed, including a submarine. U.S. commanders characterize Iran's major naval presence in theater as neutralized. One of the most consequential data points emerging from the briefing concerns Iran's retaliatory capacity. Missile and drone launches have declined sharply. According to U.S. Central Command, ballistic missile launches are down 86% from the first day of fighting, including a 23% drop in just the past 24 hours. One-way attack drone launches have fallen by 73% compared to opening levels. These reductions have enabled U.S. forces to establish localized air superiority along the southern Iranian coast and begin expanding strikes progressively inland. Trend data illustrates the decline. Approximately 350 missiles launched on day 1, 175 on day 2, 120 on day 3, 150 on day 4. While not perfectly linear, the overall trajectory is downward and substantial. An alternative interpretation circulating among some Iranian analysts suggests the decline is tactical rather than structural. The argument is that U.S. and Israeli surveillance assets rapidly detect and destroy mobile launchers after each firing, forcing Iran to pause launches while attempting to counter drone-based tracking. Under this theory, once surveillance is disrupted, missile operations could resume at scale. That hypothesis, however, raises a counter question. If Iran possessed the capacity to meaningfully contest U.S. and Israeli air dominance, why has it not demonstrated that ability already? Observed aircraft losses appear minimal and sporadic, with no sustained air defense response capable of altering the battle space. The absence of large-scale shootdowns suggests that the constraint may not be voluntary restraint, but degraded capability, specifically the loss of launch platforms rather than missile stockpiles alone. In strategic terms, this distinction matters. Missiles without survivable launchers are inert inventory. If launcher attrition continues, Iran's ability to retaliate kinetically could approach operational exhaustion regardless of remaining missile reserves. The situation remains fluid. But as of now, the balance of evidence suggests that the decline in Iranian missile and drone activity reflects cumulative degradation rather than deliberate pause. Whether that trajectory continues will define the next phase of the conflict. If the current trajectory holds, the conflict is entering a new phase, one defined less by high-volume exchanges and more by structural asymmetry. Iran's conventional maritime and air arms have been sharply degraded. What remains, according to Western defense analysts, are residual Shahiri missile units, dispersed Revolutionary Guard elements, cyber capabilities, and a network of regional proxies. That shift has implications far beyond the immediate battle space. For decades, Iran's deterrence model rested on layered ambiguity. It combined ballistic missile inventories, naval harassment in confined waterways, and deniable proxy warfare stretching from Lebanon to Yemen. The objective was not outright victory against a superior adversary, but cost imposition, raising the price of confrontation high enough to deter direct attack. The dismantling of its visible naval presence and the steep decline in missile launch tempo disrupt that model. Without credible maritime disruption capacity in the Strait of Hormuz, Tehran loses leverage over one of the world's most critical energy choke points. Without sustained ballistic missile fire, it loses the ability to impose immediate psychological and economic shock across the region. Energy markets are already responding to the altered calculus. While initial strikes triggered price spikes on Brent crude, subsequent confirmation of maritime dominance by U.S. forces has moderated volatility. Insurers have not yet suspended coverage for Gulf shipping lanes, a key indicator that commercial actors believe sea control remains firmly in Western hands. Yet military dominance does not automatically translate into strategic closure. Iran's remaining leverage lies in irregular domains. Cyber operations targeting Gulf infrastructure, missile transfers to proxy groups, or attacks on soft diplomatic targets remain plausible escalatory vectors. U.S. officials have indicated that force protection levels at embassies and bases across the region remain elevated, reflecting the expectation that Tehran may pivot toward asymmetric retaliation rather than conventional counterstrike. At the same time, questions are emerging about war termination. With Iran's senior leadership reportedly killed, incapacitated, or in hiding, and succession mechanisms disrupted, the absence of a clear negotiating authority complicates de-escalation. Also, in prior regional crises, even hostile back channels existed. Today, Western diplomats privately acknowledge uncertainty about who, if anyone, possesses the mandate to speak for the Iranian state. That ambiguity increases the risk of miscalculation. Fragmented command structures can produce unauthorized launches or localized actions not aligned with strategic intent. Conversely, mid-level commanders operating under fear of internal reprisal may hesitate to act at all, accelerating institutional paralysis. There is also the question of long-term regional balance. If Iran's naval and air forces remain combat ineffective, neighboring Gulf states may recalibrate procurement and defense integration strategies. The conflict has demonstrated the operational value of layered missile defense networks and real-time intelligence fusion. Additional acquisitions of integrated air defense systems and maritime surveillance assets are likely. Israel's operational role, focused on Western Iranian infrastructure, has also altered perceptions. The depth and persistence of its strike capability reinforce its image as a long-range precision actor. For Tehran's adversaries, that may strengthen deterrence. For Tehran's supporters, it reinforces narratives of encirclement. Domestically within Iran, the strategic shock is profound. A state that has projected resilience for decades now confronts visible force attrition across multiple domains. Whether that produces consolidation under a hardened security apparatus or internal fragmentation remains uncertain. Historical precedent offers both outcomes in different contexts. What is clear is that the operational data points, declining missile launches, absence of naval patrols, sustained U.S. and Israeli air activity, indicate momentum currently favors coalition forces. Air superiority along southern corridors is enabling deeper inland targeting. Each additional destroyed launcher compounds Iran's retaliatory constraints. Still, wars are not won solely through target counts. Strategic endurance, political legitimacy, and post-conflict architecture ultimately determine outcomes. If Tehran's conventional military arm has indeed been dismantled in its core theater, the decisive question becomes what replaces it, internally and regionally. For now, the empirical indicators suggest cumulative degradation rather than tactical pause. Missile fire is down sharply, drone launches have contracted, naval assets are sunk or immobilized, airframes are grounded. Whether that condition is temporary suppression or systemic collapse will define not only the next week of fighting, but the security landscape of the Gulf for years to come.
It increasingly looks as though Iran is slipping into a form of civil conflict. Just a day ago, the Iranian president appeared to publicly surrender, yet soon afterward, elements of the Iranian military launched attacks on Dubai. In other words, almost immediately after the president apologized to Arab neighbors for Iran's strikes against them, the military signaled that those attacks would not stop, but instead intensify. At the same time, public sentiment inside Iran appears to be turning openly against the IRGC. Iranians are now publicly sharing the coordinates of secret IRGC bases, including positions where forces are reportedly relocating in an effort to avoid U.S. strikes. These locations are effectively being handed to the United States in full public view. What this suggests is not just disorder, but a struggle inside the regime itself, with the leadership increasingly unable to control its own armed elements. And this entire chain of events appears to have accelerated after President Trump released the following statement: "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of great acceptable leaders, we will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again." To me, language like that points directly toward regime change, even if regime change is not officially described as the objective of a U.S. operation. But that is not the main issue here. The more important point is what happened next. Only hours after that statement, Iran's president released a statement of his own, and it sounded very much like a surrender. Listen closely to what he said. "I should apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran on my own behalf. What happened was that our commanders and our leader lost their lives. Following the barbaric aggression, our armed forces, the champions sacrificing their lives to defend our territorial integrity, fired at will because their commanders were absent and did whatever was necessary. They proudly and powerfully defended our homeland. The decision we made yesterday in the Interim Leadership Council has been delivered to the armed forces. From now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles at them unless we are attacked from those countries. I think we should solve this through diplomacy." In that statement, the president apologized to Arab states and pledged that Iran would no longer attack neighboring countries. He also appeared to confirm something this channel has been discussing for a long time, that some Iranian units have been acting as rogue forces. In other words, they have been attacking countries without an authorized political decision from the top leadership. We saw signs of this when Iran attacked Azerbaijan, and the Iranian leadership later claimed it was not responsible. They cycled through explanations, suggesting either that Azerbaijan had somehow attacked itself, that Israel was responsible, or that the incident had been accidental. It looked very much like a leadership scrambling to explain an action it had never actually approved. We saw similar patterns after Iran's attacks on Turkey and Cyprus, when officials again started shifting blame. Now the Iranian president has, in effect, indicated who is likely behind many of those incidents. Rogue commanders operating with broad freedom to choose targets on their own, without requiring approval from higher command. More importantly, he also said that the order to halt these attacks came from the Interim Council, the three-person body governing the country since Khamenei was killed. In other words, he was signaling that this was not merely his personal position, but a consensus decision by the highest surviving leadership. On the surface, this may sound like Iran regaining restraint, as though it has decided to stop striking countries that never attacked it in the first place. But in reality, that does not appear to be what is happening. This is not remorse. It is exhaustion. Iran is not suddenly choosing moderation out of principle. It is running out of options. The numbers make that clear. On day one, Iran launched nearly 350 missiles. By day 7, that number had fallen to just 9. If that trend continues, the count drops from 5 to 3 to 2 to 1, and then to 0. Iran is losing launchers faster than it can use them. The United States and Israel have effectively implemented what gamers would call door camping. Their aircraft are already in the air, waiting for launchers to emerge from mountain facilities or underground bases. The moment those launchers appear in the open, they are destroyed, sometimes within minutes. Iran may still manage to fire 1 or 2 missiles before a launcher is eliminated, but once that launcher is gone for good. It cannot be reused. That is the real reason Iran is suddenly talking about no longer attacking its neighbors. It is not because Tehran has had a moral awakening. It is because very soon it may no longer have the ability to carry out those attacks at all. So now the message is being reframed as if Iran is voluntarily showing restraint, as though it is magnanimously choosing peace. But the reality appears far less noble. And it does not seem that the United States is accepting this supposed change of heart. After the Iranian president issued his apology, President Trump responded with a statement of his own. Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attacks. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, "Thank you, President Trump." I've said, "You're welcome." Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East, and will be for many decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Today's warning suggests that Washington is not accepting the version of Iran that the Iranian president is now trying to present. When President Trump says Iran will be hit very hard, and that areas and groups of people previously excluded from targeting are now under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death, that does not sound like de-escalation. It sounds like a clear warning of escalation. And the situation becomes even more striking when you look at what happened next. Almost immediately after the Iranian president released a video apologizing to Arab neighbors, Iran launched attacks on both Dubai and Bahrain. Missiles and drones were fired at both countries, and one of those drones reportedly struck Dubai International Airport. Take a look. We're straight to the airport. Oh my God. Yeah, straight to the aircraft. As you know, footage like that, especially the clip you just saw, is not considered safe to show on YouTube because it is not advertiser-friendly. But that is the reality of the war U.S. forces are now fighting in the Middle East. And that is exactly why we think it matters to show it. So if you want to support the channel, take a second to hit the like button and subscribe. It genuinely helps. Now let's talk about the split that appears to be emerging inside the Iranian regime. On one side, the president is issuing apologies. On the other, someone inside the system is still attacking the very countries he just said Iran would no longer target. That points to two competing factions taking shape inside Iran. And what we are now seeing is that struggle beginning to surface publicly. Right after the Iranian president apologized, Iran's military headquarters released an official statement saying, in effect, that Iran had not attacked any foreign countries at all. Instead, it claimed that Iran was only targeting U.S. and Israeli military bases in U.S. and Israeli interests, and that those attacks would continue. In diplomatic language, that was essentially the military saying the president did not know what he was talking about. It was a direct contradiction of his statement. Some of the military supporters were even less restrained. One radical regime supporter openly called on the security services to find whoever had persuaded the president to issue that apology and kill them. In other words, he was openly calling for members of the presidential camp to be eliminated simply because the president apologized for striking neutral countries. You can make your own judgment in the comments, but to me this increasingly looks like a kind of civil conflict unfolding behind the scenes inside Iran, especially now that there is no supreme leader capable of unifying the system. And that internal struggle is already spilling into the process of selecting the next supreme leader. One camp appears to be pushing for someone more aligned with the IRGC, more hardline, more military-driven. The other seems to prefer someone more moderate, not necessarily pro-American, but at least less extreme than the hardliners. That is probably the more accurate way to put it. And little by little, that internal conflict is moving into the open. The clearest sign may be this. The hardliners appear to be winning. The military faction appears to be gaining the upper hand. I say that because only hours after the president released his apology, he appeared to walk it back in a new statement posted on his own Twitter account. In that new message, the president's line was essentially this: Iran is not attacking Arab countries. It is only targeting U.S. bases and U.S. facilities, which it considers legitimate military targets. If you have been following what I have been saying over the last few minutes, that sounds almost word for word like the military's earlier statement. So either the president changed his mind, and you can read into that however you want, or the military has effectively taken control of his messaging and is now speaking through him. Either way, it is something we need to keep watching closely. The internal struggle within the Iranian regime is no longer something hidden entirely behind closed doors. At the same time, while Iran appears to be fighting itself politically, the U.S. military continues destroying the targets it is pursuing inside the country. Central Command has now announced that in the first 7 days of Operation Epic Fury, more than 3,000 targets inside Iran were hit. U.S. air superiority is reportedly so overwhelming that refueling tankers are now servicing aircraft directly over the Persian Gulf, effectively inside Iranian airspace, and Iran has been unable to stop it. To put this war in perspective, the United States lost 75 aircraft during the Gulf War and 45 during the invasion of Iraq. In the first 7 days of this campaign, it has reportedly lost only 3, and all 3 were lost to friendly fire over Kuwaiti airspace. So far, the Iranian military has been almost irrelevant in the air war. That does not mean Iranian missiles are not still hitting some U.S. bases in the Middle East. And it certainly does not mean Iran has stopped carrying out attacks on hotels, airports, and other civilian or regional targets. But when it comes to defending Iran's own homeland and airspace against the U.S. campaign, the Iranian military appears to be doing almost nothing. According to Central Command's official 7-day recap, more than 3,000 targets have been struck. 43 Iranian ships are reportedly now on the bottom of the sea. The United States has used the full range of its air power, including all 3 bomber classes, B-52s, B-1BS, and B-2s, along with multiple fighter platforms, such as the F-15, F-18, F-22, and F-35. Add to that drones, tankers, and other assets, including capabilities they explicitly say they are not listing publicly. The targets have included command centers, headquarters, air defense systems, and ballistic missile launchers. And importantly, the intensity of a U.S. operation does not appear to be declining. If anything, it may actually be increasing over the past several days. Iran, by contrast, has seen its launch activity collapse. As we already discussed, Iranian missile launches have dropped sharply. The regime is now in perhaps the weakest position it has faced in years. Its capabilities are being steadily degraded. Its navy has effectively vanished. Its bases are bombed day after day, and when its forces relocate, they are hit again. We covered yesterday that IRGC forces had reportedly taken over a stadium inside Tehran. That stadium was bombed too. Government officials are now reportedly so afraid of being targeted that they are reluctant to meet in person, especially given the scale of Israeli airstrikes and the reach of Israeli intelligence. And layered on top of all of this is the visible infighting over everything from the next supreme leader to whether Iran should continue retaliating at all. There are almost certainly other battles inside the regime that we are not even aware of yet. And as if all of that were not enough, we are now seeing signs that parts of Iranian society are turning directly against the regime and against the IRGC. Here's what I mean. Iranians who still have access to the internet are reportedly sharing GPS coordinates of new IRGC hideouts and trying to pass them on to the US and Israeli militaries. This does not look like 1 or 2 isolated cases. It appears to be happening at scale, suggesting that a significant portion of Iranian society does not want IRGC forces hiding among them. We have seen photos and videos of IRGC personnel setting up camp on city streets because they are too afraid to use formal headquarters or office buildings. Now, ordinary Iranians are identifying those tents and improvised hideouts and posting their locations publicly, in the apparent hope that the US or Israel will see them. Even while this is happening, Iran's foreign ministry continues pushing its propaganda line. Officials from the ministry are appearing on foreign television and trying to intimidate Western audiences. One example is Iran's deputy foreign minister, who went on French television to warn France and other European countries not to get involved. When asked whether European countries providing logistical help to the United States would become legitimate targets, he answered that Iran had already warned the Europeans and everyone else to be careful not to become involved in what he called the aggression against Iran. He said that if any country joined America and Israel in that aggression, then it too would become a legitimate target for Iranian retaliation. But if I were a European country, I would pay more attention to what Iran is actually doing than to what it is saying. Bahrain was not involved in this war and it was attacked. The United Kingdom was not directly involved. Its bases in Cyprus were reportedly targeted. Cyprus itself was not involved. Turkey was not involved. And yet all of them have faced attacks or threats. If this trend continues, it may well be Iran striking European-linked targets, not the other way around. That same deputy foreign minister also
Reports are emerging that elements within Iranian intelligence have quietly attempted to establish contact with the Central Intelligence Agency, seeking discussions on possible terms to end the conflict. The American response, according to sources familiar with the exchange, was blunt. The window for negotiation has already closed. At the same time, another figure tied to earlier escalation, the individual accused of ordering an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, is now reported dead. Meanwhile, the operational tempo on the battlefield has intensified sharply. As predicted by several analysts, the campaign entered a far more destructive phase after the second day. Overnight recordings from civilians inside Tehran captured repeated explosions, striking positions linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Observers described the bombardment as relentless, one commentator going so far as to characterize it as literal hell for Iranian military installations. At the same time, senior U.S. commanders began revealing the scale of the campaign. During a briefing, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane described the opening phase of Operation Epic Fury as one of the most intense air campaigns conducted in modern warfare. According to the figures presented, the first 24 hours alone delivered roughly twice the volume of air power used during the opening phase of the 2003 invasion of Iraq, commonly associated with the shock and awe doctrine. Well, compared to previous Israeli operations against Iran during the earlier 12-day confrontation, the intensity of strikes was reportedly 7 times greater. U.S. officials emphasized that the campaign is not slowing. Additional bomber formations and fighter aircraft are continuing to arrive in theater, while coalition forces now operate with near-complete control of the airspace. With Iranian air defenses severely degraded, commanders indicated that the campaign is transitioning from expensive long-range standoff munitions to large volumes of conventional precision gravity bombs, 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS or laser-guided weapons. Stockpiles of these munitions, officials said, remain effectively unlimited for the purposes of the current operation. 5 days into the conflict, more than 2,000 targets inside Iran have reportedly been struck by U.S. forces alone. Yet the most decisive pressure point is not simply the number of destroyed facilities. It is the rapid attrition of Iran's missile launch infrastructure. Early in the conflict, Iran attempted to impose costs on the United States and its allies through saturation strikes. On the first day of fighting, Iranian forces launched approximately 350 ballistic missiles and nearly 300 attack drones. By the 5th day, those numbers had collapsed to roughly 40 missiles and 45 drones. The decline is not marginal. It represents a structural degradation of Iran's strike capacity. The underlying reason lies in the campaign's targeting strategy. Rather than focusing solely on intercepting missiles in flight, U.S. and Israeli planners prioritized destroying the launchers themselves. This distinction is critical. Iran may possess large missile stockpiles, but missiles without operational launch platforms are strategically irrelevant. 3 days ago, Israeli officials indicated that roughly half of Iran's mobile launcher fleet had already been eliminated. Subsequent intelligence assessments suggest the situation has deteriorated further. But according to recent reporting, Iran may now possess only a few days' worth of effective launch capacity remaining, not because it lacks missiles, but because it lacks survivable launchers. Mobile launchers in this environment have become essentially single-use assets. Once a launcher fires, surveillance systems quickly identify its location. Strike aircraft or drones then destroy the launcher before it can relocate to safety. This dynamic explains the steadily declining number of missile impacts reported across the region, including in the Gulf states and Israel. General Kane summarized the trend in operational terms. Ballistic missile launches are down 86% from the first day of combat, including a 23% drop within the last 24 hours alone. One-way attack drone launches have declined by 73% since the opening phase. The result, according to U.S. Central Command, has been the establishment of localized air superiority along Iran's southern coastline and the ability for coalition aircraft to penetrate Iranian defenses with overwhelming precision and firepower. With those conditions now in place, commanders say the campaign is entering its next stage, expanding strikes deeper into Iranian territory while increasing operational freedom for U.S. forces. An additional development revealed during recent briefings adds an ironic dimension to the conflict. Admiral Brad Cooper confirmed that U.S. forces have begun deploying their own one-way attack drones against Iranian targets. These systems follow the same basic operational concept pioneered by Iran's Shahed series drones, loitering munitions designed to strike targets directly in a single-use attack profile. The irony is difficult to miss. Variants of those Iranian drones were previously supplied into Russia and used extensively in strikes against Ukrainian cities. Now, a technologically superior generation of the same concept is being employed in reverse, directed back toward the infrastructure of the state that popularized them. According to recent briefings, the United States has effectively reversed a technology that Iran once pioneered. The concept behind the one-way attack drone, widely associated with Iran's Shahed family of loitering munitions, has now been adapted, upgraded, and redeployed by American forces against Iranian targets themselves. Thus, during an operational update, officials confirmed that a specialized drone unit under United States Central Command, known as Task Force Scorpion Strike, has begun deploying large numbers of one-way attack drones in coordinated strikes across Iranian territory. These systems are derived from the same operational concept originally developed by Iran, but modified and enhanced through American engineering and battlefield integration. The result is a weapon that mirrors the original design philosophy while significantly expanding its precision, survivability, and strike effectiveness. In essence, the technology has come full circle. A drone architecture pioneered by Iran has been refined by the United States and is now being used against the infrastructure of the state that first popularized it. Beyond the drone campaign, newly released figures illustrate the extraordinary scale of resources the United States has committed to the operation. According to senior commanders, more than 50,000 American troops are currently involved, supported by over 200 combat aircraft, 2 carrier strike groups, and nearly the entire spectrum of the U.S. strategic bomber fleet. Aircraft from 3 major bomber platforms, the B-1B Lancer, B-2 Spirit, and B-52 Strato Fortress, have all been observed participating in the campaign. And some of these missions have been launched directly from bases in the continental United States, flying thousands of kilometers to reach targets inside Iran before returning without landing at intermediate bases. These long-range sorties represent some of the most demanding operational profiles in modern air warfare, with aircraft flying multi-hour round-trip strike missions on a nightly basis. There is speculation that this pattern could evolve. The United Kingdom has reportedly authorized limited use of facilities at Diego Garcia, a strategically located base in the Indian Ocean that has historically served as a key hub for long-range bomber operations. However, British authorities have also emphasized that their bases may only be used for defensive purposes, creating some ambiguity about whether offensive strike missions would fall within those guidelines. While operational logistics continue to evolve, the the strategic pressure on Iran is clearly mounting. That pressure appears to be reflected in recent intelligence reporting. According to emerging accounts, officers from Iran's Ministry of Intelligence have discreetly contacted the Central Intelligence Agency to explore possible terms for ending the conflict. Importantly, these overtures appear to originate from intelligence officials rather than senior political figures. Individuals such as Ali Larijani, a prominent political leader, have not been publicly associated with these contacts. This distinction matters as it raises questions about the degree of authority the individuals involved actually possess. At the same time, the structure of the Iranian state complicates the interpretation of such outreach. Intelligence services in Iran have historically wielded considerable influence within the political system, sometimes operating with autonomy comparable to that seen in the security apparatus of the former Soviet Union. For that reason, even unofficial contacts cannot be dismissed outright, though they do not necessarily represent formal government policy. For now, the American response appears dismissive. A statement issued by Donald Trump only a day earlier suggested that Washington sees little reason to negotiate at this stage. In the statement, Trump declared that Iran's Air Force, air defenses, and naval leadership had effectively been neutralized, concluding that any attempt by Tehran to initiate talks had come too late. Because the intelligence outreach reportedly occurred after that statement was made, it remains possible that U.S. officials were already aware of the contact attempts and had rejected them privately before the information became public. Meanwhile, Iranian state media continues to signal defiance. And public messaging from Tehran suggests that the remaining leadership has not formally sought a ceasefire, despite the severe military pressure facing the country. Officially, the United States maintains that regime change is not an explicit objective of the operation. The White House has not announced such a goal. Nevertheless, many analysts believe the broader strategic environment could create conditions in which a leadership transition becomes possible, even if it is not openly stated as policy. This debate has resurfaced around the figure of Reza Pahlavi, the son of Iran's last monarch. When asked whether Pahlavi could play a role in a post-conflict political transition, Trump offered a cautious assessment. He acknowledged that Pahlavi enjoys significant recognition and support among segments of the Iranian diaspora abroad, yet noted that his influence inside Iran may be more limited than many observers assume. Trump suggested that if political change were to occur, a figure already operating within Iran and possessing demonstrable domestic legitimacy might ultimately prove more viable. Finally, another development highlighted during the latest briefing concerns an earlier assassination plot targeting American officials. Intelligence agencies had long assessed that elements within Iran sought to assassinate Donald Trump and other U.S. figures. According to Defense Department officials, while the individual responsible for authorizing that plot has now been killed during the course of the campaign, officials emphasized that the strike was not the original focus of the operation, which was primarily directed at missile launchers, air defenses, and military infrastructure. However, when an opportunity emerged to target individuals linked to planned attacks against Americans, commanders authorized the strike as part of the broader military effort. But the death of that individual carries symbolic weight inside Washington's national security establishment. For several years, U.S. intelligence agencies had warned that Iranian security networks were exploring unconventional retaliation against American political figures. Those warnings intensified after the killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020, an event Tehran publicly vowed to avenge. Officials speaking to American media outlets framed the latest strike not as a targeted assassination campaign, but as the removal of a figure already involved in active military planning against U.S. personnel. Still, the message was unmistakable. Individuals connected to plots against Americans would not be treated as politically insulated actors during wartime operations. Meanwhile, inside Iran, the psychological dimension of the conflict is intensifying. Civilian videos circulating online show repeated flashes lighting the night sky above Tehran, followed by the unmistakable sound of secondary explosions, often interpreted by analysts as ammunition depots or missile storage facilities igniting after the initial strikes. Residents in multiple districts have also reported intermittent power outages and disrupted communications, raising speculation that infrastructure connected to military command networks may have been targeted alongside weapon systems. Western intelligence assessments suggest coalition planners are gradually expanding their target list. Initial strikes focused on missile launchers, air defense batteries, naval facilities, and drone production sites. The emerging phase appears to emphasize logistical networks, fuel depots, transport hubs, and storage facilities that enable Iran's remaining forces to sustain operations. Military analysts often describe this strategy as systemic degradation, a method designed not to destroy every individual weapon platform, but to dismantle the broader ecosystem that allows those systems to function. At the same time, the information war surrounding the conflict is escalating. Iranian state television continues broadcasting footage of missile launches and military parades, and some of which analysts say predates the current conflict, but which still serves to reinforce domestic morale and the perception of continued military capability. Conversely, U.S. officials have released an unusually large volume of operational footage showing cruise missile strikes, drone impacts, and naval engagements. The goal appears to be demonstrating transparency while reinforcing the message that coalition forces maintain overwhelming momentum. In modern warfare, perception can be nearly as important as firepower. Governments must convince domestic audiences and international observers that their strategy is working and that the costs of continued fighting remain justified.
The streets of Tehran are now running with fire in what may be the most apocalyptic bombardment of the war so far. U.S. and Israeli fighter jets have unleashed devastation on Iran's vast oil refining infrastructure, turning the entire night sky red. But the reality is that Iran has no one to blame but itself. It was the Islamic regime that first chose to bomb Gulf refineries in countries such as Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The regime's goal was clear: blackmail the world by driving up global oil prices. But that strategy has now backfired in spectacular fashion. The chain of events began with a warning President Trump issued yesterday morning. Focus on the closing part of that statement. He said, "Today Iran will be hit very hard, under serious consideration for complete destruction of areas that were not considered for targeting up until this moment." At the time, it was unclear which targets he meant or why Washington had suddenly decided to expand the targets set. Now we know. Over the past several days, Iran has been striking refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The regime seems to have believed those countries would not respond. In one sense, it was right. They did not retaliate directly, but someone did. Israeli aircraft did. What Iran failed to grasp is that oil matters more to its own survival than it does to almost any other state in the region. The regime's primary lifeline is black market oil sales. Because Iranian oil is sanctioned, it can only be sold illegally. And now, even that last economic artery is being severed. Israel is destroying the regime's final source of revenue. Take a look at this footage. This is not AI. This is not a video game. These are Iranian oil depots burning. They were hit yesterday, and they are likely still burning as you watch this. And the scale of the event inside Iran is so immense that there is now an almost endless stream of footage from multiple angles showing exactly what happened. But before we go through all of that, let's look at what was actually struck. On Saturday, Israeli aircraft hit energy facilities around Tehran. According to Israeli media, roughly 30 large oil storage tanks were targeted at Iran's largest refinery. Iran's oil ministry also confirmed that multiple oil depots have been struck in Tehran and in nearby cities. Now let's look at some of the footage recorded by Iranian civilians. The first clip comes from the Tehran oil refinery, one of the largest in the country and a facility that provides roughly 50% of Iran's total energy supply. The next clip comes from the Fardis oil depot in Kharg, a city just outside Tehran. As you can see, these are not limited fires. These are massive infernos, the kind that may continue burning for days. And this is hitting the regime at the worst possible moment. Remember, the protests that erupted in early January began as economic protests before they evolved into something more political. People were protesting water shortages, inflation, collapsing wages, and the wider breakdown of basic living conditions across the country. To put that into perspective, we previously looked at data from inside Iran to understand what daily life had become for an ordinary citizen. At one point, a month's salary could buy only about 8 eggs. 8 individual eggs. That is the level of economic collapse people were living through. That is why they took to the streets. They wanted a better life, and they had come to the conclusion that the regime was incapable of providing one. While ordinary Iranians were struggling to survive, the Islamic regime remained focused on exporting its revolution, funding Hezbollah, funding Hamas, funding the Houthis, and pursuing nuclear weapons. And now the economic crisis is about to become even worse. Iran is already struggling to export oil, and now roughly half of its domestic energy supply is in flames. The economy was already collapsing. What we're likely seeing now is not the beginning of that collapse, but a dramatic acceleration of it. Let me show you what it looks like from the ground, because the scenes are genuinely dangerous, even apocalyptic, as some Iranians themselves are describing them. Here is footage from an Iranian driver on a highway, with the burning refinery in Tehran visible in the background. In a moment, we will go through how eyewitnesses described what they saw. But as you have probably guessed from the footage already shown, YouTube is likely to restrict this kind of video. Whenever we show material that is this dangerous and graphic in its implications, the platform tends to suppress it because it is not considered advertiser-friendly. I understand why that happens, but I am still choosing to show you this material because it reflects the reality on the ground. The problem, of course, is that once a video is restricted, far fewer people end up seeing it. So if you want to help push it through the algorithm, hitting the like button and subscribing genuinely makes a difference. Now let's turn to eyewitness accounts. One witness told the BBC that it felt as though night had turned into day. Another said the smoke was everywhere, and that the smell of burning had reached even inside people's homes. One man described the moment it began like this. First, there was red light everywhere. Then came a red cloud, and when they went up to the rooftop, they realized the oil was on fire. As some of you may already know, a CNN reporter has managed to get inside Tehran and report directly from a city. It is important to note, however, that he is there with the regime's permission. That is something worth keeping in mind. I doubt he has much freedom to openly criticize what the regime is doing. But if you look at the clip you are about to see, he does not exactly come across as pro-regime, at least not in the footage I've seen. And beyond that, the report offers some genuinely useful insight into how Tehran is functioning under these conditions. So listen to how the strike looks and feels from inside Tehran itself. CNN is the first U.S. network allowed into Iran since the start of the war. Our team is there reporting with the permission of the government. CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen and his team are in Tehran. Fred, I understand there have been airstrikes in the area where you are. What are you seeing tonight? Yeah, John, there have been a massive number of airstrikes here tonight in Tehran. In fact, one of the things we saw, heard, and felt from our position was a series of extremely heavy impacts not far from where we were. And when we went outside, you could hear jets overhead. So clearly there was a sustained aerial campaign underway. I would say it lasted about an hour to an hour and a half and struck multiple targets, not just in the south of Tehran, but also in the east and west of the city as well. We saw huge plumes of smoke rising over Tehran, especially in the western and southern parts. And it appeared that some oil infrastructure had been hit there by either US or Israeli jets. At least that is what it looked like. There were fires burning. Thick black smoke was rising into the night sky. What we are hearing from Iranian state television is that large oil storage facilities in the south of Tehran were hit. It is still unclear how extensive the damage is, but from our vantage point, it appeared to be extremely severe. Now, of course, Iranian accounts and pro-regime voices are describing this as an escalation against civilians. But in reality, that is not what this is. Let me explain. These facilities are not ordinary commercial infrastructure serving the daily needs of the Iranian public. They are controlled by the IRGC. For years, the IRGC has used state oil assets as a private source of revenue. Instead of operating through a standard government budget, it was effectively given control over oil resources and the income they generate. That money has been used to finance proxy militias from Lebanon to Yemen, purchase weapons from China, and fund destabilizing operations across the Middle East. Because these depots are controlled and guarded by IRGC security forces, they form part of the regime's military logistics network. That makes them military targets, not civilian infrastructure. Iran's national resources should belong to the Iranian people. But for decades, the IRGC has treated them as a private war chest. And before anyone calls this an escalation, remember what Iran itself has been doing. Iran has been striking airports. We literally saw a drone fall at an airport yesterday morning. The Iranian president then went on television and apologized for attacks on civilian targets in Gulf countries. They did not want to admit it publicly, but they know exactly what they're doing. That is why the president tried to apologize and why the military immediately overruled him. Iran has killed dozens of civilians in Gulf countries that are not party to this war, simply because those countries host U.S. bases that were not even used in the operation. And despite that, many people still ignore what Iran is doing and the war crimes the IRGC is committing. That is precisely why this oil depot was hit, to deny the IRGC the means to continue these operations. And the strike was so powerful that the streets in Iran are literally burning. Let me show you what I mean. Now, I'm not an oil expert, but I am pretty sure oil fires are far harder to extinguish than ordinary fires. If anyone here knows more about that than I do, let us know in the comments, because it seems very likely they're going to have a much harder time putting this out. This brings me back to the original post we began this video with, where President Trump said Iran was about to be hit harder than ever before. Well, with the benefit of hindsight, that warning appears to have been entirely accurate. Let me show you the details. Listen to this. We're on the ground in the region on day 8 of the Iran war. Here are the key things happening across the Middle East today. In Iran, the United States says it carried out the biggest bombing campaign of the war so far overnight. As the conflict enters its second week, President Donald Trump insists there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. In response, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, says the U.S. demand is a dream they should take to their grave. 3 American bombers known as the Bone, each capable of carrying 24 cruise missiles, have landed at Fairford Air Base in the United Kingdom as Trump warns that Iran will be hit very hard. The IDF says it has begun a broad wave of strikes against infrastructure belonging to the Iranian terror regime in Tehran and Isfahan. A police station in the western part of the country has been destroyed in one of those Israeli airstrikes, and explosions have been heard and smoke seen across the country, while Iran has retaliated by firing missiles across the region, including at Israel. The Israeli Air Force also released a statement making it clear that this strike was meant to hit where it hurts the most, the Iranian regime's bank account, in other words, the IRGC's pocketbook. And beyond that, they made it clear that they intend to keep expanding the campaign to ensure the IRGC no longer has the resources to continue what it has been doing. Now let me show you what the IRGC is doing at a moment like this. Honestly, you could not script it any better. While Tehran burns, the IRGC and Basij forces are patrolling the streets and blasting propaganda through loudspeakers. At the same time, the security forces are putting on a visible show of strength to intimidate the population. They are parading equipment through the streets while regime supporters hand them flowers and wave flags. They are also pressuring people to march alongside them as pro-regime crowds chant death to Israel and death to America. These propaganda rallies are designed to demoralize anyone who wants freedom, anyone who might want to come out and protest the regime the way people did in January. And on top of that, we have IRGC commanders going on state television and delivering a very clear threat. This is where I want to address something that is, frankly, deeply frustrating. There are people here in the United States who hate this country so much that they are actively defending the IRGC. Some of them are even describing the IRGC as a gift to humanity simply because it stands against the United States. So if you know someone who supports the IRGC, send them that clip. Send them the truth from people who have actually lived under it, because this is how many Iranians inside Iran describe their so-called leaders. One Iranian posted this message: members of parliament should gather as quickly as possible to remove President Pezeshkian. Even if they do not remove him now, that does not matter much. What matters is that they gather together. I think you can probably guess why he wants them all assembled in one place so quickly. He wants freedom. Now, this is where I want to push back against some of the false information being spread by Iran and by accounts that support the IRGC. The BBC put together a compilation showing exactly how this works, contrasting fake footage with verified real footage. Pay close attention. And this is real footage of a strike on a U.S. naval base in Bahrain on Saturday. In the aftermath, a post using this satellite image claimed to show destroyed American radar equipment, but that image was AI generated. It was built from a Google Maps satellite view from last year, and the cars are in the exact same positions. We are only a few days into this war, and the scale of fake videos and misinformation circulating is unlike anything we have seen before. Fake videos are often dramatic, and that is exactly what makes them so engaging and so easy to share. That is the information environment we're dealing with right now. A real war, real strikes, real repression, but also a flood of fabricated content designed to manipulate public perception.
More than 400 soldiers from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are believed to have been killed in what is being described as the largest airstrike so far. Qatar reportedly shot down 2 Iranian Su-24 fighter jets in a single day. Please stay with us as we walk through the details. More than 400 members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, often called the IRGC, are believed to have been killed in what many reports describe as the largest airstrike of the conflict so far. Early information suggests that a large-scale air operation carried out by the United States and Israel took place during the night of March 4 into the early morning of the 5th of March 2026. The strikes are said to have caused extremely heavy losses for the IRGC. According to several sources, more than 400 IRGC members were killed in just one night. If confirmed, this would make it the single deadliest day for Iran's military structure since the current conflict began. During the operation, U.S. and Israeli aircraft reportedly launched around 60 precision-guided bombs and missiles against multiple military targets across Iran, including locations near the capital, Tehran. The targets were believed to include command centers, weapons depots, missile bases, and gathering points for IRGC forces. One of the hardest hit locations was reportedly the city of Bukhan, where a large number of IRGC personnel were said to be gathered inside a single building. When the strike hit that location, the building was reportedly almost completely destroyed. Local sources say the casualties there were especially high, and the number of deaths rose sharply within minutes after the bomb struck. Early descriptions from the area speak of a very intense scene. Multiple explosions were heard, buildings caught fire, and rescue crews worked through the night in chaotic conditions. According to reports from Iranian sources and human rights monitoring groups, the total number of IRGC casualties since the start of the campaign has now exceeded 1,000. Several IRGC command centers and parts of Iran's air defense network are also believed to have been destroyed or disabled during the series of strikes. Qatar shoots down 2 Iranian Su-24 fighter jets in one day. A highly dangerous military incident has just unfolded in the Persian Gulf. 2 Iranian fighter aircraft reportedly flew extremely low, about 80 feet above the water, roughly 24 meters, apparently attempting to avoid radar detection from air defense systems in the region. The aircraft were flying directly toward Al Udeid Air Base, the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East, located in Qatar. Al Udeid Air Base is not just an ordinary military airport. It serves as the central command hub for a major U.S. military campaign called Operation Historic Fury, and about 10,000 American service members are stationed there. From this base, the United States Armed Forces coordinate airstrikes, reconnaissance missions, and military operations across the entire Middle East. Iran reportedly deployed 2 Soviet-era Sukhoi Su-24 bombers that flew extremely low over the sea, so low that they were almost skimming the water's surface. When the 2 aircraft were only about 2 minutes away from Al Udeid Air Base, the Qatar Emiri Air Force reacted extremely quickly. An F-15 Eagle from the Qatar Emiri Air Force immediately took off to intercept them. Within a very short time, the F-15 reached the targets and shot down both Iranian Su-24 aircraft before they could enter the airspace near the base. This incident marks the first air-to-air combat victory in the history of the Qatari Air Force. Even more striking is that the entire sequence of events happened on March 2, showing just how extremely tense the situation in the region has become. On that same day, Qatar's air defense forces intercepted 7 Iranian ballistic missiles, shot down 5 drones, and destroyed 2 manned Iranian fighter aircraft. All of this happened within just 24 hours. Israel strikes the headquarters responsible for assassination planning and the suppression of protesters in Iran. The latest reports say the Israeli Air Force carried out a precise airstrike on the headquarters of Iran's special police forces in the capital city of Tehran. The facility is believed to have been destroyed in the attack, as the large-scale military confrontation between Israel, the United States, and Iran continues to escalate. This special police force is part of Iran's domestic security system and is believed to play a major role in controlling and suppressing protest movements inside the country. According to several reports, the unit was directly involved in violent crackdowns against demonstrators in Iran earlier in 2026. Sources say this special police force took part in a nationwide campaign to suppress protests that took place across Iran from February 8 to the 10th of February 2026. During that period, protests against the government spread across many cities in Iran. Security forces responded with very strong measures to bring the situation under control. Reports claim that more than 40,000 protesters were killed during these crackdowns, making the event one of the largest mass suppressions in modern Iranian history. After the strike on the headquarters of the special police forces in Tehran, many Western military analysts said the air campaign was not only meant to cause military damage, it also carried a very powerful symbolic message. Inside Iran's power structure, organizations such as the Special Police and other security units under the Interior Ministry play a key role in maintaining the government's political control. The fact that these facilities were targeted by the Israeli Air Force suggests that the current campaign has entered a new phase, directly striking the internal power tools of the regime. According to sources aligned with Western governments, the site hit in Tehran was believed to be a command complex that coordinated domestic security operations and monitored protest activity. Commercial satellite images released after the explosion show that several buildings inside the compound suffered heavy damage, with clear signs of high-precision strikes. Some analysts believe the weapons used may have been GPS-guided bunker-penetrating bombs, designed to destroy reinforced facilities located underground or inside specially hardened structures. If that assessment is correct, it would suggest that the attacking force had very detailed intelligence about the structure of the target, including the locations of command rooms, data centers, and communication systems. This leads to another important possibility. The airstrike may not have relied only on outside reconnaissance. It may also have been supported by intelligence sources operating inside Iran. For many years, the intelligence services of Israel and the United States have built a complex intelligence network inside Iran. This network is believed to include human sources, electronic signal monitoring, and surveillance from space-based systems. These networks are believed to have been behind several covert operations in the past, including sabotage at nuclear facilities, the assassinations of scientists, and large-scale cyber attacks. Because of that, the fact that a sensitive target such as the headquarters of the Special Police was hit with such high precision only strengthens the view that this operation had been planned for a long time. Meanwhile, in other parts of Iran, signs of confusion and instability have also begun to appear. Videos recorded by civilians and posted on social media show large columns of smoke rising from military areas around Tehran, while air raid sirens and the sound of explosions continued for several hours after the first wave of strikes. Some residential districts have reported temporary power outages and disruptions to telecommunications networks. This has led to speculation that infrastructure connected to the military command system may also have been affected. These developments are creating growing pressure on the leadership in Tehran. According to political analysts, the Iranian government now faces a double challenge: dealing with external military attacks while also trying to control the risk of domestic instability following the deadly protests in February. The fact that internal security forces themselves have now been directly targeted could weaken the government's ability to maintain control, at least in the short term. This is especially important at a time when public emotions inside Iran are already extremely tense. The protests earlier in 2026, which spread across many major cities, revealed deep frustration among parts of the population. Although the government used strong force to suppress those protests, many experts believe that the underlying social tensions have not disappeared. If key security agencies are weakened by military strikes, the chances of domestic protest movements returning could increase significantly. At the same time, on a broader strategic level, the continuing airstrike campaign by the United States and Israel appears to be aimed at a larger objective: reducing the command and control capabilities of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. For many years, the IRGC has been considered the most important military pillar of Iran. The organization not only controls Iran's missile forces and several strategic weapons programs, but it also has deep influence in the country's economy and political system. Because of this, the heavy losses that the IRGC is believed to have suffered in the recent airstrikes could create major consequences for the entire power structure of Iran. Some military experts say the current campaign follows a well-known pattern in modern warfare doctrine: destroying command centers, disrupting communication systems, and weakening coordination between military units. If this strategy succeeds, Iran could face serious difficulties organizing large-scale counterattacks or coordinating forces across multiple fronts at the same time. On the other side, Israel and the United States appear to be trying to maintain a high tempo of attacks in order to prevent Iran from having time to reorganize its forces. In modern conflicts, time often becomes the decisive factor. A continuous campaign with multiple waves of airstrikes happening within a short period can push an opponent into a state of command and logistical overload. This may also explain why the reported attacks appeared to occur almost simultaneously in several different areas across Iran in a single night. Meanwhile, the reaction of the international community to these developments is also beginning to take shape. Several Western countries have expressed concern about the risk of the conflict spreading across the region. At the same time, they also emphasize that Iran bears responsibility for the current tensions. Statements coming from Washington, D.C. indicate that the United States is closely monitoring the situation and says its forces in the Middle East remain on high alert. Meanwhile, in Tehran, Iran's leadership has not yet announced any immediate large-scale military response after the recent attacks. This has led to many questions among analysts. Some experts believe Iran may be trying to avoid a direct, full-scale confrontation with the United States because the difference in military power between the two sides is extremely large. Instead, Tehran may choose an indirect response strategy, possibly using allied forces in the region or relying on asymmetric operations. However, the developments in the next few days could be decisive. If the airstrikes continue at a high intensity, pressure on the Iranian government could increase very quickly. And in a complex military and political crisis like the one unfolding now, it may take only one unexpected event, one miscalculation, or one overreaction to push the entire Middle East into a new spiral of escalation that no one can clearly predict. Please feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section below. For now, thank you for watching, and we look forward to seeing you in the next videos.
The Middle East has just gone through a moment that made the whole world hold its breath. A ballistic missile was launched from Iran, and its flight path was heading toward the area around Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. a strategic military base closely tied to the defense system of NATO. Within just a few short minutes, air defense systems managed to intercept the missile in the sky. But even though it was destroyed before reaching its target, the strategic shock from this event quickly spread across major power centers, from Washington, D.C. to Brussels to Tel Aviv, because in the world of geopolitics, there are certain red lines that, once approached, can change the entire security calculation. And this time, Iran appears to have come very close to one of the most dangerous lines of all: the security of NATO. As Western leaders quickly began reviewing the situation, several major questions started to emerge. Was this simply a military incident? Or could it be a signal that a much larger chain of events is beginning to unfold in the Middle East? Some reports suggest that Washington, D.C. may now be considering new steps to increase pressure on Tehran, possibly expanding cooperation with regional partners in order to create additional strategic fronts. Meanwhile, inside Iran itself, economic pressure, social tensions, and cyber attacks targeting communication infrastructure are raising concerns that the government in Tehran may be facing challenges unlike anything it has seen before. All of these developments are now leading to one major question for the region and for the world. Is the Middle East moving closer to a new historic turning point? A major shock when Iran moves close to the NATO line. For Western countries, especially the United States and its NATO allies, the idea of collective security has never been just a promise written on paper. It is the foundation of the entire security system that was built in Europe after World War II, a system designed to make sure that no major war would ever spread across the continent the way it did in the past. In that system, each member country does not only defend its own territory, they defend one another. A threat against one member can quickly become a threat against the entire alliance. Because of this, any military action that takes place near NATO territory, even a single incident, is immediately viewed in a very different way. It is no longer seen as just a local conflict. Instead, it becomes an issue tied directly to regional security and even global stability. That is exactly why, when the first reports appeared about a missile launch from Iran, most of the reaction from Western governments happened almost immediately. In Washington, D.C., military and intelligence agencies quickly stepped up their monitoring of events in the region. Satellite surveillance systems, early warning radar networks, and strategic analysis centers were all placed on high alert to carefully track the missile's path, determine its possible target, and assess the potential risks. In the Middle East, Israel, a country that has long lived in a constant state of military vigilance, immediately raised its alert level. Multi-layer missile defense systems such as Iron Dome, David's Sling, and Arrow missile defense system were placed on a higher level of combat readiness to ensure that any long-range threat could be intercepted before it had the chance to cause damage. Meanwhile, in Europe, member states of NATO began holding urgent discussions at both the military and political levels. Security scenarios were reviewed once again. What would happen if tensions continued to rise? What would happen if an unexpected incident occurred? And most importantly, what would happen if this conflict spread beyond the boundaries of the Middle East? For many years, NATO has worked to prevent crises in the Middle East from spilling into its own security space. The alliance understands very clearly that the Middle East is one of the most complex flashpoints in the world, where even a small mistake can trigger a chain reaction that is extremely difficult to control. But this time, the distance between the two worlds, the Middle East and the NATO security system, seems more fragile than ever before. In the age of long-range missiles, geographic distance is no longer an absolute barrier. A military event that takes place in the Middle East can quickly create strategic consequences that reach into Europe in a very short amount of time. That is why, when the missiles were launched, one major question began to appear inside Western strategic meeting rooms. If one of those missiles were to actually land on the territory of a NATO country, what would happen next? This question is not a simple theory. It is directly connected to Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, the alliance's well-known collective defense principle. Under this rule, an attack on one member state can be considered an attack on the entire alliance. If such a scenario were to occur, the response would not come from just one country. It could involve several of the most powerful military nations in the world. For that reason, the possibility alone, even though it has not actually happened, is enough to place the entire region on a high level of alert. Defense systems are activated. Command centers carefully watch every radar signal, and political leaders begin preparing for situations they hope will never become reality. In a world where geopolitical tensions are becoming more and more connected, sometimes a single moment of miscalculation can shake the entire global security system. Rising tensions, the risk of a larger war. History shows that many major wars rarely begin with formal declarations. Instead, they often start with events that seem small at first, but force countries to respond: a sudden attack, an unexpected military incident, or an action that is seen as a serious provocation. Iran may believe it is sending a message of strength, but in the view of Western governments, the situation looks different. Many see it as a test of the security limits of NATO. Like, if similar missile launches continue, or if any military action crosses the alliance's security boundaries, a response from the United States and its allies would become very difficult to avoid. Emergency meetings, strong warning statements, and the rapid deployment of additional military forces could all happen within a very short period of time. If that moment comes, the Middle East will no longer be seen as just a regional flashpoint. It could quickly become the center of a new global security crisis, one where every decision may carry consequences far beyond the region itself, directly affecting stability in Europe and the wider international security order. The political chessboard, the advantage is leaning toward the United States and the West. While Iran is trying to show its military strength, the reality on the strategic chessboard looks quite different. The United States remains the most powerful military nation in the world, with a network of bases spread across the globe. Israel possesses one of the most advanced missile defense and intelligence systems on the planet, and NATO is the largest military alliance in modern history. The combination of military technology, economic power, and a wide network of allies means that the West still holds a clear strategic advantage. With a single political decision, NATO can mobilize enormous resources from Europe to North America. Air forces, naval fleets, and advanced defense systems can be deployed quickly to any region facing a crisis. Meanwhile, Iran, although it has significant influence in the Middle East, still faces many limitations. Now, years of economic sanctions have placed heavy pressure on the country's economy. Access to advanced military technology is restricted, and defense spending also faces financial constraints. At the same time, the geopolitical environment around Iran has become more complicated, as many countries in the region strengthen their security cooperation with Western nations. Because of this, the balance of power in any direct confrontation would be unlikely to favor Tehran. In this situation, every military move made by Iran carries the risk of triggering strong reactions from major powers that hold a clear advantage on the global strategic chessboard. Cyber warfare, the invisible battlefield. Alongside traditional military actions, another front is quietly unfolding: cyber warfare. This is a form of conflict without gunfire, but its impact can sometimes be powerful enough to change the strategic position of an entire nation. In recent years, the United States and Israel have often been accused of carrying out cyber operations against important infrastructure inside Iran. Military communication systems, energy facilities, and other key information networks are believed to have been targets of several secret operations. According to some cybersecurity reports, a number of communication systems in Iran have experienced serious disruptions shortly before or during periods of military tension. These disruptions can interfere with command and control systems. In modern warfare, that kind of disruption can sometimes be almost as dangerous as a direct military strike. When information systems break down, a country can suddenly lose a clear picture of what is happening on the battlefield. Military units may stop receiving clear orders. Intelligence data can be interrupted, and decision-making becomes slower and more difficult. In moments of crisis, confusion in information can lead to serious mistakes. A single incorrect signal or a piece of information that is misunderstood can push military leaders to respond more strongly than expected, causing tensions to rise very quickly. In that environment, cyber warfare is becoming one of the most important strategic tools used by modern powers. Sometimes lines of computer code can have an impact almost as powerful as a missile on the battlefield. Internal crisis, pressure surrounding Tehran. What is notable is that these external tensions are appearing at a time when Iran is already facing many problems at home. The economy is under heavy pressure from sanctions. The national currency has been losing value for years. The cost of living continues to rise, creating serious financial difficulties for many parts of society. These factors have repeatedly triggered waves of public dissatisfaction inside the country. In that context, some analysts believe that military moves are sometimes also meant to serve a political purpose at home, shifting public attention away from domestic problems. But history shows that this strategy carries serious risks. If tensions rise too far, an external crisis can quickly come back and make internal problems even worse. And when that happens, the government may find itself under pressure from both sides, external threats and growing domestic unrest. A turning point that could reshape the Middle East. No matter how events unfold, it is clear that the Middle East is moving closer to a moment that could become a major turning point. If Iran continues to increase its military actions, the response from the United States, Israel, and NATO will almost certainly become stronger. If Iran decides to step back, it would suggest that pressure from Western countries remains strong enough to maintain the current security balance. But if tensions move beyond control, the world could witness a reshaping of power across the Middle East, a new order, a new strategic landscape, and possibly alliances very different from the ones the world has known until now. The world is watching every move. Right now, all eyes are on the Middle East. Washington is monitoring the situation closely. Although Tel Aviv remains on high alert, Europe is preparing security scenarios, and Iran now faces a difficult choice: continue pushing tensions higher, or find a way to ease the situation before it moves beyond control. On the geopolitical chessboard, every country has its own move to make. The Middle East is moving dangerously close to a moment that could reshape the history of the region and possibly the global balance of power. And when the major pieces on the board begin to move, history rarely turns back. Donald Trump has officially confirmed that Iran's highest-ranking target has been killed in the most recent strike. But this was not just an attack on one person. It was a strike against the entire power structure. Not only was the supreme leader removed from the battlefield, several senior Iranian generals and top security officials were also killed. As a result, the Islamic Republic's chain of command, the backbone of its leadership, has been broken from the top down. The top leader is gone. The commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, is gone. The entire strategic leadership system is now in a state of paralysis. In this situation, Iran's vice president is reportedly moving quietly to take control. Meanwhile, the condition of the current president remains uncertain. Some reports claim he may have been killed, although his family has spoken publicly. Still, the fact that the vice president is assuming authority suggests the central government is operating under emergency conditions. But the biggest concern is not just the collapse of the leadership level. The real risk comes from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They have not surrendered. More troubling, they are believed to be trying to install a new supreme leader, bypassing the normal constitutional process of selection, consultation, and approval. If that happens, it only would amount to a power takeover from within the system. While the political elite appears to be in confusion, a very different picture is emerging on the streets of Iran. According to reports, large numbers of people have taken to the streets. They are driving, honking their horns, waving flags, dancing, and celebrating. Many see this as a moment they have waited for years, an unprecedented weakening of the ruling system after coordinated strikes by the United States and Israel. But in an official statement, Donald Trump described the death of this target as a step toward justice, not only for the Iranian people, but also for victims around the world. He also emphasized an important message: the operation is not over. Precision, high-intensity airstrikes will continue throughout this week, or longer if necessary, until regional stability is achieved. Meanwhile, the Israeli military confirmed that 7 additional senior figures were also killed, including leaders in the military, defense, weapons research, and strategic security advisory roles. According to international sources and reporting by the news agency Reuters, the conclusion is becoming increasingly clear. Iran's central command system has collapsed. Even the ground forces commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has reportedly been eliminated. Earlier, the force's external operations branch had already been severely weakened after heavy losses in recent years. In other words, So the chain of authority from the supreme leader down to the main fighting forces has been broadly broken. And that raises an extremely sensitive question inside Iran. How were the attacks able to target almost the entire leadership at the same time? Analysts believe there is only one possible explanation. Highly classified information may have been leaked from the highest levels. If that is true, then Iran's current crisis is not just a military failure. Boom, it would also be a sign of a deep internal fracture within its own power structure. For now, the most urgent question is, who provided the information to Israel? There are already some indications that a high-level insider may exist. I will analyze that possibility in more detail later. But at this moment, there is an even more dangerous issue. Who will take control of power in Tehran? According to intelligence sources, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, is trying to place one of its own figures into the position of supreme leader. This is exactly the scenario that concerns Washington the most. The Central Intelligence Agency has warned about this possibility for years. Under Iran's constitution, selecting a supreme leader is supposed to follow a complex legal process. Consultation with the assembly of experts, a formal vote, and official approval through established procedures. But the IRGC does not appear willing to wait. Reports suggest they want to complete the move within hours. No debate, no process, no formal review. If they succeed in placing their own person in power, the entire system could effectively fall under military control. That means the future direction of Iran may be decided within just a few hours in Tehran. Intelligence analysts also point to two major risks. First scenario, a new supreme leader is installed, but only as a figurehead, while real power rests entirely with the IRGC. Second scenario, a new power structure is created mainly to prolong the conflict, turning Iran into a long-term and ongoing battlefield. And this is exactly what concerns the United States the most. Officials in Washington, including Vice President J.D. Vance, have repeatedly stressed one point. The United States does not want to be drawn into a prolonged, costly conflict in the Middle East. But if the IRGC takes control of power, it could turn the situation into a long-term confrontation, targeting Washington's greatest vulnerability, time and cost. Regional sources say Tehran is preparing emergency plans, including the possibility of giving crisis management authority to Ali Larijani. However, this role would likely focus on managing wartime operations, while the real power structure could be located elsewhere. Iran's strategy is becoming clear. If the regime collapses quickly, that would be a victory for the United States. But if the conflict becomes long, complicated, and expensive, the strategic balance could shift. Out Iran's geography, a country surrounded by mountains like a natural fortress, makes the risk of a prolonged stalemate even more dangerous. In other words, the United States does not have much time. And that brings us back to the original question. Why were the United States and Israel able to strike with such precision? There are two key factors. First, internal intelligence. Many experts believe that a very senior official inside Iran's system may have provided critical information. One name that has been mentioned is an IRGC intelligence general who reportedly left a high-level meeting just minutes before the strike and was the only person not injured. Second, the element of surprise. According to U.S. sources, the operation was launched immediately after Donald Trump approved coordination with Israel. The timing was chosen to coincide with a major religious holiday, ensuring the target would be unprepared and unable to respond. Israel dropped approximately 30 bombs on the target complex. Immediately afterward, the United States carried out a large-scale wave of strikes. Within just 12 hours, more than 900 strikes were conducted, a level of intensity that many experts describe as unprecedented. The attacks were continuous, increasingly rapid, and increasingly precise, guided by real-time intelligence. In military terms, this is known as a target of opportunity, a rare moment when an entire system can be struck within an extremely short window of time. Everything was concentrated inside a single complex. What does that mean? It means only one thing: one powerful strike can be enough. If the entire area is overwhelmed and neutralized, the operation succeeds. And that is exactly what appears to be happening. In his latest message, Donald Trump said that U.S. strikes could continue throughout this week, a full week, or longer, as long as necessary. And so far, events are following that plan. Saturday marked the first wave of attacks. Today, the second wave has already begun. When open source intelligence groups have reported large formations of US and Israeli warplanes moving through the airspace of Syria and Iraq before entering Iranian territory. This is a clear signal. A new large-scale air campaign is underway, but there is an important point to understand. The success of the United States in this operation does not depend on removing one individual. Eliminating a few leaders is not enough. Iran has prepared multiple layers of succession. Well, if one person is removed, another can take the position. That means the outcome will depend on two key factors. First, how will the Iranian people respond? Which side will internal and external forces support? Second, and more important, will the IRGC be neutralized? Will Iran's security and military system be weakened or paralyzed? That is the real deciding factor. Even so, one thing cannot be denied. This is a major initial success for the United States and Israel. And while the military operation continues, another scenario is also being prepared. Reza Pahlavi, Iran's crown prince, has announced a plan for the first 6 months if the Islamic Republic collapses. On the platform X, he unveiled an updated version of the Emergency Phase Handbook, part of the Prosperous Iran Project, a 5-step strategy to take control of the country and begin rebuilding. This is not just a political statement, it is a detailed action roadmap. Much of the plan focuses on the most critical period, the first 6 months after the regime falls. It includes transfer of power, establishing a transitional government, restoring security, rebuilding state institutions, and gradually moving Iran toward democracy. According to him, this is the first time in decades that a national plan has been developed with broad public participation and a high level of transparency. The final goal, a democratic, stable, and prosperous Iran. Oh, but there is one reality that cannot be ignored. The first step, and the hardest, remains. The IRGC must be neutralized. Recent US and Israeli strikes have significantly weakened this force. They may have lost as much as 80 to 90% of their operational capability. But if even 10 to 20% of their forces and weapons remain, the key question is this: will the Iranian people and opposition groups be able to take advantage of this moment to change the situation? The game is not over. In fact, the process may only be about 40 to 50% complete. It is still too early to draw final conclusions. So here's the question. Do you believe the Iranian people have a real chance to regain democracy this time? Could the current system be fully replaced? Share your thoughts in the comments below. According to analysis from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and the Institute for the Study of War, the answer is not as simple as many people hope. History shows an important reality. In Iran, the system does not survive because it has the support of the majority of the population. It survives because of its security apparatus. For decades, whenever large-scale protests have taken place, from the 2009 movement to the economic unrest in 2019, to the nationwide protests in 2022, the security forces, and especially the IRGC, have maintained internal unity. And that unity is what has kept the system alive. Western experts point to one critical factor. Real change can happen only if divisions appear within the security forces. If the IRGC keeps its chain of command, if elite units remain loyal, if they continue to control information, the streets, and the weapon systems, then even large waves of protest are unlikely to bring down the government. A report by the RAND Corporation concludes that a rapid collapse of Iran's system would require 3 conditions to occur at the same time: a leadership crisis at the top, widespread social unrest, and most importantly, fractures within the armed forces. At the moment, Iran appears to have only the first 2, and that is why Washington remains cautious. According to sources cited by Reuters US, what officials believe the situation is at a window of opportunity, but not yet at a breaking point. The greatest risk right now is not that the system will collapse. It is the opposite scenario. If the IRGC reorganizes quickly, if it builds a new power structure, if it shifts to a higher level of control through force, then Iran could enter one of its most severe periods of repression in many years. That leads to a hard conclusion from Western analysts. The opportunity for change exists. But the time window is very short. If, in the coming weeks, public pressure cannot be sustained, if opposition groups fail to form a unified leadership center, if no signs of division appear within the IRGC, then the power structure in Tehran could stabilize far faster than many expect. In other words, the military strikes may have created a powerful shock, but the decisive battle is not taking place in the skies. It is happening inside the barracks, inside the security apparatus, and inside the inner circle of Iran's power structure. Figures were also killed, including leaders in the military, defense, weapons research, and strategic security advisory roles. According to international sources and reporting by the news agency Reuters, the conclusion is becoming increasingly clear. Iran's central command system has collapsed. Even the ground forces commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has reportedly been eliminated. Earlier, the force's external operations branch had already been severely weakened after heavy losses in recent years. In other words, the chain of authority from the supreme leader down to the main fighting forces has been broadly broken. And that raises an extremely sensitive question inside Iran. How were the attacks able to target almost the entire leadership at the same time? Analysts believe there is only one possible explanation. Highly classified information may have been leaked from the highest levels. If that is true, then Iran's current crisis is not just a military failure. It would also be a sign of a deep internal fracture within its own power structure. For now, the most urgent question is, who provided the information to Israel? There are already some indications that a high-level insider may exist. I will analyze that possibility in more detail later. But at this moment, there is an even more dangerous issue. Who will take control of power in Tehran? According to intelligence sources, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, is trying to place one of its own figures into the position of supreme leader. This is exactly the scenario that concerns Washington the most. The Central Intelligence Agency has warned about this possibility for years. Under Iran's constitution, selecting a supreme leader is supposed to follow a complex legal process. Consultation with the assembly of experts, a formal vote, and official approval through established procedures. But the IRGC does not appear willing to wait. Reports suggest they want to complete the move within hours. No debate, no process, no formal review. If they succeed in placing their own person in power, the entire system could effectively fall under military control. That means the future direction of Iran may be decided within just a few hours in Tehran. Intelligence analysts also point to two major risks. First scenario, a new supreme leader is installed, but only as a figurehead, while real power rests entirely with the IRGC. Second scenario, a new power structure is created mainly to prolong the conflict, turning Iran into a long-term and ongoing battlefield. And this is exactly what concerns the United States the most. Officials in Washington, including Vice President J.D. Vance, have repeatedly stressed one point. The United States does not want to be drawn into a prolonged, costly conflict in the Middle East. But if the IRGC takes control of power, it could turn the situation into a long-term confrontation, targeting Washington's greatest vulnerability, time and cost. Regional sources say Tehran is preparing emergency plans, including the possibility of giving crisis management authority to Ali Larijani. However, this role would likely focus on managing wartime operations, while the real power structure could be located elsewhere. Iran's strategy is becoming clear. If the regime collapses quickly, that would be a victory for the United States. But if the conflict becomes long, complicated, and expensive, the strategic balance could shift. Out Iran's geography, a country surrounded by mountains like a natural fortress, makes the risk of a prolonged stalemate even more dangerous. In other words, the United States does not have much time. And that brings us back to the original question. Why were the United States and Israel able to strike with such precision? There are two key factors. First, internal intelligence. Many experts believe that a very senior official inside Iran's system may have provided critical information. One name that has been mentioned is an IRGC intelligence general who reportedly left a high-level meeting just minutes before the strike and was the only person not injured. Second, the element of surprise. According to U.S. sources, the operation was launched immediately after Donald Trump approved coordination with Israel. The timing was chosen to coincide with a major religious holiday, ensuring the target would be unprepared and unable to respond. Israel dropped approximately 30 bombs on the target complex. Immediately afterward, the United States carried out a large-scale wave of strikes. Within just 12 hours, more than 900 strikes were conducted, a level of intensity that many experts describe as unprecedented. The attacks were continuous, increasingly rapid, and increasingly precise, guided by real-time intelligence. In military terms, this is known as a target of opportunity, a rare moment when an entire system can be struck within an extremely short window of time. Everything was concentrated inside a single complex. What does that mean? It means only one thing: one powerful strike can be enough. If the entire area is overwhelmed and neutralized, the operation succeeds. And that is exactly what appears to be happening. In his latest message, Donald Trump said that U.S. strikes could continue throughout this week, a full week, or longer, as long as necessary. And so far, events are following that plan. Saturday marked the first wave of attacks. Today, the second wave has already begun. When open-source intelligence groups have reported large formations of U.S. and Israeli warplanes moving through the airspace of Syria and Iraq before entering Iranian territory. This is a clear signal. A new large-scale air campaign is underway, but there is an important point to understand. The success of the United States in this operation does not depend on removing one individual. Eliminating a few leaders is not enough. Iran has prepared multiple layers of succession. Well, if one person is removed, another can take the position. That means the outcome will depend on two key factors. First, how will the Iranian people respond? Which side will internal and external forces support? Second, and more important, will the IRGC be neutralized? Will Iran's security and military system be weakened or paralyzed? That is the real deciding factor. Even so, one thing cannot be denied. This is a major initial success for the United States and Israel. And while the military operation continues, another scenario is also being prepared. Reza Pahlavi, Iran's crown prince, has announced a plan for the first 6 months if the Islamic Republic collapses. On the platform X, he unveiled an updated version of the Emergency Phase Handbook, part of the Prosperous Iran Project, a 5-step strategy to take control of the country and begin rebuilding. This is not just a political statement, it is a detailed action roadmap. Much of the plan focuses on the most critical period, the first 6 months after the regime falls. It includes transfer of power, establishing a transitional government, restoring security, rebuilding state institutions, and gradually moving Iran toward democracy. According to him, this is the first time in decades that a national plan has been developed with broad public participation and a high level of transparency. The final goal, a democratic, stable, and prosperous Iran. But there is one reality that cannot be ignored. The first step, and the hardest, remains. The IRGC must be neutralized. Recent U.S. and Israeli strikes have significantly weakened this force. They may have lost as much as 80 to 90% of their operational capability. But if even 10 to 20% of their forces and weapons remain, the key question is this: will the Iranian people and opposition groups be able to take advantage of this moment to change the situation? The game is not over. In fact, the process may only be about 40 to 50% complete. It is still too early to draw final conclusions. So here's the question. Do you believe the Iranian people have a real chance to regain democracy this time? Could the current system be fully replaced? Share your thoughts in the comments below. According to analysis from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and the Institute for the Study of War, the answer is not as simple as many people hope. History shows an important reality. In Iran, the system does not survive because it has the support of the majority of the population. It survives because of its security apparatus. For decades, whenever large-scale protests have taken place, from the 2009 movement to the economic unrest in 2019, to the nationwide protests in 2022, the security forces, and especially the IRGC, have maintained internal unity. And that unity is what has kept the system alive. Western experts point to one critical factor. Real change can happen only if divisions appear within the security forces, if the IRGC keeps its chain of command, if elite units remain loyal, if they continue to control information, the streets, and the weapon systems. Then even large waves of protest are unlikely to bring down the government. A report by the RAND Corporation concludes that a rapid collapse of Iran's system would require three conditions to occur at the same time: a leadership crisis at the top, widespread social unrest, and most importantly, fractures within the armed forces. At the moment, Iran appears to have only the first two, and that is why Washington remains cautious. According to sources cited by Reuters US, what officials believe the situation is at a window of opportunity, but not yet at a breaking point. The greatest risk right now is not that the system will collapse. It is the opposite scenario. If the IRGC reorganizes quickly, if it builds a new power structure, if it shifts to a higher level of control through force, then Iran could enter one of its most severe periods of repression in many years. That leads to a hard conclusion from Western analysts. The opportunity for change exists. But the time window is very short. If, in the coming weeks, public pressure cannot be sustained, if opposition groups fail to form a unified leadership center, if no signs of division appear within the IRGC, then the power structure in Tehran could stabilize far faster than many expect. In other words, the military strikes may have created a powerful shock, but the decisive battle is not taking place in the skies. It is happening inside the barracks, inside the security apparatus, and inside the inner circle of Iran's power structure.